And then it has those kind of expanding in size and coverage as they move to the east. Here's 3. And then look at that by 5 o'clock. Now, we don't want to alarm you. Certainly, that looks like a proliferation. But that's where the potential is, obviously not an ideal time, 4 or 5 p.m. So during evening rush hour, Stars game tonight, please, please, please just have a way to receive warnings. Be very careful. Remember, we don't want you to park under overpasses either on the highway. It ends up clogging the roadways, and it can actually be very dangerous if there were to be heavy winds or a tornado. It actually increases the wind speed, wind tunnel effect in there too. So please, just make sure you're prepared ahead of time. Don't be caught on the highways if things start to get pretty rough, and try to find a safe place to park your vehicle, not under overpasses. That's 4 or 5 o'clock. I think this does a good job. Maybe it's a little bit on the heavier side here, but that's what we're expecting with this risk today. The good news in this whole system, some of the models are indicating by 7, maybe 6 or 7 o'clock, maybe as late as 8 or 9 o'clock, this could be out of here. And we certainly hope that's the case. So live look at UNT Denton now. Still a very, very soupy looking picture there. The humidity, a lot of instability. You can feel it in the air. Let's go back to radar one more time for you and timecast one more time, just so if you're tuning in, you haven't missed a beat here. Since we started this stream, this storm has expanded, this one severe thunderstorm warning, and this went up in a heartbeat. So that is a supercell. It is now a severe thunderstorm, so it has been warned. It is for Archer, Clay, and Wichita counties until 1:45. And then also the satellite and radar composite shows that we are seeing some clearing off to our west. So that tells us quite a bit here that atmosphere is destabilizing where we've seen more clearing. So again, still watching for more clearing as that continues towards, the cloud cover continues to move off to the east. You can see we're starting to get clearing all the way into Mineral Wells, Palo Pinto, Decatur, Montague counties. So once we see more clearing, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little more storm activity here once those storms break through. Because as soon as the cloud cover cleared here north of Archer City, boom, there's a storm. So let's zoom in one more time on it. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continues until 1:45. This one's probably going to be warned for quite a while. That's your classic supercell shape, okay? Kind of an upside down C, okay, shape. And it's got a little bit of an updraft right there. Probably has some small hail at this point, at least quarters is what it was warned for. So that's the first storm on the map. Let me zoom back out for you here. Nothing else ongoing. There's the new tornado watch. Let me get the details for you on that. So we should send a push alert on that, guys, if you get a chance as well. New tornado watch has been issued. Let's see. This goes, let's get the details on it. This new tornado watch for the Metroplex, it does include most of our counties. It goes until 9 o'clock. Primary threats, a couple of tornadoes are possible, but widespread large hail and scattered very large hail up to 4 inches in diameter are possible. So that's just in from the Storm Prediction Center. Yes, isolated tornadoes can't be ruled out, but hail and isolated very large hail up to 4 inches are possible. That's what they state in the watch. Again, that goes through 9 p.m. tonight. So still watching for development. That's the only storm right now so far up in Archer City. High-res timecast doing a good job. There's your new data right there. It has that cell, so it ingested pretty well here. And then it looks like through 2 o'clock, maybe a little more activity gets going. Still some cloud cover. And then there you go. By 3, 4 o'clock, these cells. So this particular model has the activity, whatever develops up here, moving into the east and southeast. And again, into Tarrant and Dallas and Collin and Denton counties. So that bears watching. At the moment, though, some other models are still showing activity going ahead and developing in our central counties. So all of it bears watching through, this shows 6, 7 o'clock, but that watch goes through 9. Some of the models are a little bit later. So that's why we have kept our alert for 3 p.m. to 9 p.m., okay? And that's looking to be spot on now. Again, we'll leave you with a look at Denton County. It is warm, it is humid. Please stay apprised. Keep WFAA, your app handy. We'll continue to stream and push alerts as needed. And this is the benefit of doing this stream. You can see us as needed, getting real-time data and relaying that to you. Again, only one storm off to our north and west. We expect this afternoon more storms to develop. And tonight we have that weather alert through 9 p.m.
Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along a sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday, with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather, temperature, and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along a sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday, with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:18 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather, temperature, and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 171, effective until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Hunt, Kaufman, Rockwall, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The forecast key messages for North and Central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for North and Central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:22 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along a sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along a sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:28 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5 and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:34 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You are listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 171, effective until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Hunt, Kaufman, Rockwall, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The current time is 1:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You are listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankfull stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet. Caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 5.1 feet. Bankfull stage is 14.0 feet. Flood stage is 14.0 feet. Forecast, the river will oscillate around flood stage with a maximum value of 16.7 feet tomorrow morning. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5 and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for North and Central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankful stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet. Caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 5.1 feet. Bankful stage is 14.0 feet. Flood stage is 14.0 feet. Forecast, the river will oscillate around flood stage with a maximum value of 16.7 feet tomorrow morning. The current time is 1:46 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for North and Central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday, with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for North and Central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts: at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details: at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankful stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 171, effective until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Hunt, Kaufman, Rockwall, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts: at 15.0 feet, caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details: at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 5.1 feet. Bankful stage is 14.0 feet. Flood stage is 14.0 feet. Forecast: the river will oscillate around flood stage with a maximum value of 16.7 feet tomorrow morning. The current time is 1:52 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather, temperature, and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14. Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5 and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation is likely across North Texas on Tuesday afternoon and evening. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankful stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet. Caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 5.1 feet. Bankful stage is 14.0 feet. Flood stage is 14.0 feet. Forecast, the river will oscillate around flood stage with a maximum value of 16.7 feet tomorrow morning. The current time is 1:57 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 1 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 16, pressure 29.85 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, haze, 81, south at 12. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 81, south at 10. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 13, gusting to 22. McKinney, cloudy, 81, south at 14. Denton, haze, 84, south at 13. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 84, southwest at 9. Abilene, haze, 88, southwest at 16, gusting to 23. Waco, haze, 81, south at 10. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 14, Once again at 1 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 16. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5 and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation may be requested across North Texas. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankful stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet. Caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 5.1 feet. Bankful stage is 14.0 feet. Flood stage is 14.0 feet. Forecast, the river will oscillate around flood stage with a maximum value of 16.7 feet tomorrow morning. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. What? Minor flooding is forecast. Where? South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. When? From this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, Bankful stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. Do not drive cars through flooded areas. Caution is urged when walking near riverbanks. Remember, you can hear the summary of all river forecasts in your listening area at the top and bottom of every hour when rivers are in flood. The current time is 2:03 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 2 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 15, gusting to 24, pressure 29.83 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, cloudy, 82, south at 15, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 82, southeast at 15, gusting to 24. Arlington, cloudy, 81, southeast at 15, gusting to 23. McKinney, cloudy, 83, south at 16. Denton, cloudy, 84, south at 14. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, partly sunny, 85, north at 18, gusting to 24. Abilene, haze, 92, southwest at 13, gusting to 20. Waco, haze, 82, south at 14. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 10. Once again at 2 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 15, gusting to 24. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 171, effective until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Hunt, Kaufman, Rockwall, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very Tornado Watch number 171 remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Texas: Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Hunt, Kaufman, Rockwall, and Tarrant. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation may be requested across North Texas. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankful stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet. Caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday the stage was 5.1 feet. Bankful stage is 14.0 feet. Flood stage is 14.0 feet. Forecast, the river will oscillate around flood stage with a maximum value of 16.7 feet tomorrow morning. The current time is 2:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You are listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 2 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 15, gusting to 24, pressure 29.83 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, cloudy, 82, south at 15, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, haze, 82, south at 15, gusting to 23. Arlington, partly sunny, 81, southeast at 15, gusting to 23. McKinney, partly sunny, 82, south at 20, gusting to 26. Denton, partly sunny, 85, south at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, thunder, 84, north at 20, gusting to 29. Abilene, haze, 92, southwest at 13, gusting to 20. Waco, haze, 82, south at 14. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 10. Once again at 2 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 15, gusting to 24. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for North and Central Texas. Spotter activation may be requested across North Texas. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankfull stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet. Caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 5.1 feet. Bankfull stage is 14.0 feet. Flood stage is 14.0 feet. Forecast, the river will oscillate around flood stage with a maximum value of 16.7 feet tomorrow morning. The current time is 2:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA, All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KEC 56. Serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The following reports of weather temperature and wind were made at 2 p.m. DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, dew point 73, relative humidity 72%, wind south at 15, gusting to 24, pressure 29.83 inches and falling. Dallas Love Field, cloudy, 82, south at 15, gusting to 24. Fort Worth Meacham, hazed, 82, south at 15, gusting to 23. Arlington, partly sunny, 81, southeast at 15, gusting to 23. McKinney, partly sunny, 82, south at 20, gusting to 26. Denton, partly sunny, 85, south at 10. Elsewhere around the region, Wichita Falls, thunder, 84, north at 20, gusting to 29. Abilene, hazed, 92, southwest at 13, gusting to 20. Waco, hazed, 82, south at 14. Tyler, cloudy, 82, south at 10. Once again at 2 p.m., DFW Airport, partly sunny, 83, south at 15, gusting to 24. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tornado Watch 171 in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. This afternoon, partly sunny with showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs around 90. Southwest winds around 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Cooler with lows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. The forecast key messages for north and central Texas. Scattered severe storms are expected along the sagging cold front late this afternoon and evening. Very large hail, 3-3.5, and damaging winds will be the main threats, although a tornado or two will also be possible. Widespread showers and thunderstorms are expected late Thursday and Friday with some potential for heavy rainfall. The spotter information statement for north and central Texas. Spotter activation may be requested across North Texas. Even if activation is not locally requested, any reports of hazardous weather to the National Weather Service are appreciated. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from this evening to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include South Fork Sabine River near Quinlan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from this evening to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet, minor out-of-bank flooding will occur. At 18.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. Some farm and cattle industries will be flooded. Some rural roads will be underwater. Water will be over the road and the FM 1565 bridge. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 7.4 feet. Bankfull stage is 15.0 feet. Flood stage is 15.0 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise above flood stage late this evening to a crest of 16.6 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage tomorrow afternoon. The following is a river flood warning. Flood warning in effect from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. The areas affected include Cowleach Fork Sabine River at Greenville. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late tonight to early Thursday morning. Impacts at 15.0 feet. Caution should be exercised near the river as water begins to flow out of the banks. At 17.0 feet, moderate out-of-bank flooding will occur. A few rural roads closures will be needed along the river reach. Moderate flooding will occur along the river through Greenville. Additional details, at 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday, the stage was 5.1 feet.
All right, 2:20 in the afternoon, just after 2:20, and the initial storms have broken off the dry line. So here they are going up. Look how quickly that has expanded. And we have our first tornado warning of the day. So a severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning. What I'm going to do is freeze this now on the last frame, okay? And we're going to zoom in on this area, okay? Let's go to that cell. A couple other cells did try to develop to the south of that location. They were unsuccessful, but there's the first tornado warning of today. For those of you joining us right now on WFAA Plus, you're getting live feedback right here. I'm talking with the National Weather Service. We see what the Storm Prediction Center is doing, and we're watching it back here. Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus, Meteorologist Jesse Hawila, and Cassie Hyder are all in as well. And we'll have you covered, and we'll be cutting into TV as necessary through the evening. But this is the benefit of doing the stream, is that we're here, and you can log in and see us anytime. So what I am going to do is read the latest data from the National Weather Service as well. They say they're going to start to see large hail moving into western Montague County. That is this cell. What a supercell this is now at 2:20. Here's Bowie, Texas. There's Buffalo Springs. Same spots that have been hit day after day now. You see the V notch right here on this supercell? That means it's a very strong supercell. So what I want to do, there's tons of lightning. I want to go to velocities because it's still a radar indicated tornado warning at this point. Let me double check. There was visual confirmation of a low rotating wall cloud just a moment ago here east of Archer City from a spotter in that direction. One thing about the plains, the southern and central plains this time of year, there's spotters everywhere. So right there is what prompted that tornado warning, radar indicated. Let's double check that that is still the case. It should just be a radar indicated tornado warning, and that it is. Now, something alarming in this cell was that it had hail up to the size of tennis balls. So that is ground truth now of the environment that we're going to be seeing today. So we've had the outlooks and the risks, and we've been talking about the potential. Now we see that the first storm has produced at least a warning for tennis ball size hail. Let me double check. Yes, tennis ball size hail, not quite baseballs. Baseballs are a step up. Now look, this second supercell is going up too, right here. So another supercell there right off the dry line is going up. So that, again, is what we are watching from these storms at the moment. So right now, as we reset, let's zoom back out to the Metroplex. Our Metroplex counties are quiet so far, but you can feel it out there. The atmosphere is soupy. I mean, it's miserable. And so we have plenty of instability. That second storm, look at this one, west of Graham, tried to go up. It fell apart. But this storm has sufficiently broken through the cap right off the dry line, and now the storms are starting to fill in down the line. That's what happens. You get one to break through the cap, and those spots right there all go up. It's just like a boiling pot of water, right? A lid on a boiling pot of water. If you were able to poke a hole in the glass, one little hole, well, all of that steam is rushing to get out of that spot. That's what's happening right here. Now, look, we're going to have, the atmosphere is unstable, but we're going to have what we expect to be storms proliferate because we have enough forcing off the dry line here today. So only now south of Archer, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. So there you go. So that southern cell now has a warning that is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and $50 hail. So not the basic criteria. The first warning on this is now a step up on hail. This one, baseball size hail, or tennis ball size hail rather, and this one has $50 size hail. If those continue on their current track and motion, they will eventually be clipping into our northern counties, perhaps as far south as Denton. So let's pause this on the last frame, and let's get a track on these, okay? Just roughly going a little bit south of due east. And currently, if this were to continue, okay, here's Decatur, Denton County's down here, okay? If this were to continue, Montague 256, you're right up here. Bowie, Sunset, Munster, Lindsay, Gainesville, you're all on the track of this after 4 o'clock. Myra, Lindsay, Gainesville, Munster at 346, Sunset 337, eventually Whitesboro 450. But what may happen is these kind of spin up a little bit and they turn more southeast. That's what the models have shown. So let me zoom in just a little bit to at least the tornado warned part of this storm and draw that track from the rotation just down south and east. And unfortunately, these are some of the spots that were just hit, okay, by that supercell powerful one a couple nights ago that dove from Wichita Falls all the way down to Tarrant County and Fort Worth. But Buffalo Springs 231, okay, Truce 251, Crafton 303, Park Springs 308, Sunset 310. Now, again, we're going to see pretty soon here if they're going to extend that warning. In fact, I can talk to them right now. Let's just see. At the end of the day, I want you taking tornado safety precautions if you're in Buffalo Springs, if you're in Truce, okay, even as far south as Sunset, or as far southeast as Sunset. But we'll see if they continue this tornado warning, yes or no. But these powerful supercells on a day like today, when they really spin up like this, you have to respect all of these warnings because you could have intermittent touchdowns, you could have very large hail, you could have winds to 60 or 70. These type of supercells like this you got to be careful on a day like today where we have this kind of instability and support for these supercells. So we'll get word on that tornado warning if they're going to continue that and draw a new polygon. My guess would be yes. Down the line, we see the development here. Back west, here's Jacksboro. Here's 148. I mean, we're closing in on the same spots. Runaway Bay is the other day. Okay, here's Texas State Highway 281. There's Archer City. Archer City, you're fine. Okay, the dry line has moved east of you. These storms have developed east of you. You could probably see incredibly tall clouds and lightning, and you're hearing thunder, but these storms are out to the east. And the same thing we saw the other night, right? Look how amazing this is. The same thing we saw the other night is there is lightning way out ahead of this. So you got to be careful there, but it's just because these supercells have very tall overhanging clouds. So already seeing some lightning way out ahead of this storm as that continues to develop. What I want to do is put on visible satellite. This is going to show us, look at that. You can see right where these went off. Okay, visible satellite gives us a really clear view of things here. And let me loop this again over the past hour, just so we can get a feel for how this is developing. There you go. And look at this cell. This one did not make it. So the cap was enough to hold off the evaporation on that cell, Graham. But this supercell is starting to break down the line. and more cells proliferating up to southern Oklahoma. But let's zoom out just a little bit. Again, these are moving into an unstable area. There's already clearing out here, agitated cumulus clouds. So Montague County, down towards Palo Pinto and Tarrant. This activity, it looks like it's just trending south and east too. So what I want to do is see if we're going to get a new tornado warning first. Lake Arrowhead State Park reported ping pong ball hail from this storm. Okay, so ping pongs, that's considerable hail. Let's put a track on the leading edge of this. Again, it looks like we're getting some downstream building and development. This is trending a little bit south of due southeast. Say it takes that kind of movement here, and let's just eyeball that. That looks close. If it takes this southeasterly track, and I'm just doing this for precautionary here, just to see into Denton and northern Tarrant counties. Bowie 230 now, Truce 250. I want you in tornado safe areas, interior closet or bathroom just fine, at least until we figure out what's going to happen with this tornado warning, okay? Crafton 307, Alvord 319, Chico 335, Lake Bridgeport 349, Sanger 4 o'clock. So then we're starting to get into more populated areas after 4. So, and especially, you know, in some of these rural areas, farm to market roads, county roads, please be careful driving, but I don't want you caught in this in your car, okay? The other thing is once this moves into the Metroplex, something that we've seen time and time again as meteorologists, we try to remind you, you don't want, I know the pressure is immense, especially on the road if it starts coming down, but please do not stop under underpasses, okay, overpasses. Don't do that. If you're on a highway and you get under those overpasses, you start to clog up the roads, and it's actually a more dangerous place to be. Say there were damaging winds or a tornado that, forbid, went right over you. There's a wind tunnel effect. It increases the wind speed. So please, 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 I just don't want you out in this. If you can go work from home in the Metroplex and leave now, you're fine. I just don't want you to get caught in this. And I know the Stars game tonight, you know, look, this is going to be a rocky night, at least for a little bit here. Tornado watch through 9. So tornado warning continues on that cell. I don't have an update on it yet. No doubt they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with it. And they also, on their software, they also have to draw it up. So that's difficult. But again, let's look at our Metro County. Sanger 404, Ponder 426, Denton 430 roughly. Just giving you an idea. Frisco and McKinney then after 5. So that we are working with the evening rush hour timeline. So if you can leave now, I would do it. I would absolutely do it. And you can blame me. You can blame us. I want you to share this with anyone who doesn't have the WFAA app. This is all free, and we're streaming here. So we're not really bound as much on streaming. That's one of the benefits. And right here, you're getting raw data and information from us right here. So this is free, and we're here. We're going to continue to be here throughout the event, throughout the night. But tons of lightning in that supercell. Again, no confirmation on what we're doing with this tornado warning yet. You guys get to see it right here. In fact, I can ask the Weather Service. It looks like the Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma is handling this one. They're receiving reports of tennis ball size hail with this storm in Clay County. Okay, that's supercell. It's still a little too far away for a warning in Montague at this point is what they're saying. Okay, it's moving very slowly. We'll advise once we start getting a warning drawn up. We may be issuing a warning sooner for the new updraft going up near the corner of Young and Jack counties. Okay, so now let's zoom down to that one and check on that one, the cell. So you're seeing it here first. Before you even get an alert on your phone or before you see something even on the screen, they're drawing up a warning, and I'm telling you about it right here on WFA Plus and on your app. So we're going to get a new warning drawn up for this cell. See how that warning's in the previous counties? They've got to draw it into Jack County and Young counties. So that's what they're going to do here. And again, each of these storms are going to spin. They're an updraft. They're a supercell. The question is the environment going to support tornadogenesis? We certainly hope not. And so far, we've had a tornado warning and reports of a low wall cloud, but no confirmation of anything touching down. So that is short-term good news. I don't want to jinx it, but that is short-term good news. Okay, we're watching these cells. Let's freeze it on the last frame and just look at velocities real quick. Let's look and see what our velocities are. So you certainly had rotation. It's kind of died out in the clay cell. That's good. And then watching, yep, and you're starting to get a little rotation right there. Right there, moving into Jack and Young counties, primarily Jack County. Let's freeze it on that last frame again. Just because I'm watching that little area. It's what we call a couplet. When the bright green and bright red get right next to each other, that's basically what you look for. These are dueling wind speeds. Still some broad rotation in this cell, but I am not as concerned about the tornado warning up here in Clay County at the moment, so it's kind of pulsed down. Let's see if they're going to let that go. Again, what we're watching is it's important. As you're watching right now, this is actually very important. As meteorologists, we're sampling what is the environment doing on these first storms that are out to our west that aren't in Dallas yet. Is the environment supporting, rotation to the ground and consistent tornado touchdowns? So far, it is not. So far, it's supporting extremely large hail, reports of tennis balls falling. So that, again, is why the risk, the level 4 risk was issued, the penultimate, second highest, and that's, again, kind of the environment we're seeing. So if there's any short-term silver lining here, it is the fact that it looks like that tornado warning they may allow to expire just at this moment. And part of this is, look, a supercell all by itself, like the one we had in Wichita Falls the other night that made it all the way down to Fort Worth, that's the most dangerous type of storm. It's all by itself. When you get more development into almost more of a linear system here, it's cutting off the inflow notch to that supercell. So it's going to have to recycle. But that's why the rotation has come down just a bit. And it looks like it's getting a new little notch there. And that's consistent with what happens with supercells. See this little notch right here? It's trying to pull warm inflow, this storm, into itself. But this storm is now feeding off of some of that same energy. So they're kind of running into each other. And this can happen. And this is how you kind of get the beginnings of a linear system. We would actually probably prefer that these cells become more proliferate and become more of a linear system on a night like tonight. That might mitigate some of your very large hail risk. It might make more of a damaging wind threat, yes, but it might mitigate some of that hail. Look at these cells running into each other. So that's going to be a new severe warning. We'll see it pop on here in just a second. I'm anxious to see that one. You're going to see it right here with me for the first time. We'll see what they put the hail size at for the warning. We'll see. This was $0.50. The cell up to the north was tennis balls. And it looks like National Weather Service in Norman is drawing a new one up for that one too, because I don't see it. Yeah, we'll see what they do with that. Look, this warm inflow notch was just cut off there too. So that storm is probably not as much of a tornado threat in the short term here, just because it was just cut off, that inflow. Okay. So reports of tennis ball size hail in the Clay County storm. And let's just show you again for perspective how far these storms are away from Dallas-Fort Worth right now. From Denton County, these are 38 miles. Based on current speeds, about an hour away. So that's close. That's pretty close. So you have about an hour in Denton County, and I would say Tarrant just to be safe. You have about an hour in the western parts of the Metroplex, very populated areas, to get where you need to be. To feel the most safe and hopefully cover your car. Certainly we worry about roofs on a night like tonight. So lots of lightning. I've taken the lightning off, but that's occurring as well. Brief heavy rainfall, brief active lightning certainly going to be in play with these. So again, that's about an hour away roughly. We're starting to get more development down the line as well. So once that cap breaks right along the dry line, look at that, back towards Olney. And on satellite, these look like towering cumulus clouds, just towering until you get a cumulonimbus. So these, I wouldn't doubt that these are visible from the metro right now. You look up to the north and west, you can see these cells as they go up at the moment. Let's go to Timecast real quick, because there's some new data there, and I want to just look and see kind of how the models are handling this. They have the cells to the west. This is close. Here we are. It also pops up, I'm curious, so this is something we still have to watch for. Hasn't happened yet, but we have to watch and see if there's any development out ahead of this, because this is showing 2 o'clock and we're there. Maybe we get some development in the more clear spots in Dallas and Fort Worth, because we've got some clouds clearing here and the environment's unstable, and that destabilizes things further. Now this particular model actually is starting to trend a little more north, so by 3 or 4 o'clock it actually progresses these fairly quickly. So that might be too fast, but moves them into our northern counties, I'd say by 4 or 5. This particular model actually kind of keeps activity north. Look at that. For Collin County, that's a big day. But this kind of keeps it north of I-20. So I am skeptical of that. I don't fully believe that. Let's go look at what another model is showing. You get to see this right here on Plus. You can see how we're analyzing models. We're doing it together. Let's take a look and see a different model. Because I know there was another one that was handling it just a little bit better. So that model is called the Graph. Let's take a different one here and just check. This one, okay, this one looks a little closer. It hasn't initialized well, though. So let's take a different one. Some of the things we look for is how is it performing right now? How is the model performing at the moment? And if they're starting off poorly, usually that's not a great sign. So this model's doing a better job. So here, it's overdone this, but it has kept Dallas and Fort Worth quiet and developed activity to our west. So let's move this along barely. Again, it brings those cells into our central counties. Yeah, there you go, 4 o'clock. I like this one more. I don't like what I'm seeing, but I like the timing and the estimates here. I think that's closer. That's what, 4 o'clock? Let's bring that a little bit further. There's 5 o'clock, okay? Maybe if you head out later, this is what you might run into. That's why I want you to, if you can go and work from home or make plans and just be where you need to be by 4 or 5 o'clock if you're in the Metroplex, that'd be the best thing. That'd be ideal. So there's 5. Let's go forward. There's 6. And then it's kind of clearing. Don't get attached to this number, okay, to this time. Could be a little bit later. Sometimes we show a model and we get a little attached. Oh, it'll be out of here by 7. Can't guarantee that. Storms have a mind of their own, and we have seen that. But 7, 8 o'clock, starting to get the idea that things are winding down. But I think that model is doing the best job out of the available tools that we have, certainly at this point. So we'll keep checking on that one. We're going to get a new update on that model in an hour. Actually, maybe in just about 15 minutes here at the top of the hour, before the top of the hour. So we'll see how that one comes in at the moment. Okay, back to radar, though, for those of you joining. Again, watching this area out ahead as well for development of the dry line. Certainly, the activity along the dry line has gone up, and that has gone up substantially. I have radar overlaid on top of visible satellite here. Tornado warning, so let's see, because I don't see a new one here, and I also don't see a new severe storm warning. Okay. So they have issued a significant weather advisory for the cell instead of a severe storm warning. That's a step below it. It used to be whenever that would go out to the TV stations 10, 15 years ago, it would label it as a strong thunderstorm. And I still remember they used to do that even all while I was growing up. They would have a polygon that would start for a strong thunderstorm, and then you get a severe storm warning. But this one's just a step below that. Looks like tornado warning is going to drop off, if it hasn't been expired already, in 4 minutes here. So short-term good news for Buffalo Springs. Now, I still want you in a safe spot, please, if you're in Buffalo Springs. Okay, interior closet, bathroom, or at least away from exterior walls and windows. Okay, let's freeze this on the last frame. Let's go back to velocity just real quick. I just want to see what we can find in here. Okay, so there's a couple pockets of spin in there. Not substantial, but a couple pockets in here. Some broad rotation. You know, and that one actually might be tightening up right there. Actually, I take that statement back. That actually looks like an uptick here. That actually is an uptick. If you're in Buffalo Springs, please go ahead and take tornado safety precautions. This warning goes till 2:45, but that has ramped up. They're probably going to need a new warning on this. The trouble spot here is we're a little further away from a radar site, so you're not looking right at the rotation at the ground. You're looking kind of elevated, and sometimes those numbers can be a little bit higher and inflated. But that's good rotation, actually. Let's see what they're thinking on doing here. I'm interested to see. In fact, I'm going to ask them. So you guys right here are getting a frontline view to this. I'm going to ask the Weather Service if they're going to do that. Let's see. All right. Bear with me. Okay, I'm asking them because that looks tight to me right there in Clay County. So you can get this real time right here. You're getting this real time. I'm speaking with the Weather Service. They're coordinating with the Storm Prediction Center, and they're watching this storm. It looks, we'll see right here. I'm asking them what they're going to do. So an individual from the Weather Service is typing now, and we'll see what they're going to do with this warning, because I think they're going to have to extend this. And I'm not sure if this is still in National Weather Service Norman's jurisdiction up in southern Oklahoma, or if this has moved into Fort Worth's jurisdiction. So I'm asking the Fort Worth folks if they're going to do that. So we'll get a good idea here in just a second. All right, let's go back to radar, what you're used to seeing. What you're used to seeing here is the colors here. Okay, so here's what they're going to do. So you're getting this firsthand. They're going to issue a new broad severe thunderstorm warning. And I actually like their thinking here. Once this gets a little closer into our counties that are in their jurisdiction, they're going to issue a new tornado warning. But they don't want to confuse because there's already a new warning from Norman, that second polygon. Okay, so we just got that right as I asked. I asked the Weather Service in Fort Worth what they were going to do, and the Weather Service in Norman hopped in and issued a warning. Okay, so this is very complex stuff when we're figuring out how they're going to decide this. But it looks like they've issued a new, very small warning. So the old polygon right here, the new one kind of overlaps it and is sitting right here. And there's your hook, right? There's your notch. And there's a hill core right there south of Bellevue. So please be very careful out ahead of this storm. And one thing we can do is we can zoom all the way down. And let's just see where the heaviest intensities are with velocity here. Let's go to velocities. Okay, right there. It looks like, is it Vashti? Forgive me if I don't pronounce this correctly. Vashti? That's heavy, heavy rotation. Man, that's heavy rotation. I'm curious as to if there have been any reports from spotters. Yes, there have. Just a moment ago in Bellevue. Okay, wall cloud report, rotation northwest of this viewer's location. So wall cloud, low rotating wall cloud. That is significant rotation there. But again, we're looking a little more elevated because the radar site's a little ways away. Let's just see what these values are, just for our ideas here. Minus 64, plus 68. Yeah, I mean, these are gate to gate. You're looking at 120, 130 miles an hour. So this could certainly be producing at any time. So it just depends on the environment if tornado genesis occurs or not. But right now, if you're in Vashti, okay, and out ahead of this, I want you taking immediate tornado safety precautions. There's the latest scan that ramped up again. Look at that. So this is wrapping in counterclockwise. That's a strong hook, even a little rotation out ahead. This could be a broad rotating wall cloud, and I think that's exactly what it is. Let's put a little track on just the arrival time of these winds, and I'm going to have to zoom out to get towns in this. Let's just include everybody that we can. That's a broad swath of rotation. Could certainly be a wall cloud. Could be very heavy winds. Makes no difference. I need you in a tornado safe spot if you're in the way here. Okay, just go to an interior closet or bathroom or just an interior room away from windows. Truce 302. I want you, even before the warning comes out, you're probably going to have one here momentarily, but Truce Crafton, I want you in a tornado safe spot if you have one. Okay, that's just moving southeast. Let's take this moving east. Okay, because they've drawn that polygon more easterly. It looks southeast. Looks like maybe it's pulling up just a little bit. Let's draw that a little bit more easterly just in case. I think that's a better track. Sunset, you should also take tornado safety precautions here pretty soon. 324, Alford 341. Same spots hit, the other night. So here's Bowie. If you're in Bowie, watch this one closely, okay? I also want you paying attention to this, all right? Look at that. So let's see what they're thinking on this one because that one looks pronounced as well. You really don't want to see that in the same spots that just had activity. Okay. All right, so here's an update from the Weather Service. There's been a recent surge of outbound velocities. We have seen that as these cells started to merge, which tightened that rotation and increased the tornado and wind potential with this storm. Severe storm warning will include 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball hail. Still watching and might issue a downstream tornado warning too. So let me reset for everyone. Let's go back to radar if you're joining us. Again, this is northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Okay, let's zoom out one more time for you. There is a big warning. Now we're getting a better idea here. Again, time right now just before 3 o'clock Central Time. The Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex is in full view. Okay, these storms are headed inbound. They're not there yet. But they are on approach, and there's the new severe thunderstorm warning, and it is large. And let's see what speed they put this on. Tornado possible. So they've done something that they've been doing for 10 years now, maybe not quite, is they've included the tornado possible tag in this new severe thunderstorm warning. It doesn't make a huge difference. You need to be in a safe area out ahead of this. So let's see what the speed is on this one. They have this moving southeast at 35. So it has picked up speed just a little bit. We saw the same thing the other day. These storms kind of get detached from the dry line. They get in alignment with the jet stream and some jet stream push, and they start to speed up a little bit, and they become a little more east and southeast movers. So let's just put a generalized track on all of this activity, okay? And let's drag it southeast into the Metroplex, all right, just to give you an estimated whole view time of arrival. Bowie 250, need to be taking tornado safety precautions now. Crafton 307, Jacksboro 321, Jacksboro. Bridgeport 343, okay? 343, that's approaching Denton County. Okay, Decatur 355, Valley View 406. Sanger, okay, probably closer to 418, maybe closer to 410. Rome 434, Denton 445, Denton. And so Denton County is going to be around 430 or thereabouts. And then eventually Lake Louisville, if this continues, after 515, so 517, let's say, and South Lake right before 520, eventually DFW Airport 530. So the timing is still pretty consistent now for the Metroplex. It's looking like in that 4 to 5 o'clock time frame, we'll start to overspread the metro from west to east. And that's what we're going to be seeing probably. So again, that has sped up just a bit. Another cell is now developing on the southern end. This is what happens. You break the cap and you get supercells. They kind of train behind each other. So here's one. Here's the next one, getting a couple of notches here. There's your southern one, your southwestern one. We'll have to watch that one for a hook soon, okay? Once you get a little hook on the southwest side, it's your classic radar signature. You have to watch for that rotation and a tornado warning. We may get a new tornado warning in this cell as well, right here in this inflow notch between these two cells where they kind of merged. So right there in that notch. Let me take off the lightning just so we have a good idea here of what we're working with. Yeah, inflow notch here. You can see the spin. You can see that torqued in right there. So we'll see whether this storm kind of moves south and cuts off the inflow here, or if this one can separate itself, this northern cell that's headed for Bowie down towards Alford. And let's go back to velocities here. Yeah, it's a broad swath, as the meteorologists at the Weather Service were talking about. It's a broad lowering here, most likely. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few brief touchdowns in there. And that's why I'm looking for reports here. We got to keep checking for reports. Just got a report, new tornado warning. There you go. Multi-vortex tornado, observed tornado. So now we've got a radar, not just radar indicated, an observed tornado on the ground. Multi-vortex, that's concerning. This came in from a trained spotter. What that means is that this environment, this supercell is strong enough that it has produced a multi-vortex tornado, a larger tornado on the ground. So that report just came in. That is west of Bowie, Texas. And that was at 2:46, so 5 minutes ago. Large tornado on the ground right there. Let's go back to taking off lightning. So I don't doubt it right there that you could see that. And we can use some of our other products probably a little early, but we look at our debris, okay? Correlation coefficient. We would see a debris ball if it, chances are it's over rural spots right now, so, it's stirring up grass and dirt and mud and maybe a few trees, but you're probably not going to see it. I'm not seeing anything on here that's concerning yet, so that's good news, short-term good news, but we'll have to check back there. Let's look at our wind threat. Yeah, little wind activity in here for the shear. That's my shear detector. But again, it just looks like, a pretty broad area of spin, but now we have a confirmed tornado, and look at that. So just in the last frame there, we've got a gate-to-gate. You got that green pixel right there. You definitely have a touchdown there. At least one, and multi-vortex sounds right. You have this broad area of rotating wall cloud, and beneath it you have a couple vortices that touch down. So there you go. So that's a tornado on the ground confirmed. Look at that. So that just updated there, okay? And that is a much more significant signature. All right, time is now 2:52. And that is a significant signature down west of Bowie. Again, tornado warning observed. Let's see the speed that the Weather Service put on that one. Southeast at 45. Okay, so that has picked up that surge of wind. Let's put a new track on it, I tell you, because this one's going to move right down into some of our counties here. Some of you're getting into the Metroplex counties here. So if that kind of continues in the way they drew it, okay, large tornado reported on the ground, multi-vortex, Crafton 305. Immediate tornado safety precautions. Go to the safest place you know of Interior bathroom, interior closet, going to be just fine. Crafton, 305 for you. Park Springs, 308. Chico, 315. Alvord, 318. Some of the same spots that were hit the other night. Bridgeport, 323. Decatur, eventually in the sights, 330. Now, it could cycle before then, so too early to tell. But if you're in the tornado warning, I want you to observe this and respect it, okay? So communities in the tornado warning, let's pop them on there, are going to be Park Springs and Crafton. And just clipping the southern sides of Bowie. Here's Bowie. And again, you get a stronger, tightened rotation here, counterclockwise. They can pull the storm a little bit more easterly. They become right turners. So that's right along State Highway 59. Same places we were talking about the other night. Okay, there's Bowie. So if you're in Bowie, take tornado safety precautions. You're kind of right on the polygon. Anyone in this area who, if your phone has gone off or you hear sirens, you need to be going to a tornado safe space. Lowest central room, interior bathroom, closet, room, fine. Stay away from exterior windows and walls. Spotter network report, tornado on the ground. Yep, that's what it was. It was a trained spotter. Spotter network's done a really good job for years of training folks, and I've been a part of some of that, and they make sure they know what they're looking at, verified reports. So that was a multi-vortex tornado report, apparently, right along State Highway 59. There's Vashti, or Vashti, correct me if I'm wrong. There's Bowie. Here's Fruitland. There's the next radar skit coming through. 315 now is the next expiration for the warning, so they've opted to continue that for a little while. This is an observed tornado warning, so it's a step up from radar indicated. This has been observed, and that goes till 315. It's crossing State Highway 59 now. It's probably just a minute or two past 59 now, so we'll get the latest radar scan in just a moment. Okay, getting another update from the Weather Service in just a second. And the hail in this storm also is $50. So there's significant hail in this storm as well. Okay. We're sticking with it here to see what they're going to do on this. Okay. Time now is 2:55 p.m. in the afternoon, Central Time. We're going to have a linear update on WFAA as well. Meteorologist Cassie Hyder, or perhaps Jesse Wheeler or Pete Delkus will take that. That'll be at 3. We're going to stay on streaming right here, waiting on an update. So we're waiting on more confirmation. Let me see if there are more reports that have come in from my spotter network. No, just that one from 2:46 p.m. So 9 minutes ago, and he was right here, back behind it, back where it was just about 9 minutes ago. Multi-vortex tornado, so a large tornado, multiple vortices. And here we are. They've extended this just till 3:15, and they have it moving fairly quickly. Let's just go over the last, let's say 15 minutes, and let's loop and see. Yeah, it's moving at a good clip here. And you can see it spin counterclockwise almost if you watch those colors. Okay, so let's see what they're going to say on this one. Circulation starting to approach the Montague County line. Should cross State Highway 59, that's what we've been saying, between Bowie and Newport within Montague County. Well, it's already done that. There's also a pretty good rear flank downdraft surge crossing 59 right now as well. So rear flank downdraft is your cold air wrapping around the back side of the tornado or the supercell. And so that means there's pretty heavy winds in there too. Let's go back to radar. Oh yeah, that's pronounced. Anytime you get, it's wrapping all the way in here. Sink drain effect. Let me pause it. That's a powerful supercell. Again, when these supercells spin up like this, in this type of environment, that updraft can get down near the ground if the cloud bases are low, and they are today. Look at that wrapping all the way in. There it would be. If your tornado is anywhere, it's right there. See, your hook pulling all the rain and hail in, sink drain effect here, all the way down, and that's it. Okay, so that, if it doesn't change course, it's going to pass between Bowie and Sunset. Same spots we're talking about again, into Montague and Wise counties. Southern or northern part of Wise County is going to be a little bit later here. But there's your rotation right there. Okay, so they're going to have to extend that warning if that continues. Down the line, look at this. Another hook right here, and that's a severe storm warning. Let me see if that one has a tornado possible tag as well. That one, Jack and Young counties through 4, so another hour for that warning. And they have no tornado possible in that one, but that one already has hail to quarters to $50. So quarters right now, up to $50 in the middle cell, and then this one up to the north has ping pong balls. So there you go. There's your circulation, that right there on the southwestern side. Let's zoom back out one more time. I want to go back to velocity. We just have to watch this like a hawk every few seconds here. Yeah, it's got a couple of spots here. This is what you get with a larger or multi-vortex tornado warning. You can get this, okay? You can get several spots with rotation in here. And that continues there as we go through. That looks like it continues, and it's going to continue for a little while here. All right, so you're seeing this with me for the first time here. Tornado warning continues. That's out east of Buffalo Springs. This is now right over State Highway 59, and it is going to cross between Bowie and...
That's far, far southern Montague County. You need to seek shelter right now. We know what happened on Saturday night. We had 2 tornadoes, one touchdown in the far west side of Wise County, and another one in the northern part of Parker County. I don't want you to take this stuff too lightly this afternoon or throughout this evening. We're at a level 4 severe weather risk across all of North Texas, and the bullseye is right on top of the Metroplex, and we're mainly there due to the threat of some really large hail. I'm talking baseball to maybe even softball size hail tonight. So I don't want you to take that too lightly, and I certainly never ever want you to take the threat of a tornado too lightly, especially when we have one that's been observed here in southwestern Montague County. That goes until 3:15. So let's widen out just a little bit. Let's put the reflectivity back on this. Show you what's happening with the very heavy rain right now. A lot of lightning with this line of storms. Let's widen out even a broader look to give everyone across the Dallas-Fort Worth area a view of what's happening off to the northwest and what will drop in our direction as we head through the evening hours. So right now it's 3 o'clock exactly. The timing that I gave you last night has not changed at all. The thunderstorm timeline has not changed. And let me walk through that in just a moment. Then we'll go back to tracking that storm in southwestern Montague County. This is where the radar and all the radar imagery, this is where it is right now. This is the last 6. Jason, put that into motion for me. If you, okay, there we go. So that's where our storm is in 1 hour from now. It's in the heart of Wise County. And what you're go back, Jason, just a little bit more. Go back to the beginning of that at 4 o'clock, if you would. Yeah, right there. That's a serious hail core. So that's that large hail that I was talking about just a moment ago. Now let's move forward in time to 5 p.m. And you can see we're seeing some rain in Denton County at 4 o'clock. You're certainly seeing a big thunderstorm at 5 o'clock in Denton County. 6 o'clock, now it's right in the heart of North Texas, right in the heart of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's at 6 o'clock. As we move forward at 7 o'clock, and certainly by 8 o'clock, it's exiting Dallas and Tarrant County, exiting those counties by 8 o'clock. Certainly south of the Metroplex at 9 o'clock. And then as we look at 10 o'clock tonight, you can see how it continues to shift off to the south and southeast as we move through 10 o'clock. And the WFAA viewing area should be all clear of thunderstorms between 10 and 11 o'clock tonight. So that's the latest on the timing that we have right now. Let's go to that SPC outlook. I mentioned that we're at a level 4, and as you take a look at that level 4 that's in place, that's a moderate risk. These don't happen very often, but a moderate risk for the heart of North Texas right here. It completely covers the Metroplex. That's for that baseball to maybe even softball size hail. 60 to 70 plus mile an hour wind gusts, and we're already seeing one trained spotter is telling us that a tornado has been spotted in Montague County, southwestern Montague County. So that tornado warning does continue until 3:15 for Montague County. So that's the severe weather outlook. Now let's go back to the radar. Let's start with the Metroplex and zoom off to the northwest. And as you look at what's happening in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there's nothing here right now, but you can just feel the moisture in place, all the humidity, a lot of instability in place, a very, very warm, humid day. So all the ingredients are there for thunderstorms. This is our notch right now. You can probably in this area right here, put the velocity data back on. We're in this general area right here. That's where our rotation is. Most likely right here is where we're seeing some rotation. Once again, just off to the southwest and almost southwest of Bowie right now. And what's the forward speed on that, guys? About 25 to 30 miles an hour? Jesse?
35 to 40.
35 to up to 40 miles per hour with that. That's the forward speed. So unlike Saturday night, when these storms, the forward speed was 5 to 10 miles an hour, which is unusually slow. The forward speed with these this afternoon are going to be much faster. 30 to 40 miles an hour on average is where we are. And right now this one is 35 to 40. So we're right there in that area. So as this continues to shift off to the southwest, let's look at our Denton Tower cam. We have a pretty tight circulation on this, but our Denton Tower cam, as we put that up, maybe we can look off to the northwest, west-northwest, and see what's happening there. Just remember, for another 10, 12 minutes, we do have the tornado warning in effect, and there we are. That most likely is looking southwest, so we would have to rotate that around to the right just a little bit more. But you kind of see that haze there, just the moisture that's in the air, just the humid afternoon. But still a tight circulation on that Montague County storm, along with some straight line wind damage. That's certainly a possibility, along with the rotating winds. And as that moves, it's south of Bowie right now, and it's moving away from you in Bowie. So that's good news. It's west of Fruitland and Sunset, and it's going to start to approach Highway 81 here in just a couple of moments, about 20 minutes if it maintains its current movement and its current speed. I don't see anything there awfully far away, but nonetheless, you get the idea. Pretty good thunderstorm off to the west-northwest of our UNT tower cam up in Denton, where it's 82 degrees. Let's go back to the radar. As you look at the radar right now, you can see there's our thunderstorm off to the northwest. There it is. This is Highway 287. Let's zoom into that area one more time. And as we zoom into 287 right now, there we are. There's our rotation, most likely in this area off to the west of Fruitland. Right there it is, right here. Here's our center of our circulation. So let's, Jason, zoom in a little bit more. Let's see what street level view. Let's go pretty tight here and see what we can pull up. And once again, this is a lot of ranches, a lot of farms in this part of Montague County, south of 287, south of Bowie, west of Fruitland right now. But certainly in North Texas is what we're watching at this moment. A tornado warning does continue for southwestern Montague County, the far northern portions of Wise County until 3:15. So this is Wise, this is Jack County, Montague County. So there's the area that we're looking at. And you see Alvord there off to your, down there in the bottom right corner of the screen. And here's our rotation. South of 59, just off to the west of 287. A new sweep shows the area hasn't changed a little too much, but as it continues to really moving almost kind of right along 287. Loop that through one more time, Jason, if you will. Let's watch the path of that. It's almost taking a little bit more of an easterly trek there. That last couple of scans, taking a little bit more of an easterly trek. Jesse, I know you and Cassie are in the Weather Center. Do we have any updates from any of our spotters or chasers that have possibly seen anything? I know we do have one confirmation right now, and I know the circulation is somewhat, it's broadening a little bit, which is certainly good news. It's not as well defined as it was just a couple of moments ago, but it's still tight enough to keep the tornado warning going. You know, probably looking at some quarter to maybe $half size hail, I think at a minimum, some 60-mile-an-hour winds. But any other reports, anything you're seeing on social media?
Not at this time. Still right on track with what you said there. Rotation broadening out a little bit, so that's really good news, and I hope it continues to do so. But I have not seen any reports from viewers there in Montague County of very large hail or anything else. So I hope it continues to stay on that trajectory of broadening out.
Okay. And hopefully it continues to broaden out, continues to weaken. The problem is the environment is so conducive right now to severe weather. I mean, Jesse, you could just feel it outside today. When we talked earlier this morning, we talked to just about how humid it was. It just feels, you know, it's the end of April. It feels like the end of April on a stormy day. But you could really just feel it in the air today, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. You know, I was looking here at the background at like dew point temperatures, and it's something we talk about a lot just on any given day. And it's the measure of moisture in the air. It's fuel for thunderstorms. And dew points are in the middle 70s. That is elevated fuel for thunderstorms. So when these thunderstorms come in, the environment is ripe for them to remain severe, produce some very large hail. You know, anything really above 65 is when you start getting into that risk for bigger, severe thunderstorms. And we're in the mid 70s across all of North Texas with our dew points. And you can feel it when you walk outside.
Yeah, that's a pretty tropical area. You know, when you have that much moisture in the air, that is definitely not good. The instability is there. I mean, really all the ingredients are there right now for significant severe weather today, and rarely do we use that term that we could have significant severe weather. We talked about that last night on the newscast at 5, 6, and 10 o'clock, that today could be one of those days, and then all of a sudden you see this afternoon, which wasn't a surprise, that the Storm Prediction Center increased our risk from a level 3 to a level 4, and that risk was increased due to the just the awareness that the Storm Prediction Center wanted everyone to have, not necessarily of the tornadoes, because the risk for the tornado threat hasn't changed, and quite candidly, the hail risk hasn't changed, but the hail size, instead of golf balls to baseballs, now the potential is baseballs to softballs. So, you know, that's, 3 to 4 inch in diameter hailstones, and we're talking some extremely destructive hailstones if that should materialize. And we've seen it here enough when these parameters are all met. We've seen it here enough in North Texas that the golf ball size hail is problematic, the baseball size hail is horrible, and the softball size hail, we've even had grapefruit size hail before. I think it's been 10 or 11 years or so, but that is extremely destructive and can create some catastrophic problems for homes and cars and things of that sort. So when you look at this afternoon and you look at the first warning here across North Texas, just please understand, and don't take this too lightly, that we do have all the ingredients in place for a very serious severe weather outbreak, and we're really here at the beginning of what could be about a 6-hour window of time. Now, I'm not saying 6 hours in Montague County, but I'm saying 6 hours across all of North Texas. So once the threat starts at your location, you'll have an hour or two of some pretty rough weather this afternoon into the evening hours, and then it will all be over with, and hopefully you just pick up rain and thunder and lightning and some gusty winds and not the severe part. I have 100% coverage with the rain as we head through this time, but I do not have 100% coverage with the severe weather across North Texas. So as it typically is, it'll be scattered severe weather, widespread rain with scattered severe weather as we head through the evening hours. So I am starting to see let's go to northern Jack County. So let's head off just to the west one county, kind of off to the southwest here, and let's go to that storm. I'm not seeing a lot of rotation with that storm right now, but there is just a little bit of rotation with that, just in a little bit of organization of the lower levels, maybe a little more persistent, sustained flow with this too. Quite a bit of ways from the radar at this point. At a moment. Any moment, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a warning issued on this, not necessarily a tornado warning, but certainly a severe thunderstorm warning. I do believe that the tornado warning storm that's back here across Montague County, this tornado warning storm is going to be extended into Wise County. So although this expires in about 4 minutes, I do believe, and there we are, we have a warning right now that's in effect for Jack County. That's a thunderstorm warning. So we have some 60-mile-an-hour winds and certainly some quarter to golf ball size hail with that. And we also just got a report in of another funnel cloud near Lake Amon Carter. So I believe that's Amon Carter right here, just to the south of Bowie. Let me take a quick look. I know that it's there in Montague County. Let me get my trusty map that I have here. And when we take a look at these thunderstorms right now, we're keeping an eye on all of these locations. And yes, as we look into southwestern Montague County, yeah, that is Lake Amon Carter. So that's what we have happening there. So there was just a funnel cloud that was spotted there at Lake Amon Carter. And since that tornado warning expires in 2.5 minutes now, a new tornado warning is going to be issued, and there it is. Yep, there's the new tornado warning that has been issued for the circulation that's approaching Fruitland and also Sunset. So the new tornado warning, that's for Cook, Montague, and Wise County. So this is Cook County. Of course, there's Montague, and here's Wise County. That goes until 4 o'clock. So that's what we have taking place. One heck of a thunderstorm right now. We're also watching additional thunderstorms develop. Let's put a track on this from right where we have that. Let's go back to the velocity. I think that's the easiest way. I know it's not something that you look at all the time because on your apps or the website, whatever website you look at, and I know it's always the WFAA website, I know that you're looking at the reflectivity, but when you're looking at rotating thunderstorms, the velocity is really the easiest way to pick out where the rotation is. And when you see the reds, that's the wind that's going away from the radar. In this case, it's that direction. Radar's down to the south, and these are the winds that are moving toward the radar. Right where we have that intersect, that's where we have our rotation. So that thunderstorm, remember I mentioned a moment ago, instead of it moving southeast, it's taken more of an easterly trajectory. It'll arrive in Sunset here any moment now. If you live in Sunset, go to your safe room. You're right there off of Highway 287. Just go to your safe room, the lowest floor of your house. Get away from the windows. You're under a tornado warning. I don't want you to take this too lightly. If you live in Forestburg, that's over here on the east side of Montague County. That'll arrive there at 3:31. Roston, 3:43. That's southwestern Cook County. Era is right here in south central Cook County. Bolivar is here in the far northern reaches of Denton County. That'll arrive there. So Era is at 3:58. Bolivar is at 4:11. So that's the time on these thunderstorms as they continue to, this one continues to race off to the east-southeast. Now let's go take a look at what else is happening in Jack County. I want to show you what else is happening in Young County because it's our north. Here's Young. That's Young County. Graham's the county seat. Jacksboro, of course, Jack County. So we have these three areas that we're watching. Not necessarily rotation in Jacksboro, maybe some weak broad rotation. Same thing in Young County, but certainly thunderstorms. And Jason, put the storm strength. We are starting to see just a little bit more here on the velocity, just a little bit more rotation, certainly at the mid-levels, possibly even at the low levels. So we'll watch and see if any of our chasers spot possibly a funnel cloud, at a minimum a rotating wall cloud. Let's put a track on this one. Let's put that into motion, Jason, just so I can see the path of that. Now, let's do it one more time. A little more southeast on that, a little more southeast of east, if that makes sense, as opposed to this one, which is a bit more easterly. Let's put a track on that, Jason, and kind of go right down in this general direction there. Just north of Jacksboro. Maybe, Jason, run it a little more toward Runaway Bay, if you will. There we go. So Cundiff, it'll arrive there at 3:34, so 20 minutes. Runaway Bay at 3:56. Rickles at 3:58. That's when it will arrive in those locations. Put the reflectivity on there, please, as we take a look at that, because this one is starting to get better organized, and there we are. Now we have a tornado warning on that one, so which is no surprise. So a tornado warning for the storm we've been analyzing, that has just been issued. That goes until 4 o'clock. Jack County, tornado warning till 4 o'clock. Now let's go back to Young County, and here's the deal. What we're seeing right now, tornado warning here, tornado warning here. Let's go over to Young County, Jason. As we go through this afternoon, let's take a look at what's happening in Young. There we are. So and here we have, I believe this thunderstorm warning covers the cell that's over here north of Jacksboro that's moving toward Lake Bridgeport, and it's moving toward Runaway Bay. Now, I know there's a lot of first responders and Red Cross and volunteers out right now in Runaway Bay helping in recovery efforts. So this thunderstorm is, 30 minutes or so away from Runaway Bay, maybe less than that. Definitely a lot of lightning in advance of that. Thunderstorm popping up here over Young County right now, over Newcastle, as we watch that thunderstorm continue to develop and organize. Jason, stay in this general part of North Texas, but widen out, if you will. And as you widen out, there we go. Now shift the map just a little bit more so we can see less of areas to the west. There we go, perfect. So what's going to happen? Let me illustrate this. So you see, this started like this, and then it slowly expanded out. And as it continues to expand out more to the southwest, more off to the northeast, this whole line is going to move into the Metroplex. And as that whole line moves into the Metroplex, we will have, I promise, we will have one warning after the other. At a minimum, we will have severe thunderstorm warnings, and we very likely will have multiple tornado warnings for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I will be shocked if we don't have multiple tornado warnings for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The atmosphere just is primed for this, and at a minimum, we're going to be looking at some really large hail for these areas as well. So just plan on that as we head through this afternoon. One other thing I want you to plan on is, the most important thing that I want you to do is have a safety plan. I want you to have a safety plan for your family. Where do you go? If you're in an apartment and you're at the second floor of an apartment, I want you to go down to the first floor of the apartment. If you don't have that ability, then make a neighbor really quickly, because the last place that you want to be is on the second floor of any building. The other thing that you need to do is stay away from the windows, stay away from exterior walls, because the first area that is going to be destroyed in a tornado is going to be, that upper floor of your house, and it's going to be that exterior wall. So put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's the most important thing. So have a safety plan for you and your family. And in addition to that, plan on, if you hear the sirens are going to sound tonight. The sirens will, I'll be shocked if we don't have sirens sounded all across the Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight. I will be shocked if we don't have multiple tornado warnings in the Metroplex tonight. I will also be shocked if we don't have damaging hail tonight in the Metroplex. That's just the way the situation looks right now, and has looked since yesterday when some new data was starting to come in. Once the data starts coming in within 24 hours of any event, snow, sleet, freezing rain, or even severe weather, the data becomes really refined. And late last night, it started to become extremely consistent, anywhere around 7 or 8 o'clock last night up until around midnight. And then early this morning, the data has been very, very consistent. So with that said, tornado warning for Montague County. It's starting to exit Montague County right now. The rotation is moving more toward Fruitland, mainly moving off to the east right now, just a little slightly east-southeast. And we're starting to see just a little bit of weakening aloft with that Montague County storm. But you can still see a bit of a hook there. Jason, put the velocity on there real fast. There, yep, see, there it is. That's our rotation. Not as well defined, Jesse, as it was, so,
yeah, just stay away.
I don't know, 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, but still enough, right? Oh, Jesse might be talking to crews.
Oh, sorry, I was with our crews.
That's
sorry
okay. I know you're coordinating crews out in the field,
yep.
but not nearly as well defined as it was 20 minutes ago, but still certainly seeing some rotation there.
Yeah, still rotation, and thankfully that one has come down. The one in Jack County, maybe a little bit more impressive at this hour, but that is a little bit more broad there near Sunset, just on the east side of, northeast of 287, northeast of Sunset. But that'll be heading in there to Wise County, northeastern Wise County. Denton County, just be on alert. You are under the tornado watch. That Jacksboro rotation, that's, the one thing I really dislike about this, that's going to be moving into areas that were impacted by the storms on Saturday. So, high concern on that level. Hopefully everybody's, at least in a position to where they can get out. I know that there were crews in the area still dealing with cleanup in Runaway Bay. And I just want to make sure that those folks there understand that there is a fairly impressive rotation signature north of Jacksboro, which is where this all began on Saturday, and it is moving in a similar direction. So, if I'm in Runaway Bay over to Bridgeport, I'm paying extra close attention because that rotation signal is pretty strong. And then outside of the rotation, we've discussed that potential for extremely large hail today. And this is moving toward the Metroplex. So anybody watching in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just understand that you have time to keep weather aware as these big thunderstorms head our way.
Yeah, we have crews that are out right now, crews that are in Wise County. Yep. I know we have crews in Wise, Denton, and Collin County. Do we have anybody right now that's close to this one that may be in Wise? Could we see their picture? Is that an option? If you guys in the control room can hear me as well, where is our Denton County or Wise County crew? Can we take a look at their shot?
So our Wise County crew is currently in Bridgeport, and they are moving to a safer location as that rotation is kind of headed in that direction. So we'll see about getting their shot. I'm not sure if they have the driving shot ready to roll. If they do, we'd love to see it, of course. But yeah, we're kind of getting them out of that area just for safety purposes.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's go to that storm. I want to show the storm strength. Let's use that parameter. Let's show that, and then I want to show everyone the timing once again. I think this is important. Let's start on that Montague County storm. See this? The bright. Here, look at the legend up here. The brighter the colors, the stronger the storm. And you see how it's coming down in intensity, but still a very strong thunderstorm there right now. I haven't seen any pictures or any videos of any large hail, but you would have to think that we're certainly looking at, I mean, I would think at a minimum of quarter to golf ball size hail, if not larger, with these thunderstorms. And then we have the one over here. This is in Jack County, west of Decatur. Those are two pretty good thunderstorms there right now that are showing certainly some large hail, without a doubt, I would think some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We've already seen the rotation, pretty good rotation on this Jack County storm. Now, Jason, flip from the storm strength over to the velocity real fast. Yeah, and go back to the storm strength. Yeah, so that makes sense. Right there, kind of on that southwest side of that most likely a hail core, and then just off to the west of that. Down in Graham County, or I shouldn't say Graham, but Young County, north of Graham, we have a thunderstorm that's trying to intensify right now. Not doing a whole lot, not too impressive at this moment, but it certainly could be in the next 15 minutes, so we'll watch that. Now let's go out to our DMA view if we can, and I want to show you the timing on all of this. There's our latest data. It's almost 3:30 right now. There we are, and that's pretty darn good. That's pretty good. Let's go to 5. We'll go through this hour by hour because the timing for the Metroplex, I said, hold on to that for just a second. I said yesterday it was 3 to 9 was the, give or take an hour, but 3 to 9. So far everything is lining up pretty well with that. I haven't seen any changes on the timing. I haven't seen any changes on the threats. I haven't seen any changes on the strength of any of this. Again, the hail size went from quarter to golf ball to baseball, and now baseball up to possibly softball. Brittany, you are in Wise County right now. There's your live shot. So Brittany, I'll let you talk. Tell us where you are and what direction that camera is facing.
It's facing east on 114, so we're heading southeast from Bridgeport. We're heading toward Rome. You can see on the camera, I mean, the clouds are pretty dark, but nothing
She's
is really
driving away from the storm
that we're seeing right now. Yeah. So we were in Bridgeport, and we were also in Runaway Bay. We talked to the mayor over there. He had people out in some of the areas that were hit by the tornado. They were actively telling people to seek shelter and find a safe spot. They were encouraging people in those damaged homes to find somewhere safe. They say they are working with them to get them somewhere safe. But right now, obviously, we see the dark clouds, but like you said, we're kind of heading away from it.
Yep, no, that's fine. That's the safe thing to do.
Some rain coming down.
Let me ask you this. Before you guys took off, what did it look like? Did you see a lot of lightning when you were looking off from your location? It would have been off to the west or also to the north, either one of those directions, because you have two different thunderstorms there. Was there a lot of lightning, any wind or anything that you noted?
A little bit of lightning, a little bit of wind. But nothing extensive. I mean, it wasn't lighting up the sky. Now we're starting to see some raindrops. I don't know if you can see that from the camera coming down as we're moving away. But while we were there, no, it just dark clouds.
Okay. Well, Brittany, I appreciate the update. We will check back in with you just a little bit in just a little bit. As we go back to the radar, you can see what's happening. We could take this full because there's nothing on that camera right now. But as we take a look at what's happening here in this Jack County storm, this storm is looking this one in Montague County is looking a little less impressive, a little less organized, a little more disorganized. The thunderstorm down here in Jack County, the tornado-warned storm, that's still looking better defined than our Montague County storm. Now this Montague County storm is kind of rushing off to, and let's put the velocity data back on. It's rushing off to the, kind of almost off to the due east right now. And you see how that's really, man, that's really broadened. I mean, pretty dramatically. Well, that's great news. This is great news. This is not great news. What we have down here in Jack County. So some rotation here and maybe a secondary area of rotation off to the southwest of that. So there's Eagle Mountain Road, 114-281 runs through Jacksboro itself. So these are our two areas between 59 and 148, 148 north out of Jacksboro. There's an area of rotation with that one. And Jesse, I know we don't have a chaser or a spotter that I'm aware of in Jacksboro, but certainly the Jack County rotation, two different areas right now, looking certainly more impressive than what we're seeing in Montague County.
Yeah, Montague County really come down quite a bit, which is just fantastic news. That little bit of rotation that's left over, that is now well east of Sunset, south of Forestburg, and then the other rotation there in Jack County. Like you said, there's those two spots, and Jacksboro's kind of right in the middle of each. You've got the one just to the west of Jacksboro. That one's still broad enough, getting a little bit tighter. We will certainly watch that. And the one that is responsible for the tornado warning to the north and northeast of Jacksboro, the last few scans of radar have brought that down a little bit more broad rotation than it once was. And it's getting awfully close. In fact, we'll put a track into Runaway Bay because we know we've got a lot of people out there still picking up some from the problems that they had. There it is right there. Oh, you see how close that rotation is, Pete? It's getting a lot closer to 380, and we're going to track this right here to get you an idea. So Runaway Bay, right around 4 o'clock. That's when that area of rotation, and I hope to just see it dissipate more and more as it gets closer.
Yeah, hopefully it does. Also concerned about the one that's heading toward Jacksboro itself.
Yeah.
That storm is an interesting storm. I'm surprised, given how things work in today's world, that there's not a tornado warning on that one. I don't know why there's not, because we do have a report that there's a rotating wall cloud with that storm, and it is moving toward Jacksboro. So I am surprised there's not a tornado warning on it, but let's govern ourselves as though there is, because there's certainly rotation with that. I mean, there's better rotation with this storm that has no warning than with this storm that does have a warning. That's a bit curious, isn't it, Jesse?
It really is. Yeah. To your point that you were just saying, with a setup like this, if you're, I don't really know if you need to wait for the warnings to be issued to just stay in a safe place. Like if you're in Jacksboro right now, and because you're not technically under a tornado warning, I wouldn't say, oh, let's just go outside because we're not under the tornado warning. You're calling this rotation, which will very likely be tornado warned shortly with the wall cloud, given the environment today. If you live in Jacksboro, just listen to what Pete's saying here. Northwest of you, northwest of the town of Jacksboro, there's rotation. There was a report of the wall cloud, and I would say that things can change very quickly with these. Remember, these radar scans aren't every second, and these things can transform within seconds. So there's no reason to be waiting. I would not be surprised if a tornado warning gets issued.
Well, I agree with you, and this is showing the best signs of rotation right now. There's 3 storms we're watching. The one in southern Montague County has kind of fallen apart, but out of that one, this one north of Jacksboro, that's interesting. Now they're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning just when you think you figured it out. Well, anyway, What do I know? So here we are. We have rotation. I want you to know, if you're in Jacksboro, you need to go to a safe room, okay? Because we have rotation. We have a rotating wall cloud with this. At a minimum, you're going to have some 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds and quite possibly some golf ball, maybe up to some baseball-sized hail with this thunderstorm. There's a thunderstorm warning that's been issued for this right now for Jacksboro. And candidly, it doesn't matter if the storm has straight line winds or rotating winds. It's a dangerous storm that's moving toward you in Jacksboro. The core of this storm is moving toward the city of Jacksboro. So if you live in the city of Jacksboro, you may not see a tornado, but my point is it doesn't matter if it's a tornado, if it's rotating, or if it's straight line winds. You have some damaging winds that are headed in your direction if you live in Jacksboro. So please take shelter. And look, it's not weakening, it's intensifying a notch with the latest sweep, the latest scan of the radar. There is some intensification with that. This one off to the northeast a bit of Jacksboro, that one is broadened out just a little bit. There's still some rotation with that one as well. Let's go up and check out the one in Montague County. That's east of Sunset right now. As we shift the radar up there, oh, there's some very, very broad rotation. That one, go ahead and loop that through, Jason, please. Yeah, that has really, really broadened out, hasn't it, Jesse?
Love to see it. I really do. I hate the fact that the hail risk still remains, but
Yeah.
If we can deal with just one and not both, I guess that's, at this point, the best case scenario.
Yeah, and I know Cassie Hyder is there with you as well. And Cassie, I know you're keeping an eye on social media and keeping that updated, and you're also watching our digital assets. So tell me, are you hearing anything from folks on social, Facebook or X?
You know, I am not yet. I've been checking especially your Twitter account to see what people are sending you, but I haven't seen a whole lot of reports coming in just yet. But we're also talking about these storms have yet to move into the most populated areas that we're concerned with today. And so what I did was I actually just posted a storm track to all of our social media. I actually did the whole line of storms that is currently severe. I have it moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour to see when it would be impacting more of us. And right now it has it moving into Denton at 4:08. And then it's got it DFW at the airport at 4:40. It's got these storms moving into Plano at 4:46, Fort Worth at 4:51, and Dallas at 5:03. So that's only if these storms continue to go southeast at about 35 miles an hour, but these storms could slow down. These storms could speed up. But as of right now, I mean, you know, the majority of us here in the Metroplex may not see these storms until after about 4:30 or so.
Cassie, that's great information. And Jason, let's do just what Cassie described. Let's put a storm track on what we have here. Oh, there's going to be a new tornado warning issued for that Jack County storm, the one that should have been issued about 15 minutes ago. So now it's closer to you in Jacksboro. We are showing, the velocity data is clearly showing rotation. We've already had noted from a storm chaser and a storm spotter there that there was a rotating wall cloud. That's kind of the evolution, right? The evolution is the development of, you know, a tornado. We have a wall cloud. The wall cloud starts to rotate, and then all of a sudden we have a funnel cloud that may drop out of the wall cloud. And as that funnel cloud continues to rotate, once it touches the ground, that's the technical moment that we have a tornado on our hands. Otherwise, if the condensation funnel does not touch the ground, it's just a funnel cloud. But again, you have to have a wall cloud, a rotating wall cloud. Step number 3 is the funnel cloud, and then the final step is the tornado. So we're already deep into this. We've already had a couple funnel clouds spotted to the northwest, to the northeast of here. Now we have a rotating wall cloud, and this storm is now a tornado warned storm that's heading toward Jacksboro. We have no reports that there's any damage. And again, I get it. I spent plenty of time in Jack County. I know that it's a lot of ranches and it's a lot of farmland, but we also have folks that live in these locations. In Jacksboro, any moment now, this thunderstorm is going to roll right through town. Vineyards at 4:02, Runaway Bays at 4:10, Boonesville is at 4:24, Cottondale over here in Wise County, Cottondale, it'll be there at 4:37. Whether it holds together or not, This rotation that's in this northern Jack County storm that's approaching Jacksboro right now, it's still broad, but it still has plenty of inflow, so they're going to keep this warning going in this. But if you live in Jacksboro, I want you to go to your safe room right now. So please go to your safe room right now. And just to the west of there in Young County, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be issued for that. We can put the reflectivity back on. And this storm is going to be warned here in just a moment. Pretty good hail core with that one. This is the one that's just north of Graham. There we are. There's going to be, should be a new thunderstorm warning just for this one. This one in Jack County kind of overlaps with the one here in Young County. And I know these polygons just get pretty cluttered up at times, but we're looking at some quarter to maybe $half size hail here north of Graham. That can be problematic. So let's do this. Let's put the reflectivity back on. Let's widen out just a little bit and understand that we do have this Jack County warning in place. And you could take those polygons off for just a moment. And then we're going to put a storm track on there. And as we put a storm track on this cluster of storms, it's going to move it off to the southeast at, as Cassie said, about 30 to 35 miles an hour. And I think that's really great information, and this is one of the tools that I really think is very beneficial to everyone at home, is when I can tell you the time, I mean down to the minute when it's going to arrive, you know, at your home. So the time right now is 3:39. Bridgeport arrival time is 3:54. Sanger's at 4 o'clock. Crum is at 4:13. Denton at 4:28. Rome 4:45, McKinney 5:07, Louisville 5:15, DFW 5:44, Fort Worth at 5:56, Arlington 6:16, Dallas at 6:23, Mesquite 6:39, Terrell 7:05, and Emory at 7:07. Now we'll take that off and let's put on the timing maps, and we'll start the timing map at 4. So, and Jason, you can go ahead and zoom out to that DMA view if you want. Zoom out to that DMA view. There's 4 o'clock. That's pretty darn close. That's not bad at all. Sometimes the models do a really good job of handling, and the last 24 hours they've done a good job. No doubt you've heard me complain over the last 8 to 10, 12 months why the models haven't been doing a good job, but fortunately the last 24 hours they've been pretty good. And I'll get into an explanation here maybe next week when things calm down, because once we get to the weekend, it's dry, and once we get into next week and the days that follow, it's pretty dry. But I have some suspicions why the models haven't been doing a good job the last 8, 9, 10 months, and I'll share that information with you at the appropriate time. But this is the way the model data looks right now at 4 o'clock, and it's pretty close. Let's go to 5, and let's go through it hour by hour just to kind of reinforce what Cassie mentioned with those down to the minute times. There we are at 5. So you can see the Metroplex is pretty covered up with thunderstorms between 5 to 7. So here we are at 6, there we are at 7. A lot of the thunderstorm activity by 8 is just south of the Metroplex, kind of the southern fringes of the Metroplex, if you will. And there we are at 9 o'clock right now, and then 10 o'clock. And between 10 and 11 o'clock tonight, the thunderstorms will be exiting the WFAA viewing area. And here in North Texas, everyone should be able to sleep well overnight because I don't have any storms in my forecast overnight. Richard, you're in Denton right now. Oh, you're out live, so give me an update. What are you seeing there?
We're right near the Buc-ee's, just off of 35E, and I can tell you the storm, what you see behind us is that kind of darkening sky. That is where the storm is going to come from this way. This is north. I mean, it feels very hazy out here, very sticky. Actually, just when we popped out the car, the wind started to push in a little bit, so something is starting to form here, but it's not here just yet. We're about an hour and a half away from Jacksboro, where that storm is that you guys are alluding to. But I want to show you this over here just so you can see some comparison of what we're seeing out here. This is west. It looks like a kind of a cloudy day over here, but as you push north, it's starting to form. So we're going to stay out here, monitor just these conditions. The temperature is starting to cool down a little bit. I know when we were in Dallas, it was very hot, very sticky, almost like Houston. It started to cool down now, so that storm is pushing closer to us. But if you are in this area I know a lot of after school activities have been canceled for the evening because that system is supposed to hit right in the thick of rush hour for the most part. So make sure you're inside, make sure you're safe, and we're going to monitor these conditions as they develop throughout the evening. So we'll stay safe out here, but we'll be able to pop back in and out when you guys need another update from us. So for now, live in Denton, I'm Richard Solomon. Back to you guys in studio. Okay,
Richard, I appreciate it. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. I did get a report while we were talking to Richard that Jacksboro County storm, we did have a report of a 70-mile-an-hour wind there. So that was our concern. Whether the rotation came down to the surface or not didn't matter. That's why I want you in Jacksboro to be careful. A 70-mile-an-hour wind gust there in Jacksboro. So please be careful. And yeah, that rotation, the wind, I mean, it's right on top of the town of Jacksboro right now. So there we are. The other thing that I want to point out is, I would say within about an hour or so, you know, this storm's going to be moving in. So when you talk about the metro, yeah, there we go, 72-mile-an-hour wind. Jason, let's show folks Denton, because you know, now we're nearing these storms. These storms are starting to near the northwest side of the Metroplex, and you can just zoom out just a little bit more. So let's put a track on this when it's going to start to enter the Metroplex. I mean, we're kind of on the cusp of it right now, but just kind of track this right here through Wise County and the southern part of Cook County and drag it off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Let me step out of the way here as I get my iPad plugged up. Aaron, thank you for that. And there we are. So once again, man, you're right on the edge of Decatur. You're right on the edge of it there in Wise, 348. So you're there now. Sanger, 358. Paradise, 403. Crum, 408. Ponder at 419. Denton, 424. So Denton's at 424. So we are, you know, 45 minutes or so away from that. And then we have North Lake 432, Rome 440, Little Elm 448, Frisco's at 458. So if you live like in Denton, any of these locations, you know, you get to over here, Crum, Ponder, Little Elm, I mean, just you guys got to have a plan. I was talking to my wife and kids about it before I came here this afternoon, about the plan of take your cars, make sure your cars are in a safe place, make sure you're at home. You know, I don't want, my daughter lives in Waco now, and she was driving up from Waco, and I said, you need to be back here at our house, you know, before 5 o'clock. And so let your kids know, you know, that they don't need to be out driving around from 5 to 7 o'clock. And depending on where you are, it may be earlier, depending on where you are, it may be a little bit later. But I've mentioned for the Metroplex itself, you know, you get into the immediate Dallas-Fort Worth area, that timing, you know, it's 3:45 right now. You know, it's kind of that 5 to 7. Now, on 1 hour on either side of that window, right? But you don't want to be out, and I don't care if it's the kids or if it's you, the adult, you don't need to be out on the road right now. Our assistant news director texted me earlier, our former assistant news director texted me earlier, and she said, Pete, I'm downtown at Scottish Rite. I live in Argyle. What time do I need to go home? I said, you need to leave now because you need to be home before 4 o'clock. And that's the thing to do. Just go home and just hang out there tonight. That's the best thing to do until this storm passes. We're going to be here all night as we always are. And I mentioned that this is all over with by between 10 and 11 o'clock tonight across the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area and all of North Texas. All of North Texas will be in the clear by between 10 and 11 o'clock tonight. But it's the next handful of hours that I want you to really be weather aware, because this, you know, when you have a level 4 issued for the threat of tornadoes, we've already had several funnel clouds that have been spotted, several rotating wall clouds that have been spotted. When you have that happening, then you throw in, you know, it's not just the golf ball to baseball size hail, it's the baseball to softball size hail potential. When you have that happening, oh, and did I mention the very, very heavy, potentially some flooding rains? When you have all of that happen, and the straight line winds, you know, we've already had a 70-mile-an-hour wind reported in Jacksboro. When you have that happening, you just don't want to play any games and take this too lightly. So the rotation is still there in Jacksboro. It's a bit more broad than it was 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. But we're still looking at a severe thunderstorm and a tornado-warned storm here in Jacksboro right now. And all of this is dropping off to the southeast, and it will be moving through the Metroplex. A tornado warning. We only have one tornado warning right now. That's for Jack County until 4:15. These other storms are severe thunderstorms. Now, I do expect, I've mentioned this earlier, I do expect multiple thunderstorm warnings. And I have to tell you, Jesse, tell me that I'm crazy, tell me that I'm wrong. I would be shocked that if every county in the Dallas-Fort Worth area does not have some level of warning by the time this is all over with. I'm talking a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. I believe that will take place. And the way it has worked lately, that every time we have heavy rain, there will be flash flood warnings issued too.
Yeah. I would wager lots of money that every county in the Metroplex will have a warning of some kind this evening. We're just getting started with these thunderstorms. I mean, we're not even to 4 o'clock yet. And the flash flood warnings, those do happen. Very urban area, you get this extremely heavy rain. Hopefully they're moving fast enough that flash flooding is something we can omit, because we're already going to have to be thinking about the very large hail potential and unfortunately that tornado potential as well. That's why that tornado watch is in effect for practically all of North Texas. And so we're just getting started on this. And the one concern I really have is rush hour begins in about an hour. The thunderstorms will start entering parts of the Metroplex at that time. They'll be lingering through 5, through 6. You know, you're talking peak rush hour in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that's going to have so many people on all of these highways. And we remind people to not park under overpasses. I know it's going to happen. It's inevitable. People are, if they get under the heavy rain or it starts to hail a little bit, they will stop and block the roadways by parking under the overpass. So just remember that is not necessarily a safe thing to be doing. But yeah, I'm with you, Pete. I would anticipate everybody in the Metroplex at some point to have a warning this evening.
You know, it's not just a traffic congestion accident situation when people park under, let's go to our UNT camera, Jason. I'm just seeing a pretty good rain shaft there as Jesse and I are explaining these things. Oh, no, there's another one. It's cam 32. It looks, maybe I'm looking at the wrong camera up here, but that's okay. We can keep that because that is looking off to the west right now of that approaching thunderstorm. But it's also, once you start, I get it when you pull into there when you have hail, but that creates all kinds of hazards and potential deadly accidents. But then when you have the winds, talk to folks, Jesse, about how you get under an overpass and the wind tunnel effect that's created and how the winds will actually speed up under there and then the hazard that creates.
Yeah. Air has mass, so it has to go somewhere, and the air will funnel into those. In fact, can we pull up that traffic camera that I see in preview to use this as an example?
Can you say that again?
This is a great example. So you see all of the strong winds would get focused, just using this as an example, in between those areas where the cars are, and it will funnel and the winds will actually increase in velocity as they move under that bridge into that area there. So it looks like we have 2 lanes blocked here at 30 and Good Latimer, already seeing delays. Now, this area has not seen thunderstorms. I would hope we can get this cleared up and get these people moving along a little bit faster. But this is a good example, Pete, where that wind would actually pick up in velocity in that spot.
Well, it would and it will. And you bring up a good point as we look at this at 3:51 on this Tuesday afternoon. These storms, the time they arrive, I know schools have let out early. I think that's smart. I think sometimes they let out and I'm like, man, it's just a little bit of rain. But this is not one of those times I think, oh, it's just a little bit of rain, because it's not. We're going to have some intense thunderstorms rolling through the Metroplex here very, very shortly. Already some rain and some lightning entering northwestern Denton County. So in the next, 1 to 2 to 3 hours, we're going to have some intense thunderstorms rolling through. It's right in the middle of rush hour. It's right at the time of day. Some kids are still getting out of school. They're leaving for the after-school activities. There's just going to be a lot of people on the road, and the advice I would give you is the same thing I gave my daughter a couple of hours ago. Stay in the house during that time. Don't be out on the roads at that time. You need to be home. You need to be in a safe place. Your car needs to be sheltered because the potential for hail. I had some friends early this morning saying, what do we do with our cars? I said, find a mall, find some covered parking garage. If you can't fit your cars in the garage, if you don't have a garage, find some covered parking where you can take your car, because it's going to be one of those days. When I pulled into the parking lot here today, Chris Lawrence, I saw that he had his windshield covered with, it looked like some type of cardboard or something just to protect the windshield. And I think that's the smart thing. Do whatever you can to protect that, because the potential does exist as we go back to the radar. Thank you, Lee. The potential does exist for very large hail as we head through tonight. This is just the beginning of a line of thunderstorms. This is where the storms are now. Jason, let's put a track on this, kind of this whole line, and track it right through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There you go, that's perfect. Cassie had mentioned, Cassie's handling social media and also our digital stuff. And so, I mean, this stuff is updated. She is on it, believe me. So she's posting this kind of imagery, so you can see this on our social channels. You can also see it on WFAA.com. In addition to that, she's here covering the storms with Jesse and myself and Jason Joseph, the world's best weather producer, back here kind of running the ship for us as I'm out here talking. But this storm will arrive in Sanger any moment now. It's 3:54 right now. Crumb arrival time is at 4:12. So now when I give you these times and I say this is when it's going to arrive, let me tell you specifically what's going to arrive. You're going to have a lot of lightning. You're going to have some hail that could be pea size up to quarter, maybe golf ball or baseball or larger size hail. That's all in the forecast. These thunderstorms will intensify as we head through the next several hours. So the level they're at now, they're only going to increase in intensity. So we have the wind, 60 to 70 miles an hour. Remember, we already had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust in Jacksboro just a few minutes ago. We're going to have the wind. We're going to have the hail. We clearly have the tornado threat, because if you can see me right now on TV, you're under a tornado watch until, was that 11 o'clock tonight? Tornado watch is until 11 o'clock tonight. So that's what we have happening. So when these storms arrive, I'm giving you this time, this is the potential that you're going to have. So the thunderstorms arrive in Denton at 4:26, Justin 4:37. McKinney 5:02, Weatherford at 5:11, DFW, the big airport, arrival times at 5:23. We have Garland at 5:47, Mesquite, Dallas at 5:56, Mesquite at 6:13, Burleson 6:20, Terrell 6:38, Kaufman 6:59, Waxahachie 7:08, Grand Saline at 7:25. I'll tell you what, this is darn good data right here. This stuff, I mean, it may not be down to the second, but it's pretty darn close to the times that I've given you. We've really refined this weather tool right here, so you should really take this to heart when I give you these times. Now let's go back to the model data as well. I do have that storm in Jack and Wise County right now. This warning's coming out. We're getting some reports of ping pong ball size hail. So ping pong ball size hail is included in this new severe thunderstorm warning for Jack and also for Wise County. Here we are at 5 o'clock. Go to 6. You can see how everything's in the Metroplex at 6. Remember I said arrival time in Dallas was about 6 o'clock? There we are at 6 o'clock. There's 7 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, a lot of the activity still in parts of the Metroplex, but the bulk of it will be just south of the southern part of the Metroplex. Then by 8 o'clock, you can see how it continues to shift to the south. There we are at 9, 10 o'clock tonight. So between 10 and 11 tonight, that's when it exits the WFAA viewing area. Then southeast Texas and the northern parts of central Texas are starting to have some problems. But again, it's 4 o'clock. I mean, we're looking at, another 6 hours or so of this. That's the way it looks. And then overnight tonight, it is certainly calm. I know we're starting our 4 o'clock newscast here in just a couple of minutes, and I'll do a reset, guys, at the top of the hour. Jason Wheeler is here as well, along with a number of our other folks that are out in the field right now. We'll check in with Brittany and also Richard as well. I think Richard's at the Buc-ee's up in Denton, if I'm not mistaken. But here we have, this is the Wise County storm right now that could be, and it's moving toward Decatur. Let's zoom in just a little more, Jason, because I want to let folks know in Wise County, you've already been through a lot, especially the western sections of Wise County, west of Bridgeport, from Bridgeport on over to Runaway Bay with the problems and the deaths Saturday night. So just want you to know in Wise County, we're on this for you. Jack and Wise County, this is Jack, here's Wise, Lake Bridgeport there, you could see it for just a moment. Let's put a track on this as it tracks off to the southeast, about 35 miles an hour, so it's moving along. Saturday night, these storms, the forward speed was like 5 to 10 miles an hour. It was like it just was never going to end. Fortunately, these storms are moving dramatically faster. The average speed of a thunderstorm in Texas is about 30 miles an hour, so these are just a little faster than average. But this storm will arrive in Decatur at 4:07, Cottondale at 4:18, New Fairview at 4:30, Rome at 4:33, Briar at 4:37, Dish at 4:42, and Justin at 4:46. That's the time there for this severe thunderstorm warning in Jack and Wise County. Now, listen, this is in place for ping pong ball size hail. That's some damaging hail. I mean, it's fairly substantial hail. And there, it's right on the Jack County, Wise County, right on the Jack Wise County line. There's the storm. And Jason, you can analyze that with the analysis tool. This is a tool that shows estimated hail size. It's pretty good. It's, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, Jesse, you look at 1.5 inches, 1.7, you know, there's our $50 ping pong ball size hail reports that we're seeing right now.
It did a really good job yesterday, this particular tool. We posted a lot of this on social media, and we were getting confirmation. So we would make this post to say, you know, hail golf ball size, maybe up to tennis ball size, and then shortly after I would see reports coming in of exactly that. So I would say, yeah, this tool is awfully trustworthy, but yeah, some hail golf ball size is heading in that direction of...
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so...
What's going on over here?
Yeah. I think she's getting some traffic cameras set up. So.
Okay. So let's do this. It's almost 4 o'clock right now. So let's go back to the radar, Jason, if we can. And as we take a look at the radar, let's take a look at the Dallas-Fort Worth area because we are almost right at 4 o'clock. And I just want to give everyone a quick reset if they're just getting ready to join us here in just a moment. Good news is that tornado warning for southeastern Jack County, that has been canceled. Okay, so for southeastern Jack County, the tornado warning has been canceled. So I want to do a quick reset here. Now that it's the top of the hour, we're going to go to Jason for some news, then we'll come back and continue to track these storms. But good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus. You're watching our continuous weather coverage here on WFAA. All of North Texas right now is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. And we are nearing the time of the afternoon when school is going to be letting out, after school activities are going to be ending, and as that takes place along with rush hour, we're going to have, you know, hundreds of thousands of people out and about here momentarily. And I just want you to know, it's until 9 o'clock tonight. This tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for almost all of North Texas. The southern reaches of North Texas, then down into central Texas, most likely will have an additional watch a bit later on. But as you take a look at this watch right now, all is quiet in the Metroplex as we go to the radar, but that won't last long because our first thunderstorms of the day just started to fire up just about 2 hours ago. And I have no tornado warnings in effect right now, zero. But we will have some as we head through the next several hours. But I do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Wise County. I have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jack County. And I also have severe thunderstorm warnings for Young County. So Jack and Wise, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 5 o'clock tonight. And this is in effect due to the potential for ping pong ball size hail. So very, very large hail with any one of these thunderstorms. Here's Young County. So it's not Ewan Graham. The thunderstorm has passed through there. This is the Brazos River, that's Possum Kingdom Lake. And yes, in Texas, we do say Brazos, not Brazos. And this is southern Jack County. That's a thunderstorm that has a hail core that could be producing some golf ball size hail there. Certainly some ping pong ball to golf ball size hail up here in Decatur. Unfortunately, it's moving toward you in Decatur. It'll be there in about 10 minutes or so. Runaway Bay, one more time. I'm so sorry to see this this afternoon after the damage and the death there that you incurred on Saturday night. You have another intense severe thunderstorm that's almost on top of you right now. Let's put a track from the hail core, Jason, off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. And as that does move to the southeast at 20 miles an hour, we continue to watch not only the large hail, but right now an increasing wind signature with this as well. A little bit of a bow here. So I'm a little concerned about 60 to maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds, but it's almost in Runaway Bay right now. Bridgeport 417, Paradise 438, Decatur at 440, Herman at 456, New Fairview at 520, Rome at 526, Ponder 532, Justin at 543, and Denton, arrival time in Denton arrival time is at 5:50. 5:50, that seems a bit later than what I would suspect for Denton. But nonetheless, let's take this track off, let's widen out, and I want to put a track there across all of North Texas and just widen out, Jason, that big track that we showed just a little while ago. You can even go wider. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's put a track from this northeast side to the southwest side, drag it through the Metroplex. We'll try to get Dallas, Fort Worth, all the big cities on there as this moves off to the southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Then as it moves in that direction, arrival time in Crum is 4:41. There's Denton again. Yeah, that's a better time for Denton. The other one said 5:50, so I don't know why that was just skewed a little bit. Denton's at 5:04, Justin's at 5:13, Azle 5:30, McKinney 5:52, DFW 6:16, Fort Worth 6:34, Dallas 7:06, Greenville 7:10, Mesquite 7:35, Lancaster 8:04, Terrell 8:24, Kaufman 8:44. Let's take this off, show the DMA SATRAD, and then let's go to the model data. We'll start the model data at 5 o'clock. This is our developing line of storms right there. It's just going to fill in. Now let's start that model data at 5 o'clock. The new data should be in now. There we go. You can see this. See this line? My coverage of rain tonight's 100%.
And a lot of people are asking about the Dallas Stars game tonight. They're worried about the timing of the rain. That's what we're getting on social media.
So a lot of you are asking, so let's move forward in time. There's 5 o'clock. Yeah, it's a playoff game tonight, isn't it? There's 6. Okay, so here's the story. What time does the puck drop? 8:30. Well, I would go, I don't want you on the roads, number one. I wouldn't go early. It's an 8:30 game, so it's a late start tonight. So I would let it pass through your area and then leave the house. The last thing you want to do, I mentioned this, I don't know, half an hour ago or something. I said, you know, I was telling my daughter, she's out driving tonight, and I said, I want you back at our house, you know, at a certain time, because I don't want you on the road driving through that. So it's the same thing applies to wherever you are. You need to be at your destination inside before these storms arrive. And right now we're kind of on the cusp of it. So I wouldn't go to that Stars game early. I would let the storms pass and go to that game later. I get it, it's a playoff game. I understand all of that. Everybody always wants to go watch our favorite team. But what did you say?
The game is at 7, not 8:30.
Okay. So the game's at 7, not at 8:30. So the problem is that 7 o'clock drop of the puck, that's right when we could have all heck breaking loose in Dallas. You see, that's 7 o'clock. It's on TV. That's what I would do. So there we are. There's 7 o'clock. Let's go to 8. Then we're going to go to Brittany Costello. There's 8 o'clock. She's out in the field. There's 9 o'clock. Here's 10 o'clock. So by 10 o'clock, everything is exiting North Texas. So we'll update that model data. Brittany Costello, tell me where you are. I think you're in Rome. You're in Wise County. And tell me what you're seeing. What direction are you guys looking, Brittany?
Yeah, so we're facing northwest.
Stacia,
we're at the
when
corner,
you're talking...
right off of 287 and 114. We're at a QT kind of looking northwest toward Bridgeport and Floyd. Again, just some dark clouds, not seeing much at the moment. It's fairly quiet. Obviously, it looks very dark clouds.
Okay. Jason Wheeler's with me here in the studio. Jason, give me an update on what you're hearing or seeing out there. I have meteorologist Jesse Huila, Cassie Hyder are here with me as well, and we've been keeping folks updated since 3 o'clock. Right now I don't have any damage reports, but we're all under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, let's talk about a couple of things, Pete. You've been talking a lot about Jack County and that tornado warning out there. We know that Jacksboro ISD has been sheltering in place for all of their students. We know that parents want to get in there, get those children picked up, get them home to safety. Sometimes, as we know, Pete, the safest place for you is where you are right now, especially when you have weather like this actively going through your area. Jacksboro ISD has 1,000 students, according to its site. And again, they have been sheltering all of them in place until a decision is made that, you know, they can give the all clear and bring those parents in. They also don't want to jeopardize those parents, Pete. You don't want to have parents, you know, fighting through traffic and lining up outside these schools to pick up these students, or pushing them out in buses and putting them out there on the roads. And so that's actively going on right now. We are going to get out to Richard Solomon, who I believe is in Denton right now. Richard, fill us in on where you are and what you've been seeing there.
Gotcha, guys. So right now we're in Denton. We're just across from the Buc-ee's. I-35E is on this side. I want to set the scene for you, show you what we're seeing and experiencing out here. Obviously, nothing is happening yet, but there are signs that something is moving this way. The first thing that we've noticed pick up in the last 20 minutes or so has been the wind. It is getting windier out here. The other thing, when we were in Dallas, it was hot, sticky, muggy, almost weather that you would expect in Houston, for example. Now that we're up here, I know it's about 80 degrees or maybe mid 80s. It feels a lot cooler. So that is a good indication that that storm is pushing this way. What we're looking at over here, this is north. I actually just felt a raindrop. This is north. You can see the clouds just gray. It's real hazy out here. So you might not be able to see what I'm talking about, but if you are in the area, if you maybe have popped outside in the last couple of minutes or so, you know exactly what I'm saying. So over on this other side, I want to show you this as well. I know we were up around 340-ish. You could kind of make out the sky over here. That is pushed now. It's getting darker as we speak. So you want to just basically stay out of this weather. Get home, stay inside if you don't need to be outside, because things are going to start picking up here. And once, you know, it does move through, I think Jesse had said earlier that this area, Denton County, is expected to get hit around 4:30-ish. We'll give you another live update. We'll be in the car safe. We have protection built for this weather, but we'll send it back to you guys in studio. And when something does happen here, we'll be able to give you a live update.
Yeah, Richard, definitely stay safe out there. And, you know, as we look at that line of cars there off in the distance behind you, Richard, we are certainly thinking about everybody out there at this hour. You know, hopefully everybody gets to their safe place in the next little bit. I can tell you I've had a family member in the past who was trapped on a freeway. The traffic stopped because the weather got so severe. And I mean, she just got battered with hail and thought that it was just going to come through the windshield. It is a terrible predicament to be stuck in. So some good advice there, Richard. Really appreciate it. Go get some cover for yourself. Let's talk about traffic right now. Stacia Wilson is monitoring what the roads look like out there right now. And again, Stacia, you just don't want to be caught in one of those red spots or one of those orange spots out there with this kind of weather rolling in.
That's absolutely right, Jason. So we're starting live in the Decatur area. This is US 287 right there at 380. And you can see just the amount of cloud cover that is hovering over this portion of the Metroplex. And then as this system continues to move in an eastward direction, so we're keeping a close eye on Denton, we're seeing parts of Sanger as well start to show up with some rain on their roads. And it's one of those situations where it just kind of happens. It's a wait and see situation. As far as collisions across the Metroplex, we're already watching those. We're taking a live look at I-38 St. Paul on the eastbound side. Right there in downtown Dallas, you can see you have a couple lanes blocked. And so essentially what that is resulting in is a ripple effect with this backup here that we're seeing along I-30 through downtown Dallas. Slow moving there. This is right there along where you have the 35 Denton Waco exit. And you can go ahead and exit off of that and then continue on 35E. So right there along 30 Good Latimer, you can see vehicles going underneath that overpass. That's another area that we're going to keep watching these overpasses and bridges, because if hail does move into the Metroplex, people are going to be stopping, hovering underneath those. You know, one time I was in a hailstorm with my mom and she did that exact same thing. People want to protect their vehicles, but honestly, it creates a very dangerous situation. Taking a look at I-30, you can see that traffic is slow again, as I mentioned. Let's check out that map. So already a lot of congestion across the Metroplex. If you can possibly stay home, That's the best thing to obviously do with the threat of severe weather looming. If you absolutely have to go out, and I know obviously some of you all are in that situation, then you're just going to be as careful as possible. Checking out that radar across the Metroplex with our maps. So that Decatur camera that I just showed you, you can see hovering over that area right now, US 287 and 380. That is far northwest. And then also just giving you a closer look at those roadways being affected by this system right now. So you can see it moving into Denton. I'm going to go back to Dallas County. I'm actually kind of right around the Irving area right now because I have another accident I want to let you know about that's causing a major backup. This is along 183 westbound at the George Bush Turnpike. You can see traffic is bumper to bumper there. Only one lane is currently open. All right, so
that's a great map, that traffic map with the radar.
Let's go back to it.
I really like that.
There you go. Yeah. You let me know when you want to use that. I got it ready for you, Pete.
That's great, though. Just shows where everything is. Guess I need.
Are we going to you, or did you want me to
Going to me. I guess I need to stop teasing her. So here we are. This is what's happening. Remember, we're all under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. The tornado watch does continue until 9 o'clock tonight. And I don't want you to take this too lightly. Jason, can we put up the SPC graphic? This happens here where we're under this level of risk. Jesse, what do you think? Once a year, maybe?
Yeah. My reactor was once a year, maybe once every other year.
Yeah.
So you put it once every 1.5 years, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's a good number. When you're at a level 4, no, listen, I've been married for 35 years this fall. I told my wife today we're at a level 4, and she said, what? And I said, right, we're at a level 4. And look where the bullseye is. One of the most populated areas in the United States. That's where the bullseye is. And so why are we there? Well, the risk hasn't changed since yesterday, but the hail sizes have gone up a little bit. So we have gone from hail that could be golf ball to baseball size to baseball to softball size. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen softball size hail, but it wasn't too many years ago we had grapefruit size hail here. And I don't know what size grapefruit is, but it's bigger than a softball. But that's the threat we have, is baseball to softball size hail. So the Storm Prediction Center up in Norman, Oklahoma, and these folks are crazy smart. They wanted to make sure that everyone was well aware of the risk level today for large hail. There's certainly a threat of tornadoes. There's certainly a threat of 70-mile-an-hour winds. We've already had 70-mile-an-hour winds reported in Jacksboro. But in addition to that, we have the threat for this really large hail. And so the Storm Prediction Center put us under a level 4, and I think that's smart. That type of hail just doesn't, we get hail here all the time. But we certainly don't have, baseball to softball size hail all the time. We certainly have it, but not in a situation like this. So when you do have that potential, I think this is the prudent thing to do. So I do want you to stay alert as we head through the evening. And the window of time here across all of North Texas, the Metroplex, 5 to 7 or 8 o'clock. That's about the 3-hour window. It'll be south of the Metroplex just after 8. It'll be out of the WFAA viewing area. It'll be close to Waco by about 10:30 or 11 o'clock tonight. So until about 10 o'clock tonight, North Texas will be under this risk. Now, areas to the north up along the Red River, of course, your threat level is going to end sooner. If you live in Gainesville, let me show you the radar. Show me, Jason, the DMA radar. If you're up in Gainesville right now, that's the Metroplex radar. I mean, for the most part, Gainesville, yeah, you have some thunderstorms, but it's all going to be over within an hour or so. But then down in Dallas and in Fort Worth, it hasn't even started yet. The Stars game starts at 7 o'clock tonight. Guess what time the storms are in Dallas? 7 o'clock. So if you're going to the Stars game, I would stay home until the storm has passed and then go to the game. Either that or you need to leave right now and you need to get inside American Airlines Center as fast as possible. The problem right now is rush hour has started and people are out. So Jason Wheeler mentioned just a moment ago that the kids out in Jacksboro, and I know it kind of freaks you out if you're a parent, you can't get to your kid, you can't bring your kid home. But when you have 70-mile-an-hour winds, you have, golf ball size hail that's been already reported in Jack County, you don't need to be on the road, and the kids need to stay inside. And these schools are like bunkers. They have safe places for the kids to go, so you just leave your kid there. You're trusting that teacher with them all day. You're trusting those administrators with them all day. Just leave them there, let the storm pass, then go pick your son or your daughter up, and just know everything's going to be fine in the interim period. They're going to learn a little extra maybe, or maybe have a little bit of fun during that extra time they stay at school. But I do think that's the smart thing, and I'm glad these schools are starting to do it. I'm also glad a lot of schools have let out early too. Not much happening, nothing here in the Metroplex. Let's zoom in, Jason, to that DFW view, and there we are. Those are our thunderstorms right now. This is Jack County. This is Wise County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect there until, I think it's 5 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. We can put that data on there until 5. It's either 5 or 5:15 for Wise County, and that's for the potential for ping pong ball size hail. And really the threat has exited. Here's Lake Bridgeport. The threat has exited, it's exited Jack County. And as it's moved out of Jack, it's really right on top of Bridgeport right now. And where is Brittany Costello? Is she in Decatur? Jesse, is that where you sent her? She's in Rome. Oh, she's down in Rome. Okay, yep. So she's down here. Let's go back to Brittany. And Brittany, are you out there right now? I don't know if you can hear me, but yeah, okay, we're gonna get her on the line here in just a second. That's how old I am. I'm saying the line, even though we know there's who has a line anymore. But we're in Rome, and I'd like Brittany's camera to look off to the northwest, because if she's in a safe place here right now, that's our hail core. If she can look off to the northwest, here's Runaway Bay. If she can look off to the northwest with that camera, she should be able, she's got a really good vantage point right now to look into this storm. We haven't had any rotation with it. The rotation has stopped, but we have one heck of a thunderstorm. Jason, turn that off. Just put the lightning on. Nothing more than the lightning right now. You can flip the reflectivity off. Look at all the lightning. Can you turn the lightning indicator, the lightning counter on? I mean, there is a lot of lightning with this thunderstorm. You know, I talk about, wow, that's more lightning than what, Saturday night we had like 600 and some lightning strikes every 15 minutes. Those were intense thunderstorms. There was one supercell thunderstorm Saturday night that created all the problems. But right now we're at almost 800 lightning strikes every 15 minutes for this storm in Wise County. The yellow one, that's one that just that second happened. See those? Those are the ones that are happening right now. And then they turn white because they've been sitting there, and the duration, they go away after 15 minutes. But that is a lot of lightning there right now. Jack and Wise County, mainly Wise County right now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock. And for golf ball size hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, that's what you're looking at as well in Wise County. So I know you guys are trying to get Brittany on the line. I'm going to go to Jason Wheeler for just a second. Jason, I know you're keeping an eye on things, talking to emergency managers. When we have Brittany up from Rome, we will check back in with her in just a moment. But Jason, what updates do you have?
Yeah, we want to run through a few things here because you've been talking about them trying to get these children out of school, and in some cases, including Jacksboro ISD, we know that they've been sheltering in place for some time now. It's kind of an obvious link to think, well, they've probably canceled after-school activities today, but just in case anybody thinks that they've got to return to a campus, let me run you through just some of the ones we've gotten. Cedar Hill ISD, Melissa, Argyle, Northwest, Keller Schools, Sunnyvale, Mansfield, Garland, Carrollton Farmers Branch, Plano, Carroll. I'm sorry, I'm just doing these as we see them here in the list. Dallas ISD, White Settlement, Louisville, Scurry Rosser, Duncanville, Aubrey, Richardson, Quinlan, Arlington, Munster, all of these listing that they were trying to get the kids off of campus, and pretty much all of those saying that don't worry about trying to come back for any after-school activities this evening. They know what the situation looks like out there. They certainly don't want people to be out and about and chancing it on a night like this. As we take this look here from a TxDOT camera, this is Highway 114. You can see it's just nasty out there. You can see those lightning strikes every couple of seconds there. We want to also follow up. Pete, you've been talking a lot about people who might be headed to the Stars game in downtown Dallas this evening there at Victory Park. Just as those storms are supposed to be at their apex in the downtown area, area. The Stars have put out a note. Obviously they realize what's happening here. They've canceled the party on PNC Plaza before the game. That was going to be a no-brainer. There's no way that was going to be able to happen. They say that, fans need to, if they're going to head out, give themselves plenty of time. But again, you are chancing it if you're heading out on an evening like this, Pete, because it's just nasty out there. And then I'd point out one more thing, because we know that DFW Airport is just so central to so much of what happens here and across the country. We're on a ground stop right now at DFW Airport because they see what's coming here. Yeah, there's no way.
Ground stop there at Love. I mean, if you have folks that are going to arrive tonight, they're going to be late. Just count on that. If you were planning to leave, between now and like 8 o'clock tonight, you're not leaving. I mean, they are not going to have people out on the loading and unloading planes. That's just, it's just too dangerous with all the lightning.
They don't want them coming in either with this kind of weather.
I mean, and I know people get frustrated. I'm like, do you really want to fly through that?
No, nobody wants to be on that airplane, and you certainly don't want your loved ones on there.
No.
And I will say we're second right now on the misery map across the country for the number of cancellations and delays. Atlanta pulling in number 1 right now because it looks like they're getting hit with some pretty hard weather out in the Atlanta area as well. And you think about that, Pete, if you had a flight scheduled for tonight, you might be lucky if it's tomorrow, because those are 2 major hubs for Delta and for American. And boy, you start talking about those 2 airports sitting out for a while through the evening, and that creates
the domino
tremendous
effect.
backups.
No doubt, no doubt. We're going to go to Brittany Costello right now. Brittany, you are in Rome. I'm going to point this out on our map. You're in Rome. I want you to look off to the northwest up toward Bridgeport. And is that what's behind you, Brittany, northwest? Is that the direction you're looking?
Yeah, this area right over here. Yeah, we're at 287 and 114 in Rome. So just within the last 10 minutes or so, it started to rain. It's not super steady at the moment, but we're seeing lightning, we're hearing thunder, and it's, of course, you can see very, very dark behind me. And I want to say, we spent the day in Runaway Bay and talked to a few folks there, and they're texting me right now saying it's storming, it's raining, but we left before it hit, obviously on the advice of you guys. But I don't know, could they see that another lightning strike just beyond northwest where you're talking about? Yeah, it's slowly coming this direction. So we're definitely seeing it, we're hearing it, and now we're starting to feel it with some of the rain.
Okay, well, Brittany, I appreciate that. I appreciate that update. I know Jesse is keeping you and Richard Solomon and all of our crews that are out. I know we have 4 crews out right now, all in safe places. I'm not immediately concerned right now about tornadoes, but I am watching this area. Let's go back to the velocity. I'm watching this little area of rotation, this little couplet near Bridgeport, and this larger wind surge that's moving southwest across Wise. There it is. Man, look at that. Jesse, that is a bit concerning from the standpoint of not necessarily the rotation, but we saw this Saturday night in Springtown. And not this exact thing, but when you see a velocity signature like this, you're certainly thinking winds of 60 plus. And Saturday night we saw that signature, and it was winds of 80 to 100 miles per hour. So maybe it's gone down just a touch right now with that scan that just came through, but that is some pretty strong winds,
It is, and if we zoom out just a little bit, we'll find Springtown. We'll zoom, I guess we'll pan south and then zoom in a little bit more. We'll find Springtown pop up on our map here. Just 1 second.
Yeah, just a little bit.
We'll get it. It's a little, there it is.
There it is.
Right there. So Springtown right there, and it technically is in the path of that little bit of a wind surge. Now, they're not currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, but I do expect that to change. But Springtown to Azle, there's that enhanced wind area just to your north there in Wise County, where winds are anywhere from 50 to 60. Could get a little bit stronger too, but again, Springtown obviously had damage a couple of days ago, just as Runaway Bay did, and now these same areas are getting hit by these intense thunderstorms. And
when it's not just the wind, I mean, we're also looking. I'm looking at the hail core with that storm. I mean, that's one heck of a hail core.
And that's exactly. I was just talking to our crews behind the scene here. We have Brittany Costello in Rome, And we have our Richard Solomon heading toward TMS. He's going to head that way. So the hail core here, it's trying to generate some larger hail as it moves southeast. Right now, we're kind of sitting in that quarter to ping pong ball size hail. But we are watching this. It is moving towards southeastern Wise County, and this could clip that southwestern portion of Denton County and then eventually northern Tarrant County. And that's why we have these crews positioned here to catch any of this. I've actually not really seen any sort of significantly large hail. I mean, we've had some, marginally severe quarter ping pong ball, $50 size hail, but no golf balls or anything higher. But we are watching that hail core there. In fact, Richard Solomon, I think we have a shot right now. He's live with us. Richard, you're heading down toward TMS in the southwestern portion of Denton County.
Yeah, Jesse, we're leaving Denton right now. I want to show you kind of what we're seeing out here. Obviously, we're stuck in traffic. I have the window cracked a little bit because, again, this is always a good indicator of when something is coming. It feels very muggy out here. Obviously, you can't see what I'm feeling. I just saw some lightning over there in that corner. It is starting to rain a little bit. Let me show you what the roads look like so far. We're sitting in traffic. Obviously, it is the thick of rush hour, but things are moving smoothly for the most part. There are a couple of raindrops on the window shield, but we're headed towards that area. Like you said, Jesse, that is where that hail core is tracking into that direction. You can see it looks very hazy out here. It just doesn't feel that pleasant. We're headed actually west on 35. So once we get there, we'll be able to give you a good indicator of what we're seeing, what we're feeling. We'll pop out the car if it is safe and give you a live shot that way. I know it's kind of hard to see what we're explaining while we're driving, but we are moving closer to where our weather team is tracking that storm moving. So as we're picking up speed here, I'm gonna roll the window up so that's not in anybody's ear. But yeah, we'll stay on the roads. We're staying safe. And if there are folks out, I know when hail starts coming down, people try to take videos and all that, but please just stay safe and stay inside if you don't have to be outside in any of this weather. So we'll stay safe on the roads. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio and tap in when we have another update.
Okay, Richard, thanks for that update. Heading toward TMS, the southern part of Denton County right now, and just off to Richard's right, which would be to his west, you can see these thunderstorms. He's heading down here toward TMS, so here's a 35W southbound on that. And these are our thunderstorms right now. Let me take a look one more time at Jacksboro. I know they had the kids kind of sheltering in place, if you will, or they just kind of kept them at the school, whatever the correct terminology is. And in Jacksboro right now, things have cleared out. And Jason, have you heard from Jacksboro, the folks there? What are they doing with the kids?
Yeah.
Give us an update on the school situation.
We got an update on that just a few minutes ago, Pete, and it makes a lot of sense when we're looking at this map that you're showing us here right now. They say that Jack County Emergency Management has told them that those 1,000 kids in Jacksboro ISD, that they could start dismissing the car riders, the student drivers, and the northern bus routes there in Jacksboro ISD. It said, this was as of several minutes ago, that they were going to be holding, though, the south and the east bus routes until advised to let those children head home, which again, when we looked at that map a moment ago, that weather has moved through Jacksboro proper, but you look at parts out east and down south, and it still looks pretty hairy right now. They obviously are going to err on the side of caution. Threat has moved out before they start sending those children home on buses and putting them out there on the roads, when again, those schools, those campuses can be the safest place for them right now. And so those kids will remain sheltering, the ones who would be on those east and south bus routes from Jacksboro, Pete.
Yeah, and Jason, I'm happy to hear that. I'm not happy to tell you that we have a new tornado warning. This does not surprise me at all. It's that area of strong winds that Jesse and I were just talking about a moment ago, new tornado warning. This is Parker County. This is Wise County. So a new tornado warning has just been issued for Parker and Wise until 5 o'clock. So it's 29 more minutes. You can see the rotation here on this, and as it moves off to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour, that'll put it in Cottondale. So it's 431 now, 434 in Cottondale, Lucky Ridge at 440, Keeter 446, Briar 456, Newark 501, Rome at 501, and then Pecan Acres at 505. So that's the latest timing on that. Let's zoom in here, Jason. We'll take the track off. Let's zoom into where these winds are right now. I mean, here's our rotation right there. Those are those strong. Jason, can you analyze those winds for me real fast? Let's just, the strongest of those winds, just tell me what the speed is on those, or the estimated speed when we look at the velocity data here. Again, the red is the wind going away from the radar. The green is the wind going toward the radar, and right there where we have, yeah, so there's, I mean, there's pretty good velocity. I mean, winds of at least 66 miles an hour, if not more than that. So our rotation is in this area here. So we could easily have a, well, we certainly have some rotation at the mid-levels. We could certainly be seeing some rotation near the surface with this thunderstorm as well. And as you take a look, this is south of Paradise. So that's, of course, in Wise County. Here's Lucky Ridge and Keeter. Here's 114. Here's Boyd. Stacia Wilson is here. Stacia, I saw a traffic camera that was on 114 that you had up just a moment ago. Can we put that traffic camera up? I don't know where that camera was, but I saw it was on 114. I'm just not sure exactly where that is. Can you guys?
It's in Bridgeport in Wise County.
Oh, it's in
I'm
Bridgeport?
going to go through them real quick, and I'm going to tell you when it's available. It's
okay.
It's right there where, well, I just passed it. Let me get it up for you. You've got problems with the camera's indicator as well as Bridgeport, but here's a look at Bridgeport that we're watching right now. Right there at 114. Let me see if it wants to come up. These cameras, when the weather gets like this, they're not always cooperating, but we did just get it up, Pete.
Okay, so it's north of where the winds are right now. The camera, and I can see it just off my camera. I have a bunch of monitors over here. So there we are. Just a few moments ago, it looked really windy and the rain was really, really coming down. But now Bridgeport is on the backside of the thunderstorm, so it's not nearly as intensive a picture at this moment as maybe it was 15 minutes ago, but you still get the idea. I mean, once this storm rolls through your area, very, very heavy rain. In addition to the heavy rain, the wind, the hail, and the tornado threat is there as well. And you know, looking at the new data that has come in since last night, the number one concern we have today, obviously it's always a tornado threat when you're under a tornado watch, and we all are until 9 o'clock tonight, but it is for really large hail also. We've had reports already in several different counties northwest of the Metroplex of ping pong ball size hail. So please stay alert as we head through the evening. I've mentioned to folks throughout the day today, if you live in Dallas, Fort Worth, you need to be, if you don't have a garage and if you care about your car, find a place to shelter it, you know, at least for several hours this evening, some type of covered location so you're not caught out with a hail damaged car. If you have a garage, pull it into the garage and hopefully you can squeeze it in if it's cluttered up with other stuff. So you can see this area of green and red right here. We could put the rotation symbol on it. That's where we have rotation, at least at the mid-levels. And Jesse, I would be surprised if we don't have, you know, a rotating wall cloud or maybe even a funnel cloud spotted here shortly, because I mean, Doppler radar is indicating some really strong rotation with this system here. This is southern Wise County, and very shortly it'll be moving into that northeast side of Parker County.
Yeah, the winds are very strong, and each scan that comes in, that brightness of blue especially starts to get brighter. So those are some pretty strong winds on the back side of that supercell, and that's where the rotation is tightening. So if you live within that tornado-warned area, the thunderstorm is actually getting a little bit more organized, and so I would take this extremely seriously, especially between Springtown up to Boyd. We have a crew. Our Brittany Costello is right there on the west side of Rome. There's a Love's right there off of 114. So she's right there, and so we have our crew in position to capture what's coming this way, and we'll keep an eye on this. You know, we're also in a good position. We've used this in the past, and we actually used it a couple of days ago to detect debris. And right now, thankfully, I'm not seeing anything on radar to indicate that we have anything down, but we certainly have some really strong winds pushing in that direction. In fact, can we query that?
Jesse, let's go to Brittany.
Yeah.
Can we do that, Tiffany? Tiffany Johnson's in the control room. She's our producer, kind of spearheading things. Let's go to Brittany. I see that she has just hopped back in front of the camera. Looks like the rain is picking up there just a little bit as she pulls her hood up and gets ready to talk and give us an update on what she sees there. I see a lot of traffic behind her. I think she's going to be ready in just a second. So Brittany, go ahead and give us an update. I know where you are. I know your backdrop is looking off to the northwest toward the storm. Tell me what you're seeing and hearing.
Yeah, I don't see.
Yep, we're at 287 and 114. Yeah, we're starting to feel some wind come in and some rain as well. So as I mentioned last time, within the last 25 minutes, it started raining. It's getting a little bit harder, and you can see behind me. Let's go off this way because this is the northwest that you're talking about towards the storm. You can just see how wet it is out here. We're seeing lightning, we're hearing thunder, and things are starting to pick up a little bit. So yeah, and again, like you mentioned, a bunch of traffic behind me here. Don't know if that's storm related, but it certainly is getting dark behind me where I have my camera pointed right now.
Brittany, thanks for that. I'm going to check back in with you in just a couple of minutes. Jesse, I know you're keeping an eye on things there for her. Jesse, are you going to keep Brittany and her crew there, or are you going to move them to another location?
They're in a safe place in terms of where the potential tornado would track. It looks like it would stay to their southwest.
To their southwest,
yeah.
Okay, yep.
So if actually I'll zoom in and show you exactly where I have that crew. They're right here. So there's Rome. They're between Aurora and Rome. There's a Loves in this area right here off 114. So that's where they are. And,
okay.
And we will keep them there. The Hail Corps will certainly head their direction, and I made sure that they were aware of that. But that's where our crew is right now. You see that tight rotation there. And if needed, if something were to change in terms of that shifting farther east, they know to go inside to a safe place.
Okay.
I made sure that they're in a place that they can get to there.
And for those of you at home wondering, it's good to have a guy who spends his vacation time chasing storms, because that's Jesse, because he knows exactly what to do, because he's done this. The guy takes vacation days during the spring so he can go chase storms and then report back for us. I love that kind of dedication and passion. That's where the rotation is right now. This is the direction, okay? Brittany and her crew are right here. I'm going to check back in with her in just a moment, but you can see how Jesse has positioned them. This is the track. This is the area of concern. They're to the east of that. They're out of the, certainly well out of the danger area right now. And with Jesse over there monitoring. No, Jason, I think it's a little more to the southeast. That's kind of east-southeast. There we go. So there we go. So Keter arrival time is 4:42. Briar, it'll be there at 4:52. Peden, okay, this is far north, that is far northwest Tarrant County. Okay, Pecan Acres, 501. Eagle Mountain, where's Eagle Mountain? Is down here. Eagle Mountain is 512. So this really has a bullseye on Tarrant County. So Tarrant County, can we go to our Fort Worth Tower cam? Let me see what that looks like. Fort Worth Tower cam. And then we can head off to the southwest of there. I want to see what's happening around Grayford. There we are. Not much. Now that's looking east. And unfortunately this camera doesn't move, so I can't rotate it off to the northwest. This is looking off to the east. But let's go to our Weatherford camera, because I have a storm that's north of Grayford right now, and that's showing some signs of rotation, not enough to produce a tornado. That is looking southeast, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So I-20 would be back in this area here. So Weatherford College is north of the interstate. Can't tell, the roads kind of look wet, but I can't really tell. That's a pretty good camera that we can move around. But, and look at this, I mean, it's 85 degrees. It is really warm out there. We hit 93 yesterday. We had a record high yesterday. So as we move that camera, that's moving off more to the east, and then we're going to swing that back off maybe to the north. I think it does have a pole in the way there that maybe prevent the full 360-degree panoramic view. That's looking more south. Step out of the way here. That might be looking down at I-20 right. Oh, yep, yeah, that is. These are the gas stations here on I-20. So we're looking due south now. Does that swing around more to the northwest, guys? I don't even know who's messing with it. That's me. Jason is. So we'll try to swing that around and see what we have. We'll continue to rotate that camera. You have Fort Worth going west? Well, we'll go to that camera. I've only been here 21 years. I didn't think that camera rotated. So Tiffany, thank you for that. Okay, so that's looking a little bit more off to the northwest. There we are. There's the interstate. Okay. Yeah, it's still not a whole lot there, but it's just a matter of time because that thunderstorm is moving toward Fort Worth itself, and it will make it there. I was talking to friends in Fort Worth earlier today, and I said, shelter their cars, and they're like, what? And I'm like, no, you're going to want to do that tonight. If you can't fit the car in the garage, you don't have a garage, find some type of shelter for the cars. We have a cold front that's moving. Yep, you can see a little notch, a little inflow right here, can't you? Right here. There's our rotation right here. Now, Jesse, it's still pretty well defined. It's just not as intense looking as it was 10 minutes ago or so. Brittany and her crew are here. Let's go back to Brittany right now. I can see the camera up here off the screen. Brittany, anything new?
When you come back on cam?
The wind is picking up. The rain is picking up. I'm not sure how you see me right now, but yeah, I mean, again, we just talked to you guys, and it's starting to come down a lot harder than it was. We're actually under a gas station awning, and we've noticed people are pulling their cars in just to park. Obviously, they know what's coming. They're pulling in, I assume, to wait things out. My photojournalist is turning the camera around for you guys right now, but yeah, this is what we're seeing. So wind is picking up, rain is picking up, and we're seeing people just kind of try and escape the elements underneath this gas station awning. So that's the situation right now. I wanna point the camera northwest, the area that you guys are talking about over there. It's very dark, very dark. So it's progressively gotten worse. Obviously, you guys, and again, we're feeling the rain pick up right now. It's coming down harder, seems to be bigger droplets. So we are just, and we see some lightning. I don't know if you guys can see that, but right over here, perhaps beyond the camera's view, some lightning coming out. And so we're just kind of, yeah, watching and waiting. I think that's what all of these other people are doing as well.
Brittany, I think you're right. I know you're in a safe place. I know you have some rain, and we're going to have you just, who are you with, Brittany? Who's your photographer?
Billy Bryant.
You're with Billy Bryant. He's worked here longer than I have. So I'm glad Billy knows the routine. So I know you guys are in a safe place between Billy and Jesse. I know they're keeping you in a safe place there. I do have to say, as we go back to the radar, and I'll go back to Brittany and Billy here in just a second, but I know, I got to tell you, hey, listen, we have some severe storms out there. We certainly have some potential, but so far, and knock on wood, there's no wood in this studio, but knock on wood, it's been okay so far. We've had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust in Jacksboro. We've had quarter to golf ball size hail that has been reported. We have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been reported. I mean, but we have the potential to see baseball to softball size hail. Now, we're just really at the beginning of about a 6 to 7 hour event here, if you will, across Dallas, Fort Worth, and across North Texas. I'm hoping as bumpy as these storms have been, I'm hoping they stay at this level of bumpiness and they don't escalate up to and really meet the potential that the atmosphere is telling us that we have in place, because we have a very turbulent atmosphere right now on top of North Texas. So I'm hoping we don't realize the full potential of the atmosphere. I'm hoping it just stays at this level that we're having right now. And it's intense enough. I mean, you're like, hey, Pete, it just rolled through my house in Decatur, it just rolled through my house, in Bridgeport, and it was nasty enough. And, Jacksboro kept the kids in school. So, I get all of that, and I'm hoping it's nothing more than that. Unfortunately, I don't see a situation where these storms weaken. I just don't, because it's the peak heating of the day. Jesse, what was the high temperature today? Any idea?
85.
Cassie says 85. I mean, the normal high is probably 10 to 15 degrees lower than that, at least 10 degrees lower than that. So anyway, when you look at a thunderstorm, we still have the tornado warning. This is this part of Parker County. And then here's Wise County. So it's the south central part of Wise County. A tornado warning in effect for another 14 minutes. I have not had any reports of like a funnel cloud. I haven't had any reports of a rotating wall cloud. On this thunderstorm right now, I did earlier. We had a couple funnel clouds reported up around Amon Carter Lake, up in southern Montague County. But we do have right now a pretty tight mid-level mezzo that's developing right now over the top of some low-level rotation in northeastern Palo Pinto County. Let's go to Palo Pinto right here. That's northeastern Palo Pinto. There's the Brazos River, Possum Kingdom Lake. So just a couple reference points for you. So we're watching this storm approach Sales. There's Grayford. I was talking about Grayford earlier, but we're watching this storm approach Salesville even closer than we already are. So there very well is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning at a minimum that's going to go into Tarrant and Denton County very soon. So there's some rotation here. I have rotation up here. So there's already a warning on this. Northern Tarrant County, it's just a matter of a few minutes. You're going to have a tornado warning here in this northwestern side of Tarrant County, probably the southwest side of Denton County. I'd be shocked if it's 447. I would be shocked if we don't have that in place by 5 o'clock. So I do expect tornado warnings, another tornado warning to be extended out of this Wise County one into Tarrant and also into Denton County here in the next couple of minutes. Cassie Hyder, meteorologist Cassie Hyder, is with us in the Weather Center. Cassie, I know you're keeping a. Oh, there we go. So this is going to be issued. Looks like probably a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail for southeastern Wise County, South Denton, southern Denton County, and the northern part of Tarrant County. I would think, Cassie and Jesse, wouldn't that trigger the sirens given that we're under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight? 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail. Wouldn't that trigger the warnings in these locations? There it is. There's the warning box right now. That's a pretty big box. That includes the city of Denton. I don't know that the risk is that great for the city of Denton. For Justin, Rome, Saginaw, Keller, South Lake, this whole area here, absolutely. But will that trigger the sirens in these locations, 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail?
Yeah, so Tarrant and Denton counties, that would reach the criteria for them sounding the outdoor warning sirens. Would be that golf ball size hail, plus they put the tag on these warnings for the damage threat. And with golf ball size hail, that is a considerable risk for damage there. So yes, likely if you live in Fort Worth, Saginaw, Justin, up to Denton, South Lake, Grapevine, Colleyville, HEB, that whole area, Arlington, you'll probably start hearing the outdoor warning sirens very soon. And it's not, and we've been conditioned for so many years to believe it's for tornadoes only, but it's not. It's really a significant risk for hail or wind, or obviously tornadoes too. But this is not a tornado warning that's in place for Tarrant or Denton counties, and Wise and northeastern Parker. But the warning for the severe thunderstorm is tagged for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That will trigger the sirens in these areas.
Yeah, it will. And Jesse, thank you for that update. I'm going to go to Brittany here in just a second, but look at this. Here's the timing on that new thunderstorm warning. Denton, Parker, Tarrant, Wise until 6 o'clock. I mentioned, I think we started this, and Brittany, I'm going to go to you in just a second. I think we started this at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'd bet a month's pay that every single county in North Texas, certainly the Metroplex, is going to be under a one level of warning or another, either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning before the evening's over with. And this is going to go until around 9 o'clock tonight. So this storm, when it arrives, 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail. Justin, any moment now. Pecan Acres 457, Azle 504, Trophy Club 512, Saginaw 522, Louisville 524, The Colony at 531, DFW, the big airport 539, Farmers Branch 544, Irving 553, Richardson 557, Arlington 604, Dallas 613, the Dallas Zoo just south of downtown 619, Mesquite 628. So that's the arrival time when you can expect some 70-mile-an-hour winds and some golf ball size hail. Let's go to Brittany Costello now. Brittany, you are, The rain is really falling. I promise before we send you out again, we will get you a hood that works. But give me an update on what you're seeing and hearing. The skies have really darkened.
Well, they're very dark, and my photojournalist just said he's starting to heal. Oh. So we told you a little bit ago that it seems like people are seeking cover underneath this gas station. The gas station just came on the intercom and said, if you're not getting gas, you need to go. But let's talk about what's happening here. My photojournalist said he's hearing some sounds of hail. I haven't seen anything just yet, at least on the ground, but we are seeing a lot of lightning. We moved our camera a little bit so you could kind of get a better view of where the lightning is coming from. Northwest, kind of this area right over here. Again, haven't seen the lightning again just yet, but we're seeing huge, several lightning strikes pretty consistently. As you mentioned, it's very dark behind us. The visibility, you can't hardly see behind us. But yeah, the rain is coming down pretty hard. If we want to zoom into the ground just to show you guys how hard the rain is coming down. But it's picked up pretty quickly, as you guys are talking about. It's windier, the rain is getting more heavy, and we're seeing more lightning.
I appreciate that update right now. Jason, I know you have an update on Fort Worth. You can see the rain picking up in Brittany's shot. The skies are certainly darkening right now. Her photographer, Billy Bryant, says that we do have some hail. He's heard a little bit of hail start to fall. So, and they have been asked if they're not getting gas to leave, so hopefully they can fill that vehicle up one more time. But Jason, give us an update from Fort Worth. What are they telling us? Is it a school update with the kids?
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting one. It's kind of mixed here, Pete. So you were talking about this storm that's just sort of headed that way in Tarrant County. It seems like the arrows are kind of flying from a couple of directions at Tarrant County right now. Fort Worth, one of many school districts that has canceled the evening activities this evening. But one point of interest here, they have a very controversial subject on the board meeting there tonight, the state-appointed board and the state-appointed superintendent talking about some real budget cuts. Almost 100 people signed up to speak at that board meeting. It was supposed to be a real one to keep an eye on tonight. They say the board meeting is going to go on as scheduled at 5:30, which sounds like about the time that they might be in the thick of it there at the District Service Center there in Fort Worth. That's something to keep an eye on. We know that people feel very passionate about this issue and may feel the need to still come out and speak at that board meeting if indeed it's happening.
That's an interesting decision.
It is.
From educators.
Yeah, and again, they've decided to, for the interest of, safety of students and staff, all of the after-school activities were canceled, but this board meeting going on as planned at this point, they say, starting at 5:30.
That seems to be a little interesting decision.
Yeah.
But I hope everyone's okay. You hate, and I know they're passionate about that topic. Of course, I totally understand that. But
yeah, you got big closures on the agenda and so forth. It's people will feel the need.
It's an extremely important meeting. It's just, boy, you hate to pull people out and put them in the middle of the elements with something like this taking place. Right now, I am seeing an increased wind surge on a cell just north of Mineral Wells. Probably going to get a warning on that. I just had a report at Possum Kingdom, Jason, while you were talking a moment ago. We had 40 to 60 mile-an-hour winds reported across the lake with golf ball size hail. Let's show folks here's PK, just to the west of Grayford. You can take that, move that off, Jason, just take that data off. Here's the Brazos River. Yep, there it is, Possum Kingdom. So here we are. You can see Grayford in this area here. We had some 40 to 60 mile-an-hour winds being reported on the lake, and golf ball size hail out there, and then the Mineral Wells. So here's Mineral Wells. Yep, that's right there. That's that wind surge of 70 miles per hour. And I know, for those of us that have lived here for a long time, those of us that they're born and raised here, you're looking at this like, Pete, there's not a whole lot out there. I'm like, no, I got it, but there's still people that live in these areas. And so we have that obligation, we have that responsibility. But in addition to that, everything that's happening west and northwest of the Metroplex, this is what's going to be happening in the Metroplex in the next hour or two. Okay, that's why, you see Fort Worth, there's not much, it's 5 o'clock, it's almost 5 o'clock, 4:56. And I was telling Jason, that meeting's at 5:30. That's what's moving toward Fort Worth. Fort Worth is not going to miss this thunderstorm. It's not going to happen. Jason, put a track on that. Put a track on that real fast. Let's run it right down into Fort Worth so I can show the arrival time. And then I want to go back to Brittany because it looks like the sun is just about ready to set there, even though we're still a couple of hours away. So arrival time at Fort Worth with this thunderstorm is 5:51. So there we are. Now it might be a little bit, that's an hour from now. That's pretty darn close, I think. I think that's pretty good on that arrival time. Azle is at 5:09. So you're, 10 minutes away or so. South Lake 5:13. Keller, you're probably right there at around the 5:13, 5:15 area. Grapevine at 5:19. DFW 5:26. Irving 5:42. Love Field 5:49. Highland Park, the Park Cities 5:55. Dallas 6 o'clock. Arlington 6:09 and Kennedale at 6:12. That's the latest. Let's go to Brittany Costello. Brittany, you are in Rome. You're just on the west side of Rome, and it's coming down now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're at 287 and 114, and yeah, we're starting to hear sirens. I'm going to stop talking just so you can take a listen. Oh, they seem to die down. So anyway, yeah, it's the rain is coming down very hard. You can see it's very dark behind us. Again, we're seeing flashes of lightning, but it's definitely ramping up. I'm pausing to see if you can maybe hear the sirens, but yeah, we're starting to hear some sirens. Yeah, we're going to move to a safer place, so we're going to send things back to you guys, okay?
Okay, Brittany. Jesse, I know you're watching. You have her marked on a GPS location.
Yes.
There, and she's in a safe place.
Yes.
And she is just outside of the bad part of the storm. There's some small hail that's going to be there at her location in just a moment. Tiffany, I wonder, as they walk in, can Billy leave his camera up for us? Is that an option so we can look at that? I know Tiffany Johnson's up in the control room right now, and she is juggling about 100 things up there. If we could leave Billy Bryant's camera up there in Rome, we might be able to pick up a little bit of hail as it runs through. Maybe that camera, maybe the audio as well, as they walk to a place that's a bit more sheltered than where Tiffany was just a moment. Brittany was just a moment ago. But that's the hail core is west of her location. She's here, and this is moving here. So this is not moving in her direction. It's going to skirt her and move off to the west southwest of her location. So tornado warning, and Tiffany, if you get that up, just let me know. We got a tornado warning right now that's coming for north of Mineral Wells. There it is. Yep, it's been issued. Palo Pinto County. You can see the rotation there, can't you? See that hook? Look at that. The velocity. I mentioned this is radar. Doppler radar does a number of things. One of the things it does is it shows the wind within a thunderstorm. It reflects that with, what's that? Oh, yes. That's right. We are getting ready. I'll have more on that in just a moment, but it's right now. It's the top of the hour. If you just are joining us, good evening, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus. We've been on since 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is our continuous severe weather coverage as you join us here on WFAA at 5 o'clock. We have a tornado watch in effect for all of North Texas right now. That goes until 9 o'clock tonight. Jason, let me show folks the Storm Prediction Center map, because I don't show these all the time when I show a tornado watch, but this is a significant one to show, because meteorologist Jesse Huile and I were talking about this a little while ago. It's not very often. It's not every spring that we have a level 4 for North Texas, and that level 4, the bullseye, is right on top of one of the most populated parts of the United States. It covers the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now, what has changed in my forecast since you saw me last night, or since you may have seen Greg Fields this morning? The timing has not changed. The threats have not changed, the tornado threat, the wind threat, the hail threat. But what has changed is the concern for hail. The concern for hail has increased just enough that the Storm Prediction Center felt that it would be prudent, and I certainly agree in this situation, looking at the atmospheric dynamics. They believed that with the threat of hail, remember last night we were talking about large hail, quarter to golf ball size hail, maybe larger than that. Now we're talking baseball. We've had a lot of reports of golf ball size hail, ping pong ball size hail, but the threat is now baseball to softball size hail. That's the way things look. When you analyze the data, it's baseball to softball size hail is possible. I've seen no reports right now of baseball size hail or larger, but we've seen a lot of reports just to the northwest of the Metroplex of golf ball to ping pong ball size hail. So when you look at a level 4, that's when you have to tell yourself that we need to have a safe plan. We need to have a place to go in our home, whether you live in a house, an apartment, a mobile home, whatever it is, you need to have a safety plan for you and your family. You want to stay away from windows. You want to stay on the lowest level of the house, of the structure. You also want to, you don't need to be out driving tonight. I know there's a Stars game 2 hours from now. I am going to beg you to stay home. Don't get out on the road tonight. That is the last thing you want to do now until that game starts at 7 o'clock. Let these storms pass. And do you know the game starts at 7? You know what time the core of the storms look like they're in Dallas? 6 to 7 o'clock. So the last thing you need to do is get to that game an hour before and get caught up in the mess that's just starting here across the Metroplex. And I have thunderstorms in my forecast for the next 4 hours or so. And these thunderstorms have already produced several funnel clouds. They've already produced several rotating wall clouds. I mentioned the large hail that has already been confirmed. We have several tornado warnings that are in effect. Then here's what's moving in our direction right now. It is widespread showers and thunderstorms will break out. They have behaved fairly well so far, given the turbulence that I'm looking at in all of the model data. I mean, again, when you have baseball and softball size hail potential and you haven't seen any of it yet, I feel a little fortunate, but I don't want to jinx us here on this. We have a tornado warning that's in effect for Palo Pinto and Parker County. Strong rotation here on this radar storm velocity data. We're looking at strong rotation there. It's tightened significantly just in the last 50 minutes. There is a tornado that's possible right now. I might even say it's fairly likely right now, and this is right on the Parker-Palo Pinto line, and that's why that tornado warning goes until 5:45 tonight. I don't have any confirmation that a tornado has occurred. I don't have any confirmation that a funnel cloud has been spotted, but when you see a rotation signature like this on Doppler radar, I have to think it's just a matter because nobody's there to see it. But I do believe that we most likely could have a tornado. This is Doppler radar indicated right now, but I do want you to be alert right here on the Parker-Palo Pinto County line. That'll arrive in Cool at 5:08, Millsap at 5:13, and in Weatherford at 5:31. Can we go to our Weatherford camera? Let's put that Weatherford camera up, and if we can here, I know it takes Jason just a second to route that into our system, and as he does that, we look at that, and I know we had that camera swung around to the west just a couple of moments ago. It should start to show, looks like it may be raining there right now, kind of hard to tell from this vantage point. Maybe we have a little bit of rain, I can't really tell, but nonetheless, that should be looking off to the west-northwest, and nothing of significance noted there right now. It really hasn't even cooled down, so we'll have to wait a few more minutes before we go back to that shot. We have Brittany Costello that is north of this location. She is up in southern Wise County, and Tiffany, I don't know if we don't have her yet. She's kind of in the thick of a thunderstorm right now, in a safe place, of course, but in the thick of a thunderstorm. We do have our Fort Worth camera that we can put up. That Fort Worth camera is looking off to the west, and that's where our Richard Solomon is. And we can see a thunderstorm there on the horizon as we look down, as we look at I-30 westbound right there. And Richard, I don't know where you are. I think you're in Fort Worth, but maybe up by TMS. But give me an update on your location and what you're seeing. I see the rain's coming down.
Yeah, Pete, we're in North Fort Worth, right near Texas Motor Speedway, and that rain is coming down. We're not seeing exactly what Brittany is seeing at the moment, but it is coming this way nonetheless. Let me show you what we're looking at right here. This is 35. You can see traffic is moving pretty slow so far. A lot of folks have slowed down. That rain is coming down. You just saw that burst of lightning right there. Of course, we're out of Buc-ee's because it's safe. It has the awning. But, I mean, just look at the water starting to build and pond in this parking lot. It started coming down heavy for us, really, the last couple of minutes or so. On our way here, we saw those raindrops. It picked up for us, and now it's starting to move through. It's actually getting heavier as we're sitting here talking to you guys. Let me show you this on the highway right here. On that frontage road, you see cars actually starting to slow down. I'm gonna clean that camera off for you. Get a better look at it. Yeah, that's a little better for you. But that storm is moving through here. Now, you've talked about baseball, the potential of baseball-sized hail, Pete. I brought this with me. I know you know what this is, but this is how big a baseball is for folks who are not familiar. This is what we could potentially see out here, so that is why, you know, we are on wall-to-wall coverage, just making sure you guys understand the severity of this storm or what it could possibly bring. Again, we have not seen anything out here. I haven't seen anything. I believe Brittany has not seen any large reports of hail just yet, but if we do, of course, we'll stay in a safe position, give you those updates, and make sure you guys are staying safe. I know some of the times you want to go out, take videos, take pictures, but just make sure you are safe before doing any of that. So we'll stay out here, and as things start to move this way, you'll hear more from us. Back to you guys.
Okay, Richard, I appreciate that. We're going to head north of where Richard is right now. And this is Brittany Costello's shot. Jesse, I know you have her in a safe place. Is she still at that Quick Trip?
Yeah, it appears.
Okay.
We had them at a
that's right,
Love's.
that's right.
I don't know if they moved to the Quick Trip over there. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, gas station across the street?
Which gas station it is. But yeah, they're in a safe place there.
Okay,
Yep.
they're in a safe place.
In fact, I'm getting
there.
a call from Billy now.
Okay, go ahead and give me an update, Jesse, when you talk to him. Let me know what they're seeing. And I don't think we have any audio there. Tiffany, I can't hear anything. But you can see the wind is picking up. I know when we had that shot, this is southeastern Wise County. They are outside of the hail core. They are not in a tornado-warned area, so they're in a safe place, but heavy rain clearly falling there at that location. They were just across the street at a Quick Trip in a safe place, and what was interesting was the folks at Quick Trip told them they needed to leave. So they went over to the Exxon station across the street, and now they're in a safe place there. So we'll see if we can talk to Brittany and Billy in just a second.
Yeah, QT employee told them to leave when they got there.
What's that, Jesse?
QT. Okay. Got it.
Okay, so let's go from that shot back to the radar. I'm becoming increasingly concerned this tight rotational couplet east-northeast, really almost due east between Mineral Wells and Cool right now, just kind of on the north side, right along 180 here. Becoming concerned about this. That does not look good. It really doesn't. It's crossed over from Palo Pinto County now into Parker County. So if you live in Cool, you need to go to your safe place. It's not very often we see rotation like this and we don't have a tornado. So I want you to go to your safe place right now if you live in Cool, even if you live in Millsap. Now, let's just say you don't see a tornado. Well, at a minimum, you're going to have 60+ mile-an-hour winds with this. And if those winds, the rotation we're seeing at the mid-levels, if any of that starts to work its way down to the surface, you're going to have some damage. And I know folks that are in Parker County and Palo Pinto County, you're all very weather savvy. So please just know that, you know, when we see rotation and a Doppler radar signature like this, we know that the wind is really, really strong. And so I don't want you to take this too lightly. I don't have any confirmation. I've had no reports from our spotters, from our chasers that are out there that they've seen anything. But I do want you to know that we do have rotation out there with this thunderstorm, and that could certainly work its way down to the surface. And as it moves east-southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour, it's going to be in Cool any moment now. It's 5:11, so we're kind of past that time for Cool. But Millsap, 5:15, Here's Fox, 521, and then into Weatherford at 533. So that's the latest on the timing with that. Meteorologist Cassie Hyder is here with us. Cassie, I know you're handling social media and also WFAA.com digital information as well. Are you seeing anything there, Cassie, from folks?
Yes, actually, someone just tweeted you. They were actually following another Twitter account, and we can actually see that tornado on the ground in Mineral Wells. Okay. Is what it's tagged for Mineral Wells. Yeah, and I'm not surprised by looking at the velocity. You can also look at that shear rate product, and it's definitely showing that shear in that spot where there would have been that tornado threat, and there is still that tornado threat, and there's the product. If you can zoom in a little bit more closely, if you know anyone that could be driving on Highway 180 in between Mineral Wells and Weatherford, I mean, that's exactly where that tornado would be right now at High Point Road and just south of Gardner. So if you live in Gardner, you'd be fine because the storm's moving south and east. But if you live in Fox or down the road in Weatherford, I mean, this storm's moving southeast about 30 to 35 miles an hour. It's going to get there pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is. And we also have an area of enhanced winds, not only this one here on the west side of Parker County, but I want to go to the northeast side of Tarrant County. I'm sorry, northwest side of Tarrant County and look at what we have there. That's one heck of an area of wind. I mean, not necessarily rotating, but Cassie, we're looking at some strong winds with that as well. I mean, we could easily be looking at 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and that's why we have, there's not a tornado warning there, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile an hour winds and also golf ball size hail. So if you live in right now, the Doppler radar is estimating that the winds, you know, are about 50 miles an hour, and we should have some reporting stations in there so we don't have to use the Doppler radar estimates, which are fine. But as we look at this area in northwestern Tarrant, that's moving toward you in Sago. Can we, Jason, put a track on this leading edge of this surge of wind that's rolling through northwestern Tarrant and then headed toward Saginaw into Hearst, Euless, Bedford? Yep. So Fort Worth at 536, that's your time when you can expect some damaging winds. Lake Worth at 521, Saginaw is 518, so that's about 5 minutes from now. Watauga 531, Haltom City 532, Fort Worth itself 536, the Zoo's at 539, TCU right there by the Zoo just a couple minutes later, Forest Hill 551, Arlington 556, Watsonville 604, Bisbee at 605. So that's the latest on that. Let's go back to Brittany Costello. Brittany, they kicked you out of Quick Trip, which is strange. I know you're in a safe place. You're at the Exxon across the street. Give me an update on what you're seeing, and are you still hearing the sirens?
We are not hearing the sirens anymore, but as you mentioned, yeah, we were asked to move. But as we were doing that, we saw what appeared to be a transformer blow, a huge bright light. And as we were going, you know, to try and make our way to the other gas station, a second transformer blew. So these gas stations that we're at 287, 114, it appears no power. So, yes. So things have slowed down just a hair. Honestly, in between the time that we last talked to you guys and when we're talking to you right now, we had some hail, I would say pea-sized, and it was a pretty short amount of time, so maybe 5 minutes max that we were hearing that hail come down, hit the car, and then we have not heard it since. That was about 5-10 minutes ago. So things have calmed down just a hair. But yeah, still really coming down, as you can see in our shot here. Okay.
Well, I appreciate the update, Brittany. Thank you. I know you're with Billy Bryant, and Jesse Huila is guiding you guys along, and you guys are in good hands. So still a lot of heavy rain falling there, and you guys are just kind of on the edge. You're on the edge of the storm, and you're on the backside of the edge right now. So that's certainly good news. Billy's going to go back to Quick Trip and give it a try again and maybe get kicked out a second time. I'll have to rethink my morning iced tea run after that maneuver. But Chris Lawrence is here in the studio with us now. Chris, give me an update on what you're seeing as well. I know you've been talking to emergency managers. And Jason, put up the DFW radar if you can as well. But Chris, we did receive a report that a tornado was on the ground. Cassie mentioned this, near Cool, but it's lifted now. And right now, radar's indicating a strong wind surge with a high spin-up potential moving between Cool and Millsap. That's in western Parker County, and it's under a tornado warning right now. Chris?
Yeah, we're trying to get a hold of some of the emergency managers who are on duty in that part of North Texas right now, Pete. I can update you on a few things. When it comes to power outages, just how much has changed just in the past hour. When I was talking to Jason Wheeler about an hour ago, there were about 1,000 people without power. Now it's more than 7,000 people without power. So still not a great number, but you can see as things are picking up throughout the area, there are more active outages going on at this point. When it comes to the airport, Love Field is still under a delay. And as for DFW International Airport, that ground stop has now been extended till 6 p.m. And Pete, I guess just looking at your map and the pace of this storm, I obviously wouldn't be surprised if that is extended further out. But right now, DFW is on a ground stop until 6 p.m. Pete has been giving you updates throughout the last couple hours about getting off the road, protecting your car. I want to show you a couple photos right now just to give you an idea of what's happening. I was talking to my wife. She works in North Dallas. They all got the alerts right around the same time, and pretty much everyone left the office within about 10 minutes of each other. This is the Dallas North Tollway as she's trying to make her way home. She said, look, it's safe to take a picture because we literally are not moving. It is just complete gridlock because everybody got those alerts, everyone trying to get home at the same time. So hopefully that picks up a little bit. But I want to get to my colleague, Stacia Wilson, for a wider look at what's going on out there right now.
Hey, thanks, Chris. So we're starting with a live look along 199 at Pojo. If you're wondering where this is, and this was a lot worse just a short while ago, but as the system moves through, we're just kind of looking at the tail edge of it. This is what we're seeing right around Springtown. So that's in Parker County. You can see it still is in that portion of the area of the Metroplex under weather. And it is also not in an area where it's pouring down rain at that time. That just kind of gives you an idea of what things look like outside right now. We're also watching, it's very dark here. Let me go ahead and get you a camera at what's happening along 135W at 114. So very different situation here. You can see it's dark. This is right around where 114 and 35W meet. Let me zoom in and give you kind of a better clue of that location. So right where the Texas Motor Speedway is where we're having that extreme visibility. You can see it's really coming down in that area. It's also in the darkest part of the Metroplex where we're watching the system move through. So that kind of just gives you an idea of just the difference of when you look at the radar with the different variations of shades on your map, how really it can vary greatly because the area we looked at Springtown was yellow. And this one that we're showing you is in the darkest, the deepest area of maroon, showing more intensity. Going over to 35E at 35W, I want to go ahead and get you the split here. So this is in Denton. You can see it's really coming down there. This is a major corridor where these two split. And it's not as heavy here as it is just to the south. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall Metroplex, kind of give you an idea of what's happening. So I took the radar off and you can see a lot of congestion across DFW. Right now, we had a number of accidents, including a really bad one along Central Expressway. Fortunately, it cleared there at Forest, but now we're watching a backup in downtown Dallas as a result of a stalled 18-wheeler. I can go ahead and show you that camera. It is 35E and the northbound side right there at Commonwealth, causing a backup in downtown Dallas. So that just kind of gives you an idea what it looks like on the roads. If you absolutely have to go out, well, hopefully you don't. But if you do, you know the drill. Just be as careful as possible. Watch your speed. Remember, you can control what you do, but there are other drivers that you obviously cannot control. So you always want to be on the lookout and be aware of your surrounding and what's happening around you on the roads. All right, back to you.
Okay, Stacia, thanks so much for that update. As we take a look at what's happening here right now across the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I mentioned the storms would be in the Metroplex 4 to 5-ish, and they're going to stick around for a couple of hours once they arrive. these are pretty intense thunderstorms. I mean, we have a tornado warning over here. We had a tornado that was spotted right on the Parker-Palo Pinto County line. And then we have big thunderstorm warnings in effect for the whole southern half of Denton County. This big chunk, I'd say, you know what, about half of Tarrant County. And you can see these thunderstorm warnings over here. Now, these thunderstorm warnings in Denton and also in Tarrant, that's for 70-mile-an-hour winds, and could see some quarter to golf ball size hail with these thunderstorms. So as we take a look at these thunderstorms, I want to put a track. Jason, pause this. Let's track this stuff that's right now getting ready to move through the heart of the Metroplex. Let's put a track on this storm that runs from Saginaw on over to DFW and then off to the northeast of there. Drag that off to the southeast because they're moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. That puts it in the Colony. Now, let me stop myself for just a second. So when these storms arrive at your location, you're looking at a lot of lightning, you're looking at a lot of heavy rain, you're looking at winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, you're looking at quarter, maybe up to golf ball size hail, and the potential is there. The potential is also there for baseball, even up to softball size hail. I haven't seen that yet, but the atmosphere will certainly support that tonight. But quarter to golf ball size hail, without a doubt, is a possibility. And then the threat of tornadoes. We're all under tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So there we are. DFW, the big airport. I mean, we're getting really close to having thunderstorms at the big airport right now, DFW. That arrival time's at 5:30, so that's 8 minutes from now. Irving, 5:42. Richardson, I'm just kind of looking off camera here at the DFW. Again, a ground stop at DFW, lots of delays at Love Field. A friend of mine just texted me and he said, Pete, I was flying into DFW. I've been out of town. I'm getting routed to Waco. What's happening? And so we've got thunderstorms all over the place. Go to Waco. It's a lot safer to wait it out down there. Richardson, 547. Grand Prairie, 556. Dallas, 603. Mesquite, 619. Duncanville, 622. Forney, 631. Lancaster, 641. Terrell, 648. Ferris, 659. And Kaufman at 707. So that's the timing of these storms. And remember, the time that I just gave you when they arrive, and let's do Tarrant County as well. Because Tarrant County, you're closer to that than Dallas County. I want to put a track on all this over here in Tarrant, move it right into Fort Worth. And downtown Fort Worth, it's really close. And you're under a thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock for this kind of this northeastern half of Tarrant County. There's the storms. Here's the arrival time. And same thing. When they arrive in Fort Worth, you have the potential for that large hail, the 60, 70 mile an hour winds, and even the threat of a tornado. Saginaw, 5:33, 10 minutes from now. White Settlement, 5:39. Haltom City, 5:48. Fort Worth is 5:51. AT&T Stadium, 6:08. Arlington, 6:13. Crowley, 6:17. Burleson, 6:27. Mansfield, 6:32. Cedar Hill, 6:38. DeSoto, now we're back in, I'll go to Richard in a second. DeSoto, 6:46. Lancaster, 6:54, and Red Oak at 7 o'clock. Richard Solomon, I think you're in Fort Worth. Let's see your picture. Tell me where you are. And man, the rain's coming down, isn't it, Richard?
So yeah, Pete, we are headed to that reportable tornado near Palo Pinto County. I want to show you what we're seeing right now. We're in the thick of it for the most part. This rain is coming down. I purposely did not clean off the camera on top of the car to show you how heavy it's coming down on us right now. Now, we just got some information into our newsroom from Mineral Wells ISD. Students are sheltering in place. Again, there was a touchdown reported in that area near PK Lake. So we have about an hour and a half drive until we get there, but that is the direction that we're heading into on the roads. Let me clean it off for you now. You can see there is a lot of ponding water on the sides. Traffic is slowed down dramatically. It's coming down. This is what Brittany was standing in outside. Thankfully, we have shelter, but you see that creek just forming on the side of the roads right there. This is what we've been warning you about. So as we do head over to Palo Pinto, you know, folks, if you don't have to be out on the roads right now, stay inside. It is messy outside, and stay safe for the most part. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Richard, thanks a ton. I want to go to Scoop Jefferson real fast. Scoop, you're in Fort Worth. Give me an update. The sirens are sounding?
Yeah, the sirens are just starting to sound here. We've been here all afternoon for another story, and it's been pretty dry, but the sky just opened up, and the winds have picked up tremendously. As you can see behind me, the part of the sky is light, and then there's these dark clouds that just moved over us, Pete. And again, the wind is picking up. It's really warm out here, but it's also windy, and the rain has just hit this area. We're actually underneath an awning in a car wash here in Fort Worth, where several people have pulled in to possibly even keep their cars from getting hit from the hail. But believe it or not, people are here actually washing their cars and vacuuming their cars out because, again, the weather has been calm here, but now everything has changed. The wind has picked up and the rain is coming in. We'll continue to monitor the weather here for you and come back live if it gets worse. Back to you, Pete.
Okay, Scoop, thanks a ton. I appreciate that update. We'll check in with you, Richard, and Brittany here in a few more minutes. So we have one tornado warning right now. That is for Parker County. It does include you in Weatherford. Jason, can we put up our Weatherford camera? And I know you're like at home, you're like, why is he looking off to the side? I have all these tower cams over here off to the side. I'm trying to find our Weatherford one. It's still, I mean, it's raining. It's cooled off like it was 85 degrees. It's now 72. Winds are, well, look at this. We have a wind gust up to 56. Jason, toggle back and forth between the radar, and I want to really kind of focus in on Weatherford so I can see where the storm core is right now in relation to Weatherford College. But it's 56-mile-an-hour wind gusts there with sustained winds of 31. I mean, yeah, you're kind of right there on it in Weatherford. So the college is just north of 20. So there we are. Still the heaviest of the heavy rain, and the core of the storm is back off to the northwest just a little bit, but a 56-mile-an-hour gust. I could see the trees, see the rain blowing around, but the trees aren't moving that much, so that gust clearly happened just a couple of minutes ago. Maybe right there when that leading edge started to arrive, that's when we had maybe a little gust front or something that blew through, but that's about it right now. But let me see the velocity data. I just want to look at this area right here. See what that's, yep, that's where our rotation is right now. Go back to the reflectivity. You can kind of see a little notch. When we see those notches on radar, that always, you know, years ago we never used to show you the velocity data. I have no idea why, but whatever the reason was, we didn't. We would always just show you the reflectivity. I think it's just something we were all just used to doing, but you know, we would always look behind the scenes at the velocity data because that's just strictly, this is showing the rain. But the velocity data is showing the wind. We're talking tornadoes or damaging winds. You got to see the wind, right? So let's look at the velocity. Toggle that back on, and that'll show you, yep, there we are. Now, it's not as, Jason, I don't know how far back you can go, maybe a half an hour or so. Look at that. That's probably where the tornado touched down, right there. See that real bright area? The green is the rain or the wind going toward the radar. The red is the wind that's going away from the radar toward the radar away. So there's probably our tornado right there on the Parker-Palo Pinto County line, or very close to it. There we are. See how it's not as bright? So it's kind of see how it's broadened out. The circulation is weakening right now, which is fantastic news. We still have a little bit. And that would lead me to believe, you know, you saw that 56-mile-an-hour wind gust there at Weatherford. If I were just guessing without that number, I'd say 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. So that Weatherford camera, to me, does confirm that. Now, that didn't happen right where the school is. That happened back to the west. So if you said, Pete, it could have been 65 or 70, I couldn't argue that. So we have some very strong winds right here on I-20 right now. Already a confirmed 56-mile-an-hour wind away from where that couplet was. So that's what we have now. Just seeing, we've got a new thunderstorm warning that's in effect for southwestern Denton and northeastern Tarrant counties. Let's flip over here off to the east a little bit. And I know World News Now starts, it's 5:30. I know World News Now starts with David Muir. We're going to stay in our continuous weather coverage here until the threat is over with in North Texas. And I really think that is the smart thing to do. And let me show you why. Let's put up the tornado watch and then the Storm Prediction Center, the risk that we have today across Dallas, Fort Worth. So here we have this, we're all under a tornado watch till 9 o'clock tonight. So when I see that, I'm like, you know, you drop everything everyone shows up and it's all hands on deck. You have a tornado, it's a tornado watch in Texas, right? We have them more than I would like, more than you would like, but these are the days you pay attention. Now, let me show you, let's show the Storm Prediction Center. When you have a level 4, Jesse Huwila and I were talking about this an hour or two ago. This happens, it doesn't happen every year. We figured it's one every year and a half on average. These are the days you have a tornado watch, man, everybody pays attention. You have a level 4 for one of the most populated areas in the United States, you're really, really focused. And so I think it's the smart thing to do. I know there's a lot happening across our crazy world that we all live in right now, but this is imminent right now for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You have a level 4, that's a moderate risk. The data supports not only the golf ball size hail that we've had multiple reports of, we've had a number of reports of funnel clouds. We know that a tornado touched down on the Parker-Palo Pinto County line. I don't have any reports of any damage right now. This just happened in the last 30 minutes. But when you're at a level 4 and the data supports baseball to softball size hail, baseball to softball size hail, that's some really big hail. And for those of us that have lived here a long time, we've seen the damage that does. And then you have the threat of tornadoes. Then you have the threat of winds of 60, 70 plus miles per hour. We already had a 70 mile an hour wind reported in Jack County and Jacksboro. So you have all of that. It's like we have to pay attention to this. And you're living here just like I am and the rest of us are. And so that's why we're continuing to stay on right now. With all of that said, now let's take a look at the radar. Then let me show you what's happening in the Metroplex itself. And as we show you the Dallas-Fort Worth radar, here we are, here's the Metroplex. I have a couple of thunderstorms, and they're both, there's the Metroplex. Now let me see North Texas, so I can show you how many thunderstorms we have. We'll zoom out here to our DMA map. So it's not widespread. You're in McKinney going, hey, there's nothing happening here. Well, I do expect additional thunderstorms to develop. Jesse, do we have the latest data that has just come in? The model that we have been using is the HRRR, the HRRR. Let's pull that up. Maybe we show the DMA SATRAD, then we show that model, because this is what we've been watching. And you've heard me complain now for 8, 9, 10 months of how the models have been really bad. Fortunately, the last 24 hours, this one model that I'm going to show you has been pretty darn good. And that's the model that we're looking at right now. It's off in its location, but the intensity levels are good. And I believe the timing is good. There's no model that's perfect. But when we look at these models, we're looking for which one is the most accurate. And about the only one that's been worth a darn the last 24 hours is this one here. There's the radar at 7 o'clock tonight. Now let me show you the radar at 8. Everything's really south of the Metroplex by 8 o'clock tonight, maybe 7:30. And then everything's starting to shift out of the Metroplex, and everything should be out of North Texas. It's down in here into Southeast Texas by 10 o'clock tonight. So this is just something that's going to happen through the rest of the evening. And again, the tornado watch goes until 9 o'clock tonight. That's the tornado watch. So that gives you a good indication. We expect whatever thunderstorm activity we're going to have to be down around the Waco area by about 10 o'clock tonight. So we're under that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. Let me show you the radar again. We'll go back to the Metroplex, show you what's happening here. Denton County, Tarrant County, under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock. So that's another 25 minutes. And these aren't just your run-of-the-mill thunderstorms that are producing some P and some nickel and maybe up to quarter-size hail. Certainly we have that kind of hail with these thunderstorms, but they have the potential, and we've already seen, we have confirmation, I've seen the videos, I've seen the pictures, we have confirmation of thunderstorms that already have produced ping pong ball to golf ball size hail. So, and then the potential is there for us to have hail that's even larger than that baseball to softball size. So that's why we are continuing to talk about these thunderstorms, because they're right now in the Metroplex. And when you see this, let's put a track on this, Jason. Moving it off to the southeast. And as they move off to the southeast at 30 to 35 miles an hour, these are the times that they will arrive at these locations. Right now, hey, Jason, hang on that. Go to the DFW camera. I just looked off camera there, and it's really coming down at DFW right now. Tiffany, do we have anybody out at the big airport? I know we have I think 4 crews that are out right now across North Texas. Okay, so we have our DFW airport with a ground stop there. So ground stop at DFW, really raining heavily. And Jason, I think you showed that Weatherford camera just a moment ago. It's really coming down to Weatherford. Go back to that if we can. Yep, it's really picked up in Weatherford. I still don't see much in the way, we still have that 53-mile-an-hour gusts of sustained winds right now at 16. I don't see a whole lot of wind here. A little bit down here. I mean, but nothing, certainly nothing severe. Pretty good, just a good old-fashioned spring Texas thunderstorm right now in Weatherford, but earlier it was much more intense. Is that Cole Sullivan's at American Airlines Center? Oh, Luke Cleary's at AAC. So Luke, the game starts at 7 o'clock. People are hustling in now. I think that's the smart thing to do to get there early. But are you hearing anything other than the rain? I mean, any thunder, any lightning? Give me an update, Luke.
Well, let me tell you, Pete, I just felt the first raindrop of the evening, so I just put my rain jacket on, but the clouds are certainly rolling in. It's getting a little darker. It's dropped maybe a number of degrees in the last hour or so. It was really hot and humid earlier, and it's starting to cool off, and we're starting to feel just the first bit of that wind. But I'll tell you, with that all-important Dallas Stars game here tonight, with the series tied up 2-2, let me go ahead and give you a panoramic view of the AAC and PNC Plaza. And as you can see, this place is really starting to fill up with fans in their signature green jerseys, right? That's not to say that people aren't taking any precautions here, that the AAC and the Stars organization hasn't taken any precautions. They had a big party and event here planned with live music. They scrapped that watching the forecast. They've advised fans to get here early. The doors open at 5:30, an hour and a half before the game, and we are starting to see people filter in as, again, the storm clouds start to grow just a little more ominous here with every passing minute. But I'll tell you, speaking with fans here tonight, with just everything that's on the line with the Stars playoff run and their hopes to reach the Stanley Cup, wild horses couldn't keep a lot of these fans away. Back to you.
All right, Luke, thank you very much. It's Luke Cleary. He's right outside the AAC where you can see all the Stars fans going inside there for tonight's Game 5. Also want to update you on some information that we've just learned in terms of what's happening in Mineral Wells. Around 5:15, all of the students who were on buses or already at events were ordered to shelter in place in Mineral Wells ISD. That's where obviously Pete and Jesse have been showing you the activity out there. So around 5:15, the district made the decision to have them shelter in place, even if they were on the school bus at that time, to be in a safe place and not to continue driving. We're also, from the Mineral Wells Police Department, we're also getting some of our first reports of damage. We're trying to find out exactly what sort of structure or building it may be, but we know it's right around Mineral Wells Highway. It's on the other side of the highway from the National Vietnam War Museum. So if you know that area, you know where the museum is. It's right on the other side of the highway from there. And we've been told that authorities, police and fire EMS have been dispatched to that scene to get a better idea of what's happening out there. Where do we want to go now? Stacia. Okay, let's get another check on the roads because I know, Stacia, a lot of folks all trying to leave work at the same time and get somewhere safe and get home to get their car in a garage before maybe this hail starts to fall in their area.
Right, Kirsten. So it was interesting. Right around 4 o'clock, we had a huge influx of traffic. And unfortunately, you saw a number of accidents because of what you just said. Folks were rushing to beat this thing. Right now, a lot of you all driving through this area are stuck in it. This is 114 at Carroll. You can see really coming down in the South Lake area. And to put it into perspective, this is what it looks like across our map. So you can see this is kind of really spread out since I checked with you last, even affecting parts of Louisville. But still, South Lake, and I checked the cameras also, just to clarify, right along Parker County and Weatherford, I-20, even though it's right where that storm system is coming down, doesn't look too bad. Traffic is relatively light there. Different story, though. Heavier traffic in the South Lake area, limited visibility. Here's a look at 114 at Carroll. Obviously, folks are watching their speed as they should be. But when you have rush hour traffic and this kind of rain coming down, obviously it creates a situation that you just don't want to be in. And if you absolutely have to be in it, you want to definitely go ahead and take all those precautions and watch your speed. This is what we're looking at. More cameras along 114. I moved that map up slightly to the 183. Or excuse me, I-35E split right there. But you can see even I-35W at 114 right next to Texas Motor Speedway here. That's cleared out a little bit. Traffic was heavy, but when we checked that shot about 20 minutes ago, it was really coming down there and it was very dark. Honestly, a lot of the backup we saw through here has panned out, but I wanted to show you this camera again just because it's an active construction area. Areas like this, also along 35E through Louisville and Carrollton, where you have active construction, that water takes a while to subside. Here's a good look across the Metroplex at what you're looking at as far as traffic. A lot of red on that map, even more so what we typically see around 5:45 on a weekday. As far as any type of accidents, fortunately, major accidents we were watching cleared out, and that stalled vehicle that was causing a pretty big backup downtown, I-35E, you can see in the southbound side at Commonwealth, heavy traffic, but at least all of those lanes are back open. All right, Jesse, back to you.
Yeah, Stacia, thanks so much. Here we go. Let's get to our radar here and talk about these two cells that we're watching at this time. And these are we actually have three, but the two that we're really monitoring now, we have the one moving into northern Tarrant County. This is heading toward northern Dallas County here. This is moving right over DFW International. So big problems. They're already at a ground stop, which was in place earlier. But that's storm number one. I'm starting to see the hail potential ramp up a little bit here near South Lake. This will be near Colleyville, moving right over the airport. Just starting to notice some of these pinks and purples pulsing up a little bit higher. So near Grapevine, near South Lake, this will be moving toward Capel as well. Right now, it looks like it's on the smaller side of things, but starting to see some of the reflectivity values go up. So when you start to get more of these pinks and purples, you start to wonder you're going to get more hail or the hail gets larger. So that's what we're watching here right there near the airport. Again, South Lake, Grapevine, eventually toward Capel, Farmers Branch, Carrollton as well. It looks like the southern portion of Denton County, hail course south of you. This is really kind of skimming the line there, Tarrant into Dallas County. We'll zoom out a little bit and go to our tornado warned storm down to the southwest of the Metroplex. This is near Weatherford right now. There's that tornado warning until 5:45. This is the area of concern. And another area of concern that I have is this. So you have your main area of rotation right here. This is the hook echo coming through the bottom side, the south side of Weatherford right now. That's concern number one. But then you have to watch for these appendages here. You see this here? It's outside of the tornado warned area. That's not a good look on radar. You see, this is a supercell structure just to the southwest of Weatherford. That area not currently under a tornado. Has that changed? Looks like they're reissuing a tornado warning for the rest of Parker County. So this will include Annetta South and then go all the way to the Tarrant County line. I'd like to inspect, if we can, on velocity, this new appendage here to the southwest. Just curious to see what that's doing. Okay, so we have this area of rotation. That's the tornado warned area south of Weatherford. This is not under a warning here, but this is an area, if we could loop it, this area right here in the southwestern corner of Parker County. It doesn't look that impressive. The reflectivity did, the hook echo. So we'll see if this organizes any more, and we'll keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, tornado warning, we'll go back to reflectivity and show you the tornado warned area. It includes Weatherford, then it goes all the way down to the southeastern corner of Parker County. Aledo included in that as well. But we will be monitoring this hook echo here to the southwest of Weatherford. All right, let's span out a little bit and show kind of the other areas under the warning. So we have 3 separate severe thunderstorm warnings. We have this one here for Denton and Tarrant counties. There's extremely high likelihood here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Dallas County will be put under that warning as well. Collin, you might avoid this. The hail core is to the south, but it looks like the northern section of Dallas County is next in line for that potential for some large hail. And right now we're looking at the quarter to golf ball size range with these thunderstorms. This timing is so poor because we have so much traffic in the Metroplex at rush hour. We've already seen stopped traffic on the tollway, 75 and 35. This is obviously just bad news as that moves into those areas. There's our one tornado warning there in Parker County, and then outside of that you have these severe thunderstorm warnings for both Parker County and then over to Palo Pinto County as well, as that cell is southeast of Mineral Wells. And we have crews headed out to Mineral Wells because we did get reports of a potential touchdown of a tornado right there on the Palo Pinto Parker County line. Somewhere between Mineral Wells and Cool, there was potentially a touchdown of a tornado. So we're kind of investigating that right now. We'll have more on that as we get the information coming in. But right now, the only tornado warned area, again on the south side here, the southern half of Parker County. That's where we have our concerns at this moment. Still, Cassie, I'd love to hear your word on this too. Interesting appendage coming out of that southwestern side of the supercell.
Yeah, I was actually looking at that a little bit earlier with you. I mean, looking at that, it looks like a classic supercell. It has a hook echo there. And when we go back to the velocity product, if we can put that into play mode and maybe just do like the last 15 minutes or so, because when you put that into play mode, as of at least this point, it doesn't look like there's much there. But what we're also noticing is this interference with the radar. So my guess is there's something going on here with the radar. You can see that spike and it's messing up. It's making that data a little bit more messy than what could actually be happening. Once the storm moves off to the south and east and it gets away from where you can see that spike, I bet that couplet would actually start to tighten up a little bit more. This right here is definitely going to be a wind field. So we're talking about wind gusts easily at 60 miles an hour. What we can also see just south of Weatherford by, I can't tell how many miles that is unless we zoom it a little bit more closely, but that area looks like it's trying to tighten up a little bit more. So right now, I wouldn't say that there is certainly a tornado on the ground, but now with this last scan, it's 5:48, so the last scan was just a few minutes ago. Now it's starting to tighten up. So if there were a tornado, that's exactly where it'd be. It'd be just west of Highway 171. But if it's moving to the south and east, and you know someone that's maybe driving from Weatherford and they're going south, well, that's going to be moving right along the highway. So that's the problem there. That's going to be moving south and east. Let's go ahead and put that back into play mode. If you're in Aledo, I would definitely be in your safe spot because well, it's moving southeast, but technically it's also kind of moving towards Aledo and just a little bit of a wobble with this storm in either direction. Well, it's either going to come to Aledo or it's not, but you're going to be close enough. So that continues to tighten up. That's the circulation that I'd be most worried about. Out ahead of it, we still have a lot of wind. That's easily going to be wind gusts between 50 to 60 miles an hour. Now let's zoom out a little bit and go back to that one location where Jesse was pointing out that other air rotation. Still, it's kind of in that where we see that spike. You can definitely see how that looks a little messy there. That's going to be the problem right now. I would be in my safe spot. Let's zoom in to see if there's any towns that kind of pop up. Okay, so Brock, Dennis. So Brock, you're going to be in the hail core. So that is where we've got the hail that's coming down. But this is the area of concern. So Dennis definitely needs to be in your safe spot. It looks like it's trying to maybe weaken a little bit with that latest scan, but it's still very much there. When you start to see that shade of purple, that is going to be that hail core. But just south of that, we still have a little bit of a hook. So even though there's technically not a tornado warning, I would for sure, if I had family there, I would want them in their safe spots. That's going to be the area where we're actually seeing some rotation, and that would be more tight rotation versus any broad rotation. Let's take it back to velocity and see if anything's changed where that scan is, and it hasn't because we're still just kind of in a weird area. This spot, though, it's still an area of concern. Let's go back to reflectivity and see where they have that tornado warning, because I know we still have that tornado warning. Okay, so again, this is going to be if there were a tornado, and it's not going to be that super tight rotation, if there were a tornado there, it would be rain wrapped. So this is not going to be a very clear tornado that you would be able to see very well, especially when we're talking about just how humid it's been. There's a lot of moisture out there. It feels like the Gulf of Mexico is sitting right on top of Texas. Good news, once we can get these storms out of here, the cold front comes through, and then the next few days is going to be a lot less humid. We're still going to have some rain around. We don't have any severe weather threat. It's going to be cooler. So this is the main line of storms that has had all the potential in the world to produce up to baseball-sized hail and some isolated tornadoes. Good news is we haven't seen nearly as much hail as what some of the data was pointing towards the past couple of days now, and it looks like the area of circulation that we were kind of a little bit more concerned with outside of the tornado warning, that doesn't look nearly as tight either. Nonetheless, if you're going to be out ahead of these storms, I would definitely still be in your safe spot, because when you do get storms that are rushing to the south and east like this, you can also get those isolated tornadoes that pop up very quickly. They usually don't last very long. They're usually not going to be very strong by any means, but they can still cause at least some damage. Alito, you've got the very heavy rain. You could be seeing maybe some small hail, lots of lightning with these. These are going to be very electrical storms, which is just dangerous on its own. Willow Park, you've definitely got a lot of lightning and very heavy rainfall. Let's go southeast to kind of see where these storms are actually going, because we want to talk about some of the more populated areas as well. Burleson, you're going to be down the line from this. This doesn't mean that you're going to see a tornado, but that tornado warned storm is moving in your direction, and eventually that's going to be on I-35 West. And at 550, I mean, we know a lot of people are out there on the road, so that's going to cause a lot of issues on its own. DFW. We've got a very strong storm moving in that direction. Can we put this? Okay, let's go ahead and do the track. So looks like Crescent about 612, Burleson at 625, Cedar Hill at 638, Midlothian at 649, Oakleaf at 655, and Red Oak at about 7 p.m. So that's with this storm. And basically the whole storm, it's a really big supercell, the whole thing's severe. You could easily see wind gusts over 50 miles an hour with this storm. There's going to be pockets of at least some small hail in there. We haven't seen too many reports of much larger hail. It's still tornado warned, but here in the last half hour or so, I have not seen any reports of that actually hitting the ground. I'm actually looking at the National Weather Service and seeing some of the reports that are coming in, and I'm seeing, it looks like around Parker County, around Millsap, 5 miles south of Millsap, there was 1.75-inch hail reported there. So we're getting definitely over quarter size, potentially up to golf ball size hail. Let's go up to DFW, because this is the storm that will eventually be moving into Dallas. And what I've noticed from this storm is we've got a lot of rain. I think, did you take the lightning off of this, Jason? Oh, okay. Well, I was going to get excited. I was thinking, okay, maybe this storm is really coming down. The lightning's gone, but that's not the case. The storm continues to weaken overall. The coverage is coming down a little bit. Okay, we've got, where is Cole Sullivan? Producer? Okay, Cole Sullivan's at left field. Okay, well, we'll go to him very short. I just want to point out the fact that, let's look at the hail product at DFW. Can we look at the hail detector over DFW? Okay, so that's great news. So this is saying dimes, P's. This is great. Let's go ahead and go to Cole Sullivan. He is at Dallas Love Field. I'm curious, Cole, it definitely obviously looks like you've got a wet ground there. It's raining, but I don't see that you have a hood on. I don't know if you're standing under something. What's going on out there?
Yeah, Cassie, we are just under the top of Garage A here at Love Field. It started what I would describe as light rain just in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, but really what we've noticed is thunder and lightning. I've seen lightning coming, appearing kind of closer to downtown here, and we have this light rain. At this point, no hail, but for travelers here at Love Field, the bad news is we haven't seen a plane take off or land since about 5:30 or just before here. So we know those delays are stacking up, and we know it'll likely continue because this storm is just beginning to reach this part of Dallas where we are right now. Again, right now, not a lot of heavy rain, just some light rain here at Love Field, and no hail at this point yet. One thing that I have noticed that might be of interest is as this storm began pressing through, we felt the temperature drop. It hasn't gotten cool by any means, but that humid, hot air that we've been dealing with all day, we've still got the humidity, just not quite as warm. Winds have died down a little bit here at Love Field at this point compared to where they were before, but we're waiting for the big brunt of that storm to still head our way, Pete.
Hey, Cole, I'm going to give you a hard time for just a second. It's not bad news. It's good news. I've flown in a couple flights before that were like a knuckleball. So I'm just thinking of people flying into this stuff. The last thing you want to do, I'm teasing you, but the last thing you want to do is fly through a thunderstorm like this. So to me, the weather guy, I'm like, this is great news because we can just hang out wherever I am or circle for a while or go to another airport. But man, the last thing you want to do is land in something like this, and that's why they do these ground stops and everything else. I'm giving you a hard time. I'm certainly happy you're out there at Love Field tonight, but a little bit of good news.
Totally, definitely good news. And the reason they do these ground stops too, Pete, I should have said, is we got workers, baggage workers, ramp workers out here loading bags into the planes too. They can't do that safely while we have the lightning behind us like we do here. So it's a chance for the folks who are inside to maybe push off their plans a little bit because it's going to be a little while before they're able to take off here and they're circling, or like your friend going to Waco right now.
No, you're totally right. I can't think of how many years it was. A handful of years ago, there was a worker that was struck at DFW by lightning and died during lightning. It's been a number of years back. I just remember that story. And so yes, out of an abundance of caution, airports not only here at Love and also at DFW, they do that all across the country now when we have lightning in the area and certainly stormy weather as well. So we'll check back in with you just a little bit later. I know that Chris Lawrence has been here with us, and Chris, I know you had some updates earlier. Tell me, what are you hearing from emergency managers? What are you hearing from local police departments? We still have these 2 thunderstorm warnings. We have one right here in the heart of Dallas-Fort Worth. We have another tornado warning storm down here in southeastern Parker County. That is not showing nearly the rotation that we saw earlier. Tarrant County still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 6. We have this one here in northern Dallas County. That severe thunderstorm warning that includes this part of Tarrant County. The airport, DFW Airport, on off to the east until 7 o'clock. But Chris, do you have any updates for us from the news desk?
Yes, just a few, Pete. We've been able to confirm now several points of damage, specifically there in Mineral Wells. There's a ventilation company, Ventomatic there, right off Mineral Wells Highway. There has been confirmed damage there. We've also seen a large oak tree also down off Turkey Creek Road, with a woman reporting that a oak blew over and blocking access to the road. So we're starting to get a little bit more information about some of the damage reports that are coming in right now. Again, we told you earlier that the Mineral Wells ISD, some of the students who were on that school bus sheltered in place at about 5:15 because the weather was coming in. And my colleague Cynthia Izagirre she just got wired up here. And Izzy, you just got some information. We talked about the damage there in Mineral Wells that we've now confirmed. And you just got a little bit more information from the sheriff's office about some possible injuries now.
I did, Chris. I've spent the last 45 minutes making phone calls to the Palo Pinto Sheriff's Office and at Mineral Wells. We'll get to that information in just a moment, but I can tell you there have been multiple injuries, according to the Palo Pinto Sheriff's Office. We'll be right back. It is 6 o'clock, and our continuing coverage of severe weather across North Texas is happening right now. We'll get straight to Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus for the latest, and then I'll get you updated, Pete, with what I learned from the Palo Pinto Sheriff's Office and from police in Mineral Wells.
Well, Cynthia, right now we do have a tornado watch in effect for all of North Texas. That goes until 9 o'clock tonight. We have a tornado warning for Parker County. I would think, let's take a look at, we lost our system here. for just a second. Yeah, let's take a look at, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Dallas County as well. That goes until we may have taken a bit of a hit here on the system. 7 o'clock. This is Tarrant County, that's really right there at the DFW airport, and then locations off to the east, a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock. And this thunderstorm is producing quarter, maybe up to golf ball size hail. It's also producing some 60-mile-an-hour winds, so a very strong thunderstorm that's in the northern part of Dallas County that extends, really from DFW just a little north up toward Carrollton. That'll move toward you in Richardson, and most likely extend here into the southwest side of Collin County here momentarily. A lot of lightning with that one. Then off to the southwest of there, let's go down into Parker County and then into Tarrant County. I would think we have a tornado warning for Parker County until 6:15. That's another 15 minutes. I would think that this tornado warning let's look at the velocity on that. Let me see the velocity data, see if we're seeing the same type of rotation that not really. There's still a little bit of rotation with that, not nearly what we saw when it was to the west of Weatherford and just to the east of Mineral Wells, but we may have enough rotation there that a tornado warning may get extended into the southwest side of Tarrant County. So Cynthia, we know that a tornado did touch down east of Mineral Wells, west of Weatherford, really kind of right on the Tarrant or the Parker Palo Pinto County line. Give us an update on what you're hearing from the police in that area.
Been multiple injuries. I'll start again here. The Palo Pinto Sheriff's Office, in a very brief conversation with them, told me there have been multiple injuries. Spoke with Mineral Wells police who dispatched there. Very shaken dispatch police told me there had been a tornado, Pete, as you just confirmed, and that a lot of people were calling for help to dispatch in Mineral Wells. I spoke with people who work at several businesses in Mineral Wells, spoke with one gentleman, Pagan, at the Chili's there. He said power lines are down there on East Hubbard in Mineral Wells. This is, he said, in the middle of town. I also spoke with people at Domino's in Mineral Wells who told us large hail came down at around 5:20 this evening, and that it's still raining right now. I know that there are a lot of emergency personnel, fire trucks, ambulances, you name it, responding to Mineral Wells. One gentleman told me that his brother had been in that area and that he believes that this tornado happened on 180 and close to the town of Cool. Does that line up with what you're seeing, Pete?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it was really, literally running right along 114 there, that runs east to west in that part of the county. So, I mean, it was right there. And the signature that we saw on Doppler radar was, I mentioned when it was all happening that I don't have any confirmation at that moment. I didn't have any confirmation that a tornado was touching down, but I've never seen Doppler radar look like that and not have a tornado touchdown.
Yeah, so unfortunately, when I did speak with the sheriff's office in Palo Pinto County, Pete, he said there had been multiple injuries and that he could not speak with me because he had to continue to answer phone calls.
Okay.
And the fire marshal there said there had been structures damaged at Walters Village as well, which is not far from the Chili's. You had said you had spoke to somebody at Chili's. That's just north of where the Chili's is in more of the residential area.
You know what I found interesting? I kept trying to call businesses in the town of Cool and in the Millsap area, all close to one another.
Couldn't get through.
Couldn't get through.
Yeah.
That disconnected sound came on.
I got that on several calls as well. Yeah. Just the lines had been cut. We are also getting reports as well that some of the RVs may have been flipped upside down at the Eagles Nest RV Park. Again, that's east of Mineral Wells in Parker County, the Eagles Nest RV Park. And again, also some damaged structures in Walters Village, which is close to the Chili's, where you spoke with the gentleman there in Mineral Wells.
It's surprising. Unfortunately, when you see the winds that we were looking at when we were analyzing that, I mean, all the winds were, 70 plus miles per hour. And the same storm right now is, we're going to have another severe thunderstorm warning for southern Parker and Tarrant County, and then another one for Palo Pinto County, east of Gap and south of Palo Pinto itself. So these aren't tornado-warned storms right now, like what we're seeing here in southeastern Parker County, but this is going to be warned here across this southern portion of Tarrant County. We'll have a severe thunderstorm warning here. I would think at least a severe thunderstorm warning here momentarily. And we have just a couple of thunderstorms right now, but both of them are very, very intense. And this one is the one that triggered the tornado warning up here, and that's the tornado that did touch down. It's this thunderstorm up here. It touched down just to the east of Mineral Wells, the town of Mineral Wells itself. And now that's in Parker, getting ready to move into southern Tarrant County. Benbrook, you got hit hard Saturday night with a lot of wind and a lot of hail and a lot of very heavy rain, and you're seeing it again. Can we go to our Fort Worth camera? As we take a look at that Fort Worth camera, I can show you what's happening in downtown Fort Worth. I know we did have it pointed off to the west. We had our Weatherford camera that was pointed there. We are pointed off to the west. So this is looking into the thunderstorm. Was in the 80s. Now it's cooled off to 73 degrees. You can see some of the lights here. We're looking at I-30. These cars would be eastbound. Yeah, those would be eastbound. So there we go. Let's go to our Weatherford camera. Can we do that real fast, Jason? Take a look at that Weatherford camera. Again, the storm is south of you in Weatherford, but look at that. The sun's out right now. Huh. Doesn't take long, does it? It's cooled off to 70 degrees. It was in the 80s there earlier in Weatherford. Quite a bit of rain has fallen there. Let's go to Jobin. Jobin Poniker. Jobin, you're in Richardson right now, so you're very near. I know there's a severe thunderstorm warning in Carrollton. You're very close to that severe thunderstorm warning. And looks like you have a little bit of rain, but doesn't look too bad there. Give me an update. I don't see much wind either, Jobin.
Yeah, no wind at all. Just a little bit of rain, and the rain started about 5-10 minutes ago. Looking at the radar, it seems like we're on the top side of this storm as it sort of pushes east. This is the highway you're looking at here. This is George Bush. 75 is to the west of us, thankfully there isn't a whole lot of traffic, which tells us that a lot of employers have allowed their employees to go home a little early before some of this storm and some of this nastiness sort of moved through. You know, what's really interesting is there are a lot of people, and this is probably the safest way to get to the Stars game in this moment, is a lot of people have parked their cars and gotten to the Dart, and there's a link here. They park here and they make their way down to Dallas, which is, again, a way that I would advise getting to the Stars game, and a lot of people have used that. Another thing I've noticed is a lot of people have parked their cars. There are way more cars here than I've ever seen, a lot more trucks as well, trying to get their stuff out of the hail in the event that we have some hail. Right now, again, we're on the top side of the storm, and you've been saying it for years, and we've been reporting in these elements. High humidity, high temperatures still leads to instability, and I know we saw some of that instability, felt some of that instability about 15-20 minutes ago, just before the top side of this storm pushed through on this Plano-Richardson board, Pete.
Well, Jobin, we will check back in with you in about 15 minutes. I have a suspicion as I look at the radar here that the rain is going to, this thunderstorm here is going to hit where you are. It's a severe thunderstorm right now. Now, I got to tell you, this one here, this is concerning. This is marginally severe, the one up here in northern Dallas County. So what do I mean when I say marginally severe? Well, maybe it has some quarter-size hail. Maybe it has some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, that's marginally. What's the minimum level of severe? 1-inch hail, that's the size of a quarter. What's 58-mile-an-hour winds or stronger, that's a severe thunderstorm. So this is right there on the border of being severe or not severe. That's not the case with this one down here in Parker County. This is the one that spawned the tornado just east of Mineral Wells. This one's a more intense thunderstorm. That could have winds of 70, easy 60, but winds of 70. And I want to put a track on that one because that's moving into Tarrant County. Let's put a track on that one. I thought that we would have had that southern Tarrant one, and I would also think there's going to be some really large hail with this. So this one up here, the one in Dallas County, maybe it has quarter-size hail. I would think this one here in southern, moving into southern Tarrant County, I'm surprised there's not a thunderstorm warning because I believe that there's winds of 70 miles an hour, golf ball, maybe baseball-size hail with this one. So that's the one I want you to, I don't want you to take the one in northern Dallas County too lightly, still a severe thunderstorm, but the one down here is without a doubt more intense, and that one will arrive in Fort Worth at 6:13. Forest Hill at 6:23, Kennedale at 6:29, Burleson 6:31, Joshua 6:43. For you old timers, Joshua, I know you say that. Mansfield 6:45, Cleburne 6:58, Mountain Peak 7:09, Ovillip 7:13, Waxahachie 7:24, Maypearl 7:27, Itasca 7:36, Palmer 7:42, and in Ennis at 7:51. Now that's if it holds together. So I am surprised that we don't have a severe thunderstorm. Cassie, what is happening over here where we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Tarrant County? You and Jesse are watching behind the scenes. Do you guys agree? Tell me I'm crazy, but this looks like a very intense thunderstorm moving out of Parker into the southwestern part of Tarrant County. What are you guys seeing behind the scenes?
Well, right now, so looking at parts of Tarrant County, it looks like at least the part of the storm that's basically over Benbrook, it's not nearly as intense as the storm that's over parts of Weatherford. There's definitely going to be some heavy rain, but I was actually looking at the VIL product, which is showing us the storm strength. And when I see that, this easily the strongest part of the storm is going to be really over in parts of Parker County versus in Tarrant County. So I'm not surprised. They're also probably kind of playing it a little safe as well, because if they put out that warning over parts of Tarrant County, then a lot more people are going to be alerted to it. And at this point, I think the strongest part of the storm is going to stay just west of Tarrant County. So Fort Worth, I mean, you've got the heaviest rain right now, but you're not expecting any more strong storms after this. So right now, the strongest part of the storm is actually southeast of Weatherford, where technically, yes, there is still that tornado warning. That's also where that hail core is. Looking at the velocity product, it's still...
You look at this though, Cassie, I mean,
yeah.
Jason, go back to that storm strength.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to hit that, you know...
Well, the far,
just that far southwest side of it, and then Johnson County, I would just think there'd be a warning, because that's large hail right there.
Well, looking at the velocity product, when I look at the velocity product, it almost looks like it wants to take a due south here in the past 5 minutes. Watch how it goes from the southeast to almost due south. So maybe the strongest part of that storm misses at least over near south of Benbrook. Let's look at the hail product and see where it's showing the bigger hail. Can we do that? So it's not even showing any hail with that at all.
Oh, there's got to be hail in that.
Yeah,
I'm looking at a radar here off screen at the VIL.
Yeah.
And it's got one heck of a hail core.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, it looks like there's going to be some hail in that. But right now, I mean, all of that's going to be just west in Parker County.
Okay.
And well, hopefully it goes south.
Yep, I hope so. We will keep an eye on that. Right now, we continue to watch. That's the most intense thunderstorm across the area. We'll go back to the Dallas County storm and show you what's happening there. And we're getting some reports of some penny-size hail up here in northern Dallas County. That's at 635 in Luna. So 635 in Luna in Dallas County, some penny-size hail. And that makes sense. That's about what I would expect with this thunderstorm here. And let's go back. Do we have Jobin? Can we go back to Jobin? I know that he's in Richardson right now, kind of on the Richardson-Plano line. Let's go back to Jobin and see what he's seeing. So, I mean, I don't know there's a whole lot happening there. Certainly some rain, some clouds. I think the rain where Jobin is right now is still fairly light. Maybe a lightning strike. I see one lightning strike in that area where Jobin is right now, but that looks like that's about it for that location. And Jason, cycle that through, put a loop on that for me. Kind of looks like storm's really starting to weaken right now. Look at Jason, just turn the reflectivity off, just leave the lightning on. I'm seeing a lot less lightning with this storm. And I show you that because the intensity level looks like it's coming down. You see the lightning back here? Can you loop that also, Jason? Yeah, I mean, less lightning now than 30 minutes ago, but that's the way it looks right now. See that? Yeah, it's really, really come down in intensity since it passed by DFW. So a weakening thunderstorm right now in northern Dallas County. And that's absolutely good news. You can put the reflectivity back on there. Yeah, look at that. Only 13 strikes in the last 15 minutes. So I like that. That is great, great news. Let's go back. Let me show you the Metroplex map. We'll put the reflectivity back on. We'll go back to the Metroplex and show you what's happening with those thunderstorms across the area. Is it not working? Houston, we have a problem. Is it locked up on us, Jason? Let's do this. Chris, you and Cynthia take over for just a minute. We're going to have to reset the weather graphics system. It has locked up on us here, and that's okay. We can't put up any tower cams. So let's go to Adriana de Alba. Tiffany, if you're up in the control room, you guys do this. You guys take something and get off of me because I don't have anything here in the studio, or put up some cameras because we don't have any weather system right now for just a moment.
Yeah,
and
I think, Pete,
okay,
I think
thank you.
We both have some information to share.
Yeah.
I just got off the phone with Sherry Patterson. She's the owner of the Eagle's Nest RV Park, which is there sort of east of Mineral Wells in Parker County. She told me they just got out the door. They are heading to the RV park now. She said she's heard directly from several of the residents. The ones that she has heard from are okay, but she confirmed that several of the RVs have been flipped upside down. She said they've owned the park for about 5 years now, never had any damage out there in the time that they've owned it. But of course, she's trying to hustle out there because she said, look, I really need to see it with my own eyes and check on our residents.
And of course, the prayer is that no one was seriously injured at that RV park. I want to get to Adriana de Alba in Weatherford. Adriana, I just saw some pictures from a fan manufacturing company, Ventimatics, that's been destroyed. We spoke with Ashley Valdez. Her father works there. She told us that her dad is one of the managers there. He sent all of the workers home an hour before the storm hit, and that Ventimatics is now destroyed. And she's posted those pictures on her Facebook page. What are you hearing from your end?
Wow, Izzy. Well, good call on her dad to send everybody home early if that was the case. This is serious stuff. I just got off the phone with the Parker County Emergency Management Director, and he picked up the phone, just kind of sounded like he was scrambling, as you can imagine. They're trying to gather as much information as they can and get to the impacted areas. He did mention to me that they don't know at this point about any potential injuries for Cool, Texas, which is where we're headed. And I'll kind of flip my camera around so you can see what we're seeing. So we're headed to Cool, Texas, where we heard of a tornado, and we heard that this was west of Cool along Highway 180, about 3 miles east of Mineral Wells. And so we're headed that way. If you can see, we're seeing a break in the clouds, and it looks good here, but our drive here was not pleasant. I mean, we've seen heavy rain. We got to a patch of highway where cars were stopped underneath the bridges, which we've talked about. That's not something we want to see people doing, but they were trying to avoid the hail. So if you're traveling west, if you're headed home west of Fort Worth and you're traveling west, just prepare that that's something you might see, is just a lot of people stopping along the highways as this is passing through. And then as this moves to the east, you may start seeing that in Dallas too. So what you mentioned, Izzy, about people being sent home early, I think that's what we want to see, is we want to see people try to beat this thing and get out while they can, get home while you can. So we will head to Cool, Texas now, and we'll have a look at the damage and tell you what we're seeing there as we get to the ground. You mentioned that RV park and the other location. Those will be some places we check out. But I want to toss things over now to my colleague Luke, who is outside of the AAC. Luke, sounds like people are going to be heading to this game as this moves through. What are you seeing?
Adriana, I can tell you that for the first time a couple of minutes ago, we heard a loud thunderclap, the flash of lightning, and well, a flash of concern on the faces of some of these Stars fans as they make their way into the AAC. The pace has certainly picked up here a bit, and while I don't have a view into the arena, so I can't tell you just how full it is and whether there are that many people still out here to come inside before the storm really hits. Well, I can tell you that hopefully people are following the guidance of the AAC and the Stars organization to get here early. They opened up doors at 5:30 for this 7 o'clock game, and there were people lined up here for that. But like I said, the pace has certainly picked up as people make their way inside. The rain, though, has been off and on, mostly off for the most part over the last hour that we've been here. I want to go ahead and bring you sort of a panoramic view now of the AAC and the PNC Plaza, where there was a plan for a big event here, live music. That was scrapped as officials were looking ahead to the forecast. And as I mentioned, they've asked people to get in here early. People are certainly moving in a lot more quickly. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to Luke Clary at the American Airlines Center as fans make their way to the Dallas Stars game. And we can confirm there have been multiple injuries, according to the Palo Pinto Sheriff's Office there, where this tornado hit this afternoon. I spoke with police in Mineral Wells, who told me there were a lot of people calling for help this afternoon.
And I spoke with the woman who owns the Eagles Nest RV park there in Parker County, just east of Mineral Wells, who said several of the RVs had overturned, and she's racing out there now. We just got this message from Mineral Wells Fire and EMS. They put out a community alert asking residents to stay home right now, and especially in the northeast area of Mineral Wells, from Country Club Estates to Lake Mineral Wells State Park. It's what you just mentioned. Along that Highway 80, there is pretty significant damage to multiple structures, and what they need to keep the roadway clear so the paramedics, the fire department, the sheriff's department, so they can all get through that. We have seen some of the debris on the ground, so it may be a tricky drive trying to get through that area, and basically the Mineral Wells first responders are asking people in the northeastern part of the city to stay off the roads right now.
Yeah, we are starting to see the pictures of the destruction from this tornado at Ventomatic, located off of Highway 180. This is right before the Parker and Palo Pinto County line. This fan manufacturing company, we are seeing pictures of that building destroyed. We spoke with Ashley Valdez. Her dad is one of the managers there at Ventomatic, who told her that he sent the workers home an hour before this storm hit. We want to get to Stacia Wilson, who has been monitoring traffic this afternoon. What are you seeing tonight, Stacia?
So we were able to get this camera shot. This is actually in Crescent, where they have that tornado warning that's in effect that was issued. When did they issue that out? Recently? Within the last? Okay, so it's in the northern border of Hood and Johnson County. One thing I want you to notice is there's hardly anybody out on this highway. That is a good thing, although I have seen folks drive by. Avoid this area, absolutely, if you can. Do not venture out. This is a dangerous situation that we're watching, and you can just see how limited the visibility is in this area. That intersection right there, US 377 at Old Granbury Road, once again in Crescent, an area that is currently under a tornado warning. And we're watching live footage from that intersection through our TxDOT cameras right now. I don't know how much longer we're going to have this camera, but I wanted to show you the situation there. As far as the rest of the Metroplex, I can go through a few more cameras, but again, this is an area of intensity that we're definitely keeping an eye on. And Pete, I think that they want me to go ahead and go to you with some more information.
Well, we have a tornado warning right now. We have the southwest side of Tarrant County is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that would include Benbrook, that would include Edgecliff and Crowley, and that's there for golf ball to baseball size hail. And it's just now moving into Tarrant County, that southwest side of Tarrant County. And then in addition to that, we have a tornado warning just south of there for Johnson County, and that includes you in Godley. So there is rotation with this thunderstorm. We're looking at our Tarrant County tower cam right now. There is rotation with this thunderstorm, and as we look at that, it's going to arrive in Godley in about the next 15 minutes in Cleburne. So Cleburne, Keene, Joshua, Godley, you're all under a tornado warning. That tornado warning goes until, let's see, it goes until 6:45, and that's for western Johnson County. That's until 6:45 with a tornado warning. So right now there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's capable of producing a tornado. It's located near Crescent, or about 12 miles northeast of Granbury, and it's moving southeast at 25. Now this warned storm that's in Johnson County also has the potential to produce baseball-size hail. So please don't take this too lightly. Now just north of there, in southwestern Tarrant County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that does include that's southwestern Tarrant County. That goes until, let's see, what is the expiration time on that? I think that's pretty much the same. That goes until 7 o'clock. So that's south of downtown Fort Worth, and you could have baseball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I've already had reports in southwestern Tarrant County of golf ball-size hail. It could be up to baseball-size hail as well. So that's what we're watching, and that's the most intense thunderstorm right now. I mean, there's one up in northern Dallas County. Can we go to our Dallas County tower cam? Any of those Dallas County tower cams? We have one little thunderstorm that, I mean, is falling apart. It's falling apart right now in northern Dallas County. Matter of fact, I'm just getting in some information here. Jane Reimer, one of our weather team volunteers, is saying that at Royal and Inwood, she has some pea-size hail. So Jane Reimer, weather team volunteer Jane Reimer, pea-size hail at Royal and Inwood. So in that area, there's some small hail, and that's a thunderstorm. That's kind of typical what we've seen in Dallas County for the last 30 minutes or so. That's about everything we're seeing, and that's a thunderstorm in Dallas County that's falling apart, and that's it in Dallas County. So the folks that Luke Cleary is at the AAC for the Stars game, which starts in about 30 minutes. I mean, everything's fine. And this is, I mean, this could not be better news. Everything is absolutely fine. But then you head off to the southwest of there, and we have one other thunderstorm right now. I mean, just the one. Now, it's one heck of a thunderstorm, and it's showing signs of weakening, but until it fully falls apart, it could produce a brief tornado. And this is the thunderstorm that produced the tornado just outside of Mineral Wells, right on the Parker Palo Pinto County line. So this is the thunderstorm that produced that. That is in, we've had golf ball size hail reported in Annetta South, so that's in southeastern Parker County. This storm is right now around Crescent, and it's moving toward you in Godley and Joshua and Cleburne, and that thunderstorm could be producing golf ball to maybe baseball size hail. Now it's weakening, but it's still not weak enough. Other than that, I mean, the rest of North Texas is under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So that's the way it looks at this moment. And as you look, you guys could put up several of these tower cams, if you will, the Dallas ones. We can head back over to Fort Worth. I see, maybe we take a look, even the Joe Pool one down at Cedar Hill, our Cedar Hill camera, there's our Fort Worth camera looking off to the west. So Fort Worth has just a little bit of rain falling right now, but the severe threat is south of downtown Fort Worth. There's our Cedar Hill camera, that's Joe Pool Lake. So that would be looking at, most likely that camera is pointed toward, it looks like it's pointed toward the west, maybe west, northwest just a little, but that's the way that camera looks right now. How about our DBU cameras? We have two cameras out there at Dallas Baptist. It's not I mean, there could be a little bit of light rain right now out at DBU, but that's about it. There's not much happening. I always look at the flags there. You can see this flag here. I mean, yeah, a little breeze. I mean, not bad. But, I mean, the pavement looks a little wet, but that's about it at DBU. We have another DBU camera that looks, there it is. I mean, 10, 15 mile an hour wind. I don't know, maybe the road, I mean, we've got decent TVs here. They're probably not as good as the ones you have at home, but they're good enough. I can't tell if the road's wet or not. It looks like there is some moisture, though, on the ground. But, I mean, not a whole lot happening right now on this shot. Here's Reunion Tower. That's on top, that's right on top of me. Looking at the Hyatt Reunion Tower, the old Dallas Morning News building. It's wet. We haven't had any hail here in downtown that I know of. So that's what's happening right now in Dallas County. I have one thunderstorm that's in the far southwest side of Tarrant County, kind of that north. Let's go back to our Tarrant County, that Fort Worth camera. It's in that the northwestern side of Johnson County. I mean, that's it. Other than a little bit of rain in northern Dallas County and some rain here in Fort Worth, you're not under a severe weather threat at all. I'm talking no wind, no hail, no tornadoes right now, everything south of you. So things are starting to shift to the south of the Metroplex right now. And the storms, they're just not as widespread right now as what a lot of the model data showed. And fortunately, now we've had the problem in Mineral Wells. We had a tornado touchdown there. We had several spots. It was up around Amon Carter Lake, so that's southern Montague County, south of Bowie. We had several reports of funnel clouds that were spotted there. Same thing happened in Wise County. We had several reports of funnel clouds that were spotted there. We also had several reports of rotating wall clouds. The damage that we're seeing right now, unfortunately, we are seeing damage, and it's in the Mineral Wells area, just east of Mineral Wells. And Cynthia, that's right, it's just east of the town of Mineral Wells, because it looked like the tornado touched down right by Cool.
That's exactly what everyone I've spoken with in that area is telling me.
Okay. And the one thunderstorm that's left is that thunderstorm that spawned the tornado that touched down right there on the Parker-Palo Pinto County line. That's it. That's the only thunderstorm. Now, it's an intense thunderstorm, but it too is in the process of starting to weaken. So we're seeing some light rain around the area right now. But that thunderstorm that is now still kind of just hanging on in southwestern Parker County, just near Crescent, it just continues to hang on. Varian, do we have everything fixed? We're getting there. We're getting there, okay. Tiffany Liu. Tiffany, you're in a car right now. You're heading to Joshua. I don't know where you are. I certainly know where Joshua is, the northern half of Johnson County. Give me an update, Tiffany. What are you seeing, and are you heading down to track that storm that's moving toward Joshua? It's probably be around the Joshua area in about the next 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, Pete, that's right. We're trying to follow that storm into the Joshua area. So right now we actually just passed Joe Pool Lake, and we were coming down from AT&T Stadium where ultimately there really wasn't any rain there. So we're moving down in this southwest direction towards Joshua, towards that tornado warning storm like you were mentioning. Right now we are on the highway. We're on the frontage road now, but there is rain coming down. There aren't a whole lot of cars on the road. Hopefully people listening to you, Pete, and taking the warning to stay inside their homes at this time. So we are heading in that direction. Rain is coming down pretty actively at this time, but it's nothing super heavy either. So right now it's just dark, lots of clouds out here, and we're going to probably get to Joshua in the next 30, 35 minutes or so. We can give you an update as soon as we get there too. Okay, Tiffany, I'll look forward to checking in with you. The thunderstorm now that you're chasing it's falling apart. Now, when it was out in Mineral Wells, I just got a note from my friend Bill Kinder. Many of you, if you've lived here for any period of time, you remember Bill Kinder. He was on the radio at KSCS for a number of decades. Bill is from Mineral Wells, and he just texted me
devastating damage in a neighborhood. He's from Mineral Wells, my hometown of Mineral Wells. Devastating damage in a neighborhood bordering Holiday Hills Golf Course. Pete, this is the east side of Mineral Wells within city limits. He goes, I've seen photos and it really looks bad. So Cynthia, I know that we're working on that right now, but that is a trusted source telling me what you're hearing as well from law enforcement officers. But the system, that Supercell that touched down, you know, there in Mineral Wells, the Parker, Palo Pinto County area, right around Cool, Mineral Wells, that's the one that Tiffany's chasing right now. And Jesse, I know you and Cassie are back there. Everybody's kind of scrambling. We're working on the radars, but man, that thunderstorm has just about fallen apart, hasn't it, as it's now moved into Johnson County?
Yeah, thank goodness it has come down. Especially the rotation looks way less impressive, which is just incredible news. And I hope to see the intensity still come down. Working on the radar issue too right now. We have one box that we can show. The warning boxes will not show up, but we do have radar, which is current and accurate. So we are working to switch that source in there.
Let's put that on.
Weather 48.
Yep, we can do that. We can take that upstairs, Weather 48.
Hi, Heather. Thank you.
There we are. Yep, so here's the one thunderstorm
well, these have really come down. Oh, sorry.
That we're talking about. That's the one thunderstorm. So this one, see how that one's just falling apart? It is. This is just a shower.
Okay.
Can we manipulate this at all? This one in northern Johnson County, Jason?
No.
Nope. Okay. But you can see what I'm talking. And this, there's the warning. The tornado warning is right here. Can we show any other radar features? Can we show velocity or anything at all? We can try. So, yeah, let's do that, Tiffany. While Jason's working on that, let's go. I'm guessing this is in the Mineral Wells area. Yeah, this is. Yeah, that is not good. That is not good at all. I don't know what that looked like before, but that is definitely not good right there. And that's what my friend Bill Kinder, you could see, look at that, Jesse. You see the tree twisted right there? Classic sign of a tornado. That is, that does not look good. You know, you see that kind of thing, and I get this text from my friend Bill Kinder, and he tells me the damage is devastating in a neighborhood bordering Holiday Hills Golf Course, the east side of Mineral Wells, and now we're seeing the video of it, and you know, it just does not look good there at all. You see people stopped. No doubt there's power lines down. I mean, and it looks pretty extensive. You see the flashing emergency lights. And the thunderstorm that's left is the one that's moved into northwestern Johnson County. And I'm getting reports right now from one of our chasers there that he says we still have high winds and golf ball to baseball size hail in Johnson County. So that's what we're seeing here. Jason, I think the only data that we can show would be the reflectivity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, understood. So that's what we have happening in Johnson County. The Dallas County storm, can you zoom out, Jason? I don't know if you can go a little wider just to show folks that this is it. This is all we have right now across the area. I don't know if we can zoom out just a little bit. I was kind of messing with this radar just a few moments ago, so I was able to, just with the mouse.
On here?
Yeah. I guess we can't move it. That's okay. Tiffany, do we have any other any of our reporters? There we go. Okay. So this is it. Let's zoom out, Jason. I just want to show folks that these are the only storms. I mean, there's nothing else out there. I have one thunderstorm that's left, and it's in the process of dying. This thunderstorm in Dallas County, that's it. I mean, so if you're north of this, that's it for the night. I mean, that is it for the night. We're going to watch additional storms try to develop to the south. Remember, the tornado watch is for all of North Texas, but that expires at 9 o'clock, so that's 2.5 hours from now. And the way this is trending right now, is indicating that these thunderstorms are going to die and we may not have any redevelopment. Let's go to Adriana de Alba. Adriana, I don't know where you are, but I know you're still in the car. Give me an update and tell me what you're seeing.
Signal's not great. Hey, let me turn this around. So we are approaching Mineral Wells. We're in Cool, and this is a first look at the damage. If you can see, I just talked to neighbors as we were driving up. It went right through here, and people are already starting to clean up. I mean, you are catching up right at the moment as we just pulled in. Can you bump the audio a little bit? I'm asking my photographer. But you can see that these crews are already on the move, trying to clear this up. We do want to be mindful that this is probably private property, and I'm not sure that these people want us here. So I'm trying to keep a distance, but we just got here. You could see they're cleaning up tree limbs. A neighbor down the street told us that this was the hardest hit part. And as we're approaching here, the highway was just so backed up. So there are a lot of emergency crews just trying to get through the area, trying to get to people, as you can imagine, probably checking on people, but then also just a pile of debris. I don't know if there's a way, Josh, that you can kind of angle. And we're going to pop out of the car here soon and get our cameras and get you all some better visuals and some better sound. But this is from our vehicle camera, and this is what we're seeing as we arrive. So we are off of High Point Road, off of Mineral Wells Highway. So if you are planning on driving through Mineral Wells Highway, just know that you're going to face a lot
Tiffany,
of backups.
I want to go to,
because this was the hardest hit area off of High Point Road. It looks like somebody's home. So this is a first look. We're going to pop out here and just get some other visuals as we get our first look at the damage this tornado has done in the area. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Adriana, thanks so much for that update. You know, as we look at this radar, Jason, zoom in for me into Johnson County, if that's even possible. I'm just seeing a lot of, I'm looking at some radar data here off camera, and I tell you what, we've got one heck of a hail core here right around Godley and right along 171. I'm getting a lot of reports right now. Zoom in to find Godley for me. It's going to be in this part of the county. But I'm getting a lot of reports right now of golf ball to baseball size hail. So this is a dangerous storm. This is the one that spawned the tornado in Mineral Wells. So we're getting a lot of reports right now north of Cleburne here, most likely. Now the problem is the radar's right here around Burleson. And anytime the radar has a hard time seeing something that's right in front of it. So you want the data or whatever the area you're looking at, you want it to be out a little bit, 50 miles or something like that. And this is really close to the radar, so it's struggling to see. But north of Cleburne, just west of 35W, we're getting a lot of reports right now of golf ball to baseball size hail. So our Tiffany Liu's in that area, she's going to Joshua. Joshua's over here. So Tiffany, I don't know if you can hear me. And I have a report right now. What do you say? She's not on yet? I have another report right now of softball size hail. So baseball to softball size hail is being reported in Johnson County at this moment. The thunderstorm was really weakening. It did weaken, and then it pulsed back up. And now it's producing baseball to softball size hail. I'm seeing a lot of pictures of this. So this just isn't Doppler radar indicated data. This is Doppler radar indicated data that's now being verified with pictures and also video. And we're going to try to get some of those pictures and video so you can see those as well. But we do have a very, very intense thunderstorm right now that is just to the northwest of Joshua. And it's really between Joshua and Godley. It's really between Joshua and Godley, and that is to the northwest of Cleburne, and that's what you're looking at. So Joshua is in this area here, Godley's over here, so here and maybe here. So this, it's kind of the area all north of Cleburne, south of Burleson. So it's this whole area right now. If you live here, and I can't put a track on this, but this is the way, this is the thunderstorm right now. Jason, kind of just shift it so I can look off to the southeast and just point a couple of things out. Yes, this is the direction it's moving. If you live in Cleburne, I'm telling you, you have some large hail that's moving in your direction, baseball to softball size. And I can off camera here, I'm looking at, and they're going to sound the sirens in this area, because when you have softball size hail, that triggers those outdoor warning sirens, and it's going to include almost all of Johnson County. So if you live in Johnson County, these sirens are going to be sounded in just a minute. It's not for a tornado, although I'm not saying you're going to have some damaging winds. You're absolutely going to have baseball to softball size hail. That's in Johnson County. And those outdoor warning sirens are going to be triggered here momentarily. And when those outdoor warning sirens are sounded, you can expect large hail in your area. And I'm not talking quarter to golf ball size hail. I'm talking baseball to softball size hail. I think a softball's 4 1/4 inches in diameter. A baseball, I think, is 2 3/4. I should remember it after all these years. But you're looking at 3 to 4 inch size hail. Baseball to softball size hail. And it's happening right now in Johnson County. So we're up here between Burleson, north of Cleburne, Godley, and Joshua. In this whole area here, this part of Johnson County, that's what we're watching, is very, very large hail that is falling right now. The thunderstorm is not weakening. It did earlier, and now it's moving toward you in Cleburne. Tiffany, do we have Tiffany Liu? Still trying. So this would be west of her. She should not go west of Joshua right now, because west of Joshua is where the hail core is. Jason, I guess Joshua and Godley won't show up on our radar map?
Currently not.
Okay. And we'll see if we can, and is reflectivity the only attribute we have? Can we show storm strength or anything like that, or hail sizes or anything, Jason? This is all we have for right now. That's okay.
I think it just locked up.
It just locked up again? Okay. Nope, that's fine. You know, it never fails for you at home when you really want your computer to work. It never fails that's the time it doesn't work. And that's what happens. I mean, we're surrounded by computers. I've got the whole IT department spinning in circles behind me trying to get this fixed. So just know that if you're between Burleson, Cleburne, Joshua's here, Godley's in this area here. If you're in this area, and I know I'm looking at velocity data, the winds within the thunderstorm, but this map really illustrates exactly what we're looking at. Oh, we're able to look at this storm strength, so we'll get this up to current time, so you can see how things are just kind of locked up, because the hail core is in this area right now. And I mean, I'm telling you, it really, really is some large hail. And we're, in addition to that, unfortunately right now, it appears as though we're also starting to get a hook. You see this? We're starting to get a hook on that between just near Cleburne right now. The velocity data just isn't good because we're so close to the radar, but try to take a little closer look. Yes. So, you know, when I see a hook, you know, you've heard of this for years. You have a hook, that's a reflectivity signature on Doppler radar that shows rotation within the thunderstorm. So there's a pretty good hook on this as well. And my point is, if you live in Johnson County, especially if you live in Cleburne, you need to seek shelter right now. You have baseball to softball size hail moving in your direction, and in addition to that, you also have the potential for a tornado. We've already had one touchdown. We've had multiple reports of funnel clouds, multiple reports of rotating wall clouds, but without a doubt, right now we have the potential for a tornado at a minimum of 60, 70 plus mile-an-hour winds and very, very large hail. This is a live picture from our Tiffany Liu. She is in Johnson County. She is heading toward Joshua right now, and as she continues to head off to the east, I would suspect right now she's probably on Highway 67. It would be my guess. Maybe 917. I'm not sure exactly where she's located right now, but she is westbound on 917. I remember there's a Quick Trip and a Dollar General in that area, if I'm not mistaken, and that would be, gosh, westbound on 917, kind of in the Alvarado area. So that's the direction that she's heading right now, and that's what you're looking at. So she's driving toward the storm. We're not going to have her drive into the storm, but she is certainly driving toward the storm. And you can see the roads covered with rain. I don't see much in the way of wind there. Of course, she's on 917. Okay, yep, that's kind of what I was thinking. You can see as she continues to go westbound in that direction. The rain may be picking up just a tad. I don't see much in the way of wind. I'm not seeing a lot of lightning right now. Certainly not seeing any hail, but if she were to continue west from her current location, she would drive right into the core of the storm. Obviously, we're not going to have her do that. Meteorologist Jesse Huila, who is behind the scenes directing all of our storm chasers that are out this evening across the area. But we do have confirmation. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the video, baseball to softball size hail. I'll tell you what, it is, Jesse, I don't know if your mic is on, but these are some really, really big hailstones that we're seeing right now, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm going to show you these pictures too while you look at those from Sean Hamilton in Mineral Wells there. So we'll get those here very shortly. But yeah, we have some now. The big threat that we've been talking about today would be these humongous hailstones, and I've seen reports and confirmed measured reports now in Johnson County of hailstones up to softball size. And that is going to cause significant damage. The hail core now west of Joshua, but it is headed toward Joshua. So if you live in Joshua, just know that is headed your way. Some very large hail. I believe we have
Cleburne. If you live in Cleburne,
yep,
you better be in your safe room right now.
Yeah, you know
Oh, and by the way, that's the bad news. The good news is the tornado watch has been canceled for Collin, Denton, Fannin, and Lamar counties. So, which makes sense. The tornado, the northern half of the Metroplex, there's zero severe weather risk. The sun's coming out. But south, right now, south of the Metroplex, one thunderstorm, and Jesse, it's one heck of a thunderstorm, and it's headed toward, it's making a beeline toward Cleburne. You need to go to your safe room as quickly as possible.
And this thunderstorm is now kind of in an environment by itself. Jason, if we can zoom out a little bit. If we can't, I understand our system is having trouble now. But so when you get these lone thunderstorms like this, that's where you really start to tap. It can tap in fully to the environment, all of the energy available, and that's why all of a sudden this hail size has gone from what we've seen most of the day, maybe not even quarter to half dollar. Now all of a sudden it's starting to spike up a little bit there in Johnson County.
Well, and I'm concerned about Cleburne right now. I'm afraid Cleburne's going to get hammered with hail here in just 5 minutes. Yeah,
it's not going to take a lot of
time.
I
mean, in a short period of time, this is all moving toward you in Cleburne. I mean, we've had confirmation of golf ball, baseball, softball size hail. Jesse, I don't know if you've seen those pictures or not. I think you mentioned that. I mean, it's some really big hail.
It's really big hail.
Oh, look at that.
Starting to get our system back up. Looks like our data's starting to come back in.
Yes.
Yeah, no, the hail threat right now, that is the major concern at this point there for Cleburne. And I would say if you live in Italy, for instance, or Hillsborough, I don't see how this storm just dies over the next hour. So, if you're watching us from northern Hill County or even southwestern Ellis County, just consider this enough of a heads up to, if you can, move the car in the garage. Do what you got to do if you have outdoor patio furniture, whatever it may be. Get it in a place where it's not going to get damaged because there's some big hail. I mean, it's serious.
There's a rotating wall cloud there right now. There's baseball size hail, but a rotating wall cloud in this area right now, and it's moving toward you in Cleburne. So a severe thunderstorm that could possibly, at a minimum, it's going to produce some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Baseball to softball size hail. So quite a bit of damage is a possibility. And I'm surprised there's not a tornado warning for this storm right now. That's a pretty good hook, Jesse, on that thunderstorm that we're looking at by Godley that's moving toward Cleburne. So I would think that a tornado warning is going to be issued for Johnson County. Matter of fact, a tornado warning was just issued for this circulation to the southwest of to the southwest of Cleburne. So it's going to be in this area here. So again, if you live in Cleburne, you need to seek shelter immediately. We have one warning right now across North Texas, and that one warning is for Johnson County and specifically Cleburne. You're about ready to get slammed with hail. You also have the potential to have a tornado. So we've already had damage reported in Mineral Wells tonight. A tornado has touched down there, and the damage has been pretty significant in Mineral Wells. The same potential does exist with this thunderstorm, Jesse, as it moves right down 171 toward Cleburne. And any minute now, if Cleburne isn't already experiencing large hail, it's just a matter of a moment or two before you will. And then the circulation with this that very well could produce a tornado. But I mean, Jesse, Cleburne is just moments away from being inundated with some very large hail and also what very well could be a tornado.
Yeah, it's truly in a bad spot. If you are watching from Cleburne, I really want you to take this seriously because like Pete said, there is a tornado risk, absolutely, but there is baseball to softball size hail heading into Cleburne now. I'm looking at some other radar data here in the back, and the hail core is very strong, and the core of the hail right now is crossing 67 and moving right into Cleburne. And really, it's all of Cleburne. So it's not, it's not like I can say one section of Cleburne has a better chance to see the very large hail than another, because the hail core itself is crossing into Cleburne. You see our radar data is trying to come back up here, so it's a little bit old. It's a little bit of a delay there. But I will just tell you this: if you live in Cleburne, the hail core is moving in right now. The center of the hail core is essentially on the northwest side of town. All right, so this would be essentially along 67 and 171. That's kind of the core of where this is right now, and it's moving southeast into Cleburne. And that's your baseball-size hail potential, possibly up to softball. Now the rotation of concern, where we're concerned for a tornado, is actually on the west side of Cleburne. So if you live west of the town of Cleburne or in Cleburne or southwest, that's where the highest level of concern exists.
Yeah, in any of these areas right through here. So
yes.
this is the whole, but at Cleburne, I mean, you're right, Jesse. I mean, any moment now, this is going to be hitting Cleburne. If it's not at this moment, we're looking at softball size hail and 70+ mile-per-hour winds. This was the potential that we have been talking about all afternoon. The potential for the softball side, baseball, the softball size hail, 70+ mile-per-hour winds, the very heavy rain, the lightning. We're seeing all that now. We were hoping that potential wouldn't be realized this evening. We did have that take place in Mineral Wells, and now we have it taking place in Johnson. That does not look good at all, Jesse. Right there. That storm velocity, that's the wind. I mean, certainly some rotation in this area right here. So that's very concerning right now when you see this level of intensity on velocity data showing us exactly. So if you live in this area, please go to your safe room. Go to the lowest floor in your house. If you live in an apartment complex, you need to be downstairs on the first floor. You need to be away from windows. You need to put as many interior walls between you and the outside walls. The best place to go is you go to a bathroom. And why in the bathroom? I mean, look, we have winds of 78 miles an hour, if not stronger. Right now, Cleburne is activating their outdoor warning sirens. They did that 5 minutes ago. They're doing it again right now. I know I hear people every year, they go, Pete, they always turn these things on and nothing ever happens. This is one of those times. It's already happened tonight in Mineral Wells. It could certainly happen in Cleburne. So I do not want you to take this too lightly. Don't think that this is just some game. Somebody just likes to turn on the sirens. That's not the case at all. This is a serious situation. Already lots of pictures of baseball-size hail, softball-size hail, and what we're looking at right now, we also run the risk of that and also the risk of having a tornado on the ground here in Cleburne. I have no reports of that happening right now. But at this moment, everything that I'm seeing, and this was the same thing we saw in the Mineral Wells area right on the Parker-Palo Pinto County line. When you see a Doppler radar signature this strong, I've never seen it this strong and not have some type of damage, either from straight line winds, downburst, or from a tornado touching down. So I don't want you to take this too lightly. This is a very serious situation. We're looking at one of our cameras right now, State Highway 174 and Farm to Market 4. This is in the Cleburne area right now. One of our TxDOT cameras. That does not look good. I know that camera is mounted on a pole and it is really, really bouncing around. But Jesse, that does not look good there in Cleburne at all.
No, it really doesn't. The rotation continues to be very impressive. The core of that rotation, the strongest of the winds, where the big tornado concern right now is essentially the west and southwest side of Cleburne. That is where the highest concern is. This would be really close to Lake Pat. Okay, so Lake Pat, Cleburne is right there. The Chisholm Trail Outdoor Museum in that general area. This is also moving toward Rio Vista. This is on 174. So if you're watching, you live in Rio Vista, you live down to Woodrow, Covington, if you hear your name called out, just know that pretty serious rotation headed your way. And these thunderstorms have had history not only of this potential tornado, Pete, but baseball to softball size hail.
Yes, baseball to softball size hail. Jesse, it is the top of the hour right now. We do want to do a quick reset and let everyone know. Good evening, everyone. I'm WFAA Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus. It is 7 o'clock right now. We have been on since 3 o'clock this afternoon due to severe weather that has been rolling through Dallas, Fort Worth, and also North Texas. We've had at least one tornado touch down. That touched down right on the Parker-Palo Pinto County line, right there in Mineral Wells. There's been widespread damage there. I have not had any, there have been reports of injuries. We don't know how many. We're still looking into that. I have not had any reports of any deaths at this point, but I know the damage has been extensive, so we're looking into that. We now have another serious situation on our hands. This is south of Fort Worth. This is in Johnson County. A very well-defined hook echo on this thunderstorm that's right there in Cleburne. Cleburne, we were showing you a camera just a moment ago. Let's go back to that camera if we can, that TxDOT camera that's very near Cleburne. If you live in Rio Vista, any of these locations down to the south of Cleburne, you need to be in your safe room right now. Rio Vista, Grandview, Covington, even Blum and Itasca. I know that's pretty far to the south, but we've got one heck of a thunderstorm right now that's rolling through the central part of Johnson County. And all indications are, when you look at that camera right there, you need to be in your safe room, because I have confirmation of baseball and softball size hail that has fallen and is falling right now in that part of Johnson County, in Cleburne and all around Cleburne. A very, very intense thunderstorm that very well may be producing a tornado as we speak. Doppler radar is lit up right now with data indicating that we do have most likely a tornado on the ground. I have no eyewitness confirmation of that. I have chasers and spotters in the area, but none of them have reported back that they're seeing confirmation of anything on the ground. But when I was looking at Doppler radar just a moment ago with you, it's just hard to believe that looking at the radar signatures that were that, what would be the word to describe it, that were that enhanced, wouldn't have a tornado that wouldn't be touching down. So, and it was the same thing that I saw in Mineral Wells. Now, it only lasted for just a few minutes, but when you see that type of indicator, it's like there's no doubt something is happening. And that's the same thing that I saw about 5 or 10 minutes ago in Johnson County, right there in Cleburne. Same type of indicators, all showing that we had most likely a tornado. Then a tornado warning was issued for that part of Johnson County. Storm sirens have been sounded, and it looks like things are calming down on this camera, but the rain is still really coming down. The wind is still really blowing. But Cynthia, have you and Chris talked to any of the emergency managers?
Yes.
Any of the sheriff or the police there? What are you guys hearing?
In Johnson County?
In Johnson County, Cleburne specifically.
We are making those calls right now, Pete, but I can tell you, after it went through Mineral Wells, I just got off the phone with the public information officer in Mineral Wells who told me they had reports of people trapped earlier, but first responders were able to get these people out of harm's way. A few people were taken to hospitals in Mineral Wells, but that so far they can report that there have been no fatalities or critical injuries in Mineral Wells after that tornado came through this afternoon.
Yeah, I just spoke to somebody, Pete, at the Soul Fire Brewing Company, which is right there on North Caddo, right in that heart of Cleburne, sort of the main strip where all the restaurants are. She said they've got about maybe about 4 or 5 people in there right now, and they're just sort of huddled up, and they don't want to leave at this point. She's been trying to monitor what's going on. She said the hail was coming down there in that central part of Cleburne. And right now they're in the restaurant. They're telling everybody just sort of stay here for right now.
Yeah. Oh man, Chris, that's the best thing right there is when you have a storm like this, and you have a business and people are inside, just the humanity of it all, just let people stay there and be safe. That's why I was a bit taken aback that when one of our reporters was up in Wise County and she was kind of huddled up there at a Quick Trip. She wasn't buying gas. They asked her and our photographer to leave. It was just Brittany Costello. I was just like, what in the world's that all about? We're all people at the end of the day, right? Got to take care of each other. Here's the area I'm concerned about. Here's Rio Vista. Jesse, are you seeing, we're looking at the coalition coefficient here. Tell me that you're not seeing any type of a debris ball on this. I know there's a tight couplet between Cleburne and Rio Vista, but I'm not, go ahead and hop here into the chroma key and point this out. Are you seeing?
I am, yeah.
Oh, well, that's not good.
We were just analyzing this behind the scene. It may not look like much to most folks here, but see this right here?
Yeah.
This is likely debris being lofted into the air from a tornado. So here's 174 between Rio Vista and Cleburne. If you put the velocity product on, we can match up. Watch where my finger is here. See that? Now go back to correlation coefficient. Okay, so we go to the last, this is a new scan. But that right there where we had the tight couplet on velocity, and then we go over to this, we see the same, that little light blue ball there in the middle. So there it is, the tight rotation between Rio Vista and Cleburne. That is likely a tornado right now, crossing 174 just to the northeast of Rio Vista. And it did match up perfectly with where the little drop in correlation coefficient was.
Yeah,
so likely some debris.
We saw that Saturday night. We saw that in Springtown. And we were hoping it was wrong, but it wasn't. And unfortunately, we're seeing it again. I'm just hopeful that where we see that, I'm hoping that the debris is just some shed that was just falling down. It wasn't someone's house. It wasn't some place where there are people, and that's the number one concern. We're always concerned about people, but that's the number one concern. There is hopefully that did not take place. Hopefully it's just some trees. Richard Solomon's in Mineral Wells. Richard, okay, there you are. I'm going to step off camera. We can take you full. What's happening in Mineral Wells? That does not look good behind you.
Not good at all, Pete. Not good at all. This is the neighborhood that you were talking about, that your friend, I believe he lives here. So we're just right outside Mineral Wells. This is the Holiday Hills neighborhood. And I mean, it looks like a mess out here. This is where that tornado ripped through. You can see over here, and we're seeing this for the first time in real time. I mean, people are out just trying to pick up debris spread across this entire area. Trees snapped in half. You can see this panel right here up against this tree, just wrapped around there like tinfoil. If you look out into the distance there, I'm just seeing this for the first time. Damage all the way down there as well. When we were headed up here, we did ask a police sergeant if we could be up here. He let us through. He says his sister's home was actually demolished by the tornado that ripped through here. Let me give you a closer look at everything. I mean, look at this. There's debris right here. We're taking this in with you all, so I'm kind of processing this as we go along. Of course, we want to give people the respect. This is their homes that are damaged from Mother Nature for the most part. So you see tinfoil, or excuse me, paneling wrapped in that tree like tinfoil. I mean, just tossed. I mean, this is a very nice neighborhood, a very deep neighborhood. So for all this damage to be here, you can just see how severe that storm was. And I mean, and you look at this house right here, the windows are even blown out. It looks like paneling from that top of the house even gone as well. Now, we were coming into town. There was traffic. They did have some areas shut off. Again, police allowed us to be here. We're being respectful, just making sure that people are okay for the most part. We do know that there were some reports of injuries in mineral wells. We're not sure about this area yet. Again, this is the Holiday Hills neighborhood, if I'm correct. But yeah, it's just breathtaking to see this damage up close. We've been talking about this all day long, and we're finally getting to see it for the first time. The thing that I have noticed, which is probably the only good thing in this situation, is people out helping. You see all these people. I've seen restoration crews, just neighbors. Are you guys okay? Cool, cool. Just folks like these guys out here just helping. And that is what North Texas is about, and that is what we're going to see here. The good thing that, we have with this situation versus what we saw Saturday is Saturday it was pitch black when that storm rolled through. We still have a little bit of sunlight so you can see, and it's easier for crews to help and get to folks who need help. But I've talked to a couple people just like what you just saw there with those guys walking by. Everybody's okay, and that is the blessing with all this. All this can be replaced, but when it comes down to human life, that is what matters most. I mean, we can see debris even tossed in that field. That is a couple hundred yards away from where we're standing at. I mean, gosh, look at this home right here. Just wow. I mean, just wow. It's actually breathtaking to see the damage. So I want to show you a little further down. That's where a lot of crews are right now. They're working out here. We see some energy crews out. I know there were reports of power lines down. Our connection was a little spotty, even trying to get out here. But watch your step, boss. Yeah, this is, I mean, you see this, just look at this. A tree just picked up and tossed on its side, the top of the home blown out. This car, it looked like the back windows just blew out. I mean, this is absolutely horrifying just to see this. But again, I haven't heard of any reports of injuries in this area. I know there were reports of injuries in the city, but we're still working to confirm that. And now we're getting towards the end of the street. It looks like a cul-de-sac up here. Restoration crews are here. Are you guys okay? Yeah. Cool, cool. Is this your home right here, or?
This is Miss Schaefer's.
Okay.
Marilyn Schaefer's home.
Okay. Is she okay, or?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Antonio Maldonado.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we're with WFAA. We're doing a broadcast right now just with the damage over here.
Yes, we got a heck of that. Over here is Gary Weatherford's home.
Oh, Jesus, that the home.
Yeah, I went to school with this guy right here. I mean,
wow.
we were both in the same grade. Yeah, he demolished his whole house.
Did you hear the storm move through this area?
Man, it just came all of a sudden. I mean, we heard those sirens going off, and then just boom, it was here.
Yeah. Is your family in your home?
Everybody's safe.
Okay.
The house, you can rebuild.
Gotcha. I mean,
what did it sound like?
Yeah, what did it sound like?
I mean, it sounded just like a little, like a little whistle, like a little train, and it stops, and boom, that was it,
Wow. What's going through your head just seeing all this destruction? I mean, it probably took.
You still can't suck it in, that really happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you live in this neighborhood, or?
Yes, I just live down the road here.
Just down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your home was not hit at all.
No, I was blessed. I mean, I got shingles flying out, but nothing like this.
Yeah.
My shears, I got metal shears that were just flying like cupcakes.
Yeah.
Over here, we had a car that the wind moved. He moved it all the way to the fence. Yes, sir.
Where were you hiding at?
Huh? I was in the closet.
In the closet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? I showed you this car
And
right
you
here.
said this was a car that. Oh, the car.
No, it's a car right here in front of this truck. I mean, he threw it all the way to the fence over there.
Say that again for me.
It blew that car from here all the way to the fence over here on the other side. The car's still there.
Wow. Oh, yeah. This is what he's talking about, this car pushed by that tornado that moved through here.
It was over here, and it blew it all the way over there.
Yeah. The homeowners here, are they okay?
Yeah, everybody's okay. I checked with everybody. Over here, he lost all that roof. They had to turn the power off. I mean, his young daughter was the only one here when it happened.
Yeah. But I think that is just a
Everybody's
blessing
okay,
that everybody
Everybody's fine.
is okay. You
Nobody-
see,
I talked to everybody so far, and everybody I talked to, you know, they already went to get some rooms, but
Gotcha.
everybody's doing good. I mean, they're okay.
what does it say that so many people are out helping right now?
It's a blessing. It really is. Everybody coming in together. That's great. You know.
Thank you, sir. We'll be
No,
here
thank
with
you.
you guys, just making sure you guys are okay. If there's
Thank you,
anything
sir,
you
so
need,
much.
we'll find you. I mean, you just heard him. It's a blessing. All this can be replaced, but this is good. Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, good. I mean, this is just breathtaking to be this close to all this damage. The gentleman we just spoke with, he says he lives down the street in this neighborhood. He said he's never heard anything like it. He said it sounded like a small train coming, then boom. I mean, and it just ripped up this entire neighborhood. So now we're getting a little bit closer. Gosh, you can see that shed back there. The damage even got all the way back there as well. Energy crews are here. We've seen restoration crews here. Lots and lots of people are out just helping, just making sure everyone is okay right now. That is the most important thing with all of this. I mean, you can see this. I don't even know what this tube is, and it's all the way up here. But wow. I'm gonna check to make sure they're okay. Excuse me. Are you guys okay?
Yes.
You guys are okay. Is this your house?
It's her house. My cousin, yeah.
And she is okay.
She's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God.
Thank God. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't live around here, or do you? or-
I live west of town, and we got a lot of rain and stuff out there, but not anything like this. So we tried to get here.
When did she call you and tell you this was moving through this area?
5:30ish, maybe. And really, her sister called, and then we. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
But we're just giving God praise that they're all right.
I mean, goodness gracious. It's all this can be replaced.
Oh yeah.
But the good thing is everyone is here and everyone is out helping, which is just, it speaks volumes
it's a great town and a great community. Got lots of people. My phone's blowing up right now for people just, asking how we are, even people that don't live here that know. But anyway, so yeah, it's great. God's good.
Yeah, God is good. You just heard it, but I mean, is she going to stay with you tonight or just get out of?
We're not sure. We're trying to assess everything, but she can.
Yeah.
Likely so. We got plenty of places where they can stay.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your
Yes,
time and
thank
help.
you.
God bless you. You guys
Yes,
are
thank
okay
you.
tonight. Yes, ma'am. I mean, this lady over here, this is her home in the pink. She's just, I mean, how do you even try to comprehend something like that moving through here? Wow, I mean, you can see all the damage back here into this field. I know the National Weather Service will be able to path out where it, the path it took, but it just looks like it hit everything it wanted to in this path. Fence just chopped in half. I mean, there is debris from homes all over this street. That's what's so incredible about the strength of these storms. You saw Saturday. I'm bringing up Saturday because we were out there all night and all morning long, but that was a EF2 that moved through there, and you saw the damage that did. So, I mean, it'll only be telling of what tornado moved through this area, but you can see power lines even down all the way back there into the field. So it is breathtaking out here just to see this damage. So we're going to stay out here and check on people mainly, make sure they need help if we can get them help, and relay any information that we want, that officials want people to know right now. So we're going to keep our shot up for you guys, but we'll be out here for a while, it seems.
Okay, Richard. I think for those of us that have been here for any length of time, that area where Richard is there in Mineral Wells, if you've ever had the best cheeseburger in Texas, it's at Woody's. And if you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. So Richard's not far from Woody's. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, I mean, it's just a little hole in the wall, but it is just a great place to have a cheeseburger. That's just down the road from where Woody's is. So Richard's very, very close there. So hopefully that gives you just a little bit of perspective. We have a new tornado warning. This is in Johnson County. It goes until 7:30. This is the one, it's Hill County, you're under this too. So this is Hill County and Johnson County until 8 o'clock. So Rio Vista down to Itasca, Hillsboro, I would think Hillsboro, you're going to be in on this warning here. You're not right now, but you will be shortly. Let's go back to the velocity data, and then we'll look at the storm strength. I mean, the rotation is broad. It's not as well defined as it was just a short time ago, but anywhere from the new sweep just came through. So, I mean, certainly some 70-mile-an-hour winds right now. I mean, the latest scan definitely shows it's broadened out in that latest scan, but it did have some pretty tight gate-to-gate couplet when we were looking at it just a moment ago. That was on near Farm to Market Road 916. And I did have some reports of some damage there in that area. This is in Johnson County, now moving into the northern part of Hill County. So we have about another hour or so before this is our one thunderstorm. About another hour or so, 45 minutes or an hour or so, before this one lone thunderstorm moves out of the WFAA viewing area. Hill County is one of our southernmost counties. Let's shift the map, Jason. Let me show folks where we are down to the south. So as this storm continues to shift, Waco's right down here. It'll end up moving into McLennan County here within about an hour or so. Then Waco will be under the gun. But that's it. I mean, we have this one thunderstorm, but it's one heck of a thunderstorm. Let's go back into that. It's south, the far, far southern part of Johnson County right now. And now crossing the county line, moving into Hill County. So Hill County, a tornado warning is in effect until 8 o'clock. One more time with the velocity, then I want to look at the storm strength on this. So you can see here's the county line. So we're right on the Johnson County, Hill County line. If you live in Itasca, you can expect some very strong winds. And now, Jason, let's put on the storm strength. And as we take a look at the storm strength with this, there we are, that's the hail. And now you can see, I mean, it really hasn't weakened. That's the problem. It really has not weakened. Now let's take a look at the hail analysis tool. Let's look at the hail size because now the hail sizes have certainly gone down. We had golf ball, I saw pictures of golf ball size hail, baseball size hail, softball size hail with this thunderstorm when it was just almost on top of Cleburne. And Chris Lawrence is here in the studio with us. And Chris, I know you were making some phone calls to some businesses in Cleburne and people were kind of huddled up inside the businesses staying safe. But the hail sizes that were up to softballs, I saw the pictures of the softball size hail. It's like, holy cow. But when you see those pictures, they've really come down. I mean, now we're looking at some quarter size hail. Even though we still have an intense thunderstorm, the hail sizes have come down dramatically. Meteorologist Cassie Hyder is here as well. Cassie, are you seeing the same thing, that the hail sizes have decreased? Still severe hail, but the hail sizes have come down from the baseball and the softball sizes that we saw earlier?
Yes, definitely. I mean, that's the only storm really in town. And looking at where the hail core is, you can see that there could be a few different spots. It's going to be just north and west of Grandview where we could actually have some hail. And right now, I'd say definitely up to quarter size hail. I wouldn't say a whole lot bigger than that at this point. Latest scan is showing now just south and east of Grandview. There could be another little spot there where we could see some quarter size hail. So if you're in Grandview, I'm sure you're going to get some hail. It looks like, zooming in a little bit more closely, Files Valley, you're going to be getting hail pretty soon. And that's going to be anyone traveling on I-35 West. If you are moving really south towards Hillsboro and you are in that storm, I mean, it's going to be a blinding rainfall and definitely some hail in there. I was trying to look at some other hail reports coming in, and I was seeing some reports from earlier today from some of the other storms, but I haven't really seen a whole lot lately coming in out of this particular storm.
This tornado warning has been canceled for Johnson County. We could put the velocity data back on. Tornado warning has been canceled for Johnson County, but it's still in place for now Hill County. So Hill County, we still have a tornado warning. Here's our rotation. Now it's really broad. I mean, we have really broad rotation. It has really weakened, but you can still see some 70-mile-an-hour winds and some quarter-size hail with this storm. Let's put a track on it, Jason. Then I want to go back to Richard Solomon and Mineral Wells. Let's put a track on that down to the south. Track it down toward Carl's Corner, Hillsboro. This is far southern Ellis County. So that'll arrive in Osceola at 7:31, Itasca at 7:33, Mayfield 7:38, Carl's Corner 7:51, and in Hillsboro, about 30 minutes in Hillsboro, if it holds together. But as Cassie mentioned, we're looking at a minimum of some very, very heavy rain and some gusty winds. Let's go back to Richard Solomon. Richard is in Mineral Wells, and Richard, boy, it really looks bad there. The good news is you said no one has been hurt that you're aware of at this moment at your location, but the damage is extensive and it's bad.
I mean, Pete, I was just talking to the owner of this home right here. He and his wife have lived here for 19 years. He told me they were sitting on the back porch when things started. They told me they were originally told the storm was headed towards the lake. Then they saw debris start to pick up in the wind. Then they hunkered down in the bar, holding on to each other, just praying that they would make it out. And they did, thankfully. But you see this. I mean, it was hard to just talk with that man and see in his eyes his whole world just crumble in the blink of an eye, just like that. I mean, just look at this. This is what is left of their home here. Again, we're near Mineral Wells. We're in the Holiday Hills neighborhood, if I'm correct. And this is where that tornado moved through the area, and anything in its path that it wanted to destroy, it did with its will. You can see it looks like a dumpster. This is a piece of a dumpster right here. A whole tree, several trees just piled up like a ball of trash. I don't even know what this piece of equipment is, but I can guarantee you it wasn't here, this morning. This neighborhood has been rocked by this natural disaster. One of the things that we have noticed, one of the good things and the positive things that we've seen is, one, everyone is okay, God bless, and two, everyone is out helping. We've seen restoration crews, we've seen emergency crews out here. We actually asked the police if we were okay to be in here. I understand this is, very personal for people, but we wanted to let everyone see and capture these moments. They allowed us in to show everyone what we're seeing now. And really, it's heartbreaking, actually, because this is people's lives just gone in a heartbeat. I think police are actually having us move back a little bit. You want us to move back?
No, we're going to have to send you all to the command center.
Command center?
Yeah,
okay.
By the Chevy dealership.
Gotcha, Chevy dealership.
We're going to check in and do all that, and then you'll
Gotcha.
come back.
No worries, sir. Thank you, guys. Yeah, they just wanted us to move towards the command center, so we're going to get out their way. Obviously, they have to help folks right now. You see this. I mean, this is a Jeep just crushed by this debris here. Again, you think no one was injured so far. I mean, I've talked to several families. They say they're okay. They say, yeah, we're good. That is the positive thing with all this. No one is hurt. But, I mean, you see this damage. It looks like something out of a Hollywood movie. Even all the way down that street right there, this home right here was even damaged pretty bad. I mean, and this is, you see all these people out. This is a good thing. I keep bringing it up because it's the positive thing out here. People helping. Look over here. These guys helping. Just move trash, helping this homeowner with whatever they need right now. That is what this is about. Texans helping Texans. We haven't heard yet from the American Red Cross. I'm pretty sure they're going to head up here at some point. Several other nonprofit organizations that help during natural disasters will probably be on their way here as well. But this is neighbors just helping neighbors at this point. You see this tree snapped in half. You see these guys up on the roof right here trying to fix the paneling. We just saw that. But it just shows you how many people are caring and helping folks right now who need it most. This family right here, they have a cat. Their home destroyed. Again, this is what is breathtaking. You see this panel wrapped in this tree right here. I mean, it's just up there like tinfoil. But they have asked us to get to the media staging center. We'll get over there. That's near the automotive shop, not too far from us in town. We're gonna get over there. We're gonna have to break down for a little bit, but once we're able to pop back up, we'll give you whatever information that we learn over there. Again, I haven't heard of any injuries in this neighborhood, but we do know that there were reports of injuries in the area. So we're hoping to learn more about that. Praying, everyone is able to walk away from said injuries. But, I mean, this area was hit hard by that storm that moved through here. But the takeaway, if there's any takeaway, I want people to realize how many folks are out helping, cleaning, and that is what it is all about. So we're going to toss it back to you guys in studio. Again, we'll pop back up once we're at the media staging center closer into town.
Okay, Richard, we'll check in with you in just a couple of minutes as we take a look at the radar. We still have a tornado warning. Johnson County, you're all in the clear right now. It's still storming in Johnson County, but the severe weather threat has shifted to the south. It's now in Hill County. A tornado warning for Hill County until 8 o'clock tonight. So we have about another 30 minutes or so before this thunderstorm exits the WFAA viewing area and shifts toward Waco. So it will be moving toward Waco, and it's moving toward Waco right now. But at Hill County, there's a tornado warning until 8 o'clock tonight. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, quarter-size hail are a possibility there. Now to the north of there, I want to go to our Adriana de Alba. And Adriana, boy, you found damage too. Tell us where you are, and it doesn't look good in your location either.
Well, Pete, where I'm standing is we're right in the thick of it. We're in Weatherford, and I believe this is the reported tornado that we heard about west of Cool. This is between Mineral Wells and Cool. And my photographer, Josh Stephen, he is standing in someone's home, their mobile home. And if you could see, there is no roof. This reported tornado just lifted it right up while this man who I just spoke with told me he was lying in his bed. He said he heard loud wind and that all of a sudden, before he could even react, boom, his roof just flew off of the home. He is safe, thank goodness, just got away with a scratch. So if my photographer can make his way here, we wanted to show you kind of the area that we're standing in. He wanted to show you some of the damage, but there's a lot of mud, so just bear with us. There's a lot of mud, there's a lot of debris, and we do want to be careful as we're moving through. Here we go. So if you'll just follow me. This is a family compound, and I just spoke with the family, multiple generations living here. They were all in the area. They were all home as this reported tornado moved through. Like we just showed you, this was the mobile home, and we'll get this cord out of the way. This is the mobile home where that man was sitting that you just saw from the inside. Roof gone. Over on this side is where his parents live. Another mobile home. If you see, wheels up, it is turned onto its side. Everyone there is safe too. And then over to this side, when we got here, it was just chaos because this family had animals that ran off and were lost. So they were trying to find some horses, some goats. We know they have some pigs that were safe. But just in those immediate moments, people are trying to run to see what they can save, to save their animals. There is just a lot of damage, lots of debris. Immediately neighbors started showing up to try to clean it all up. But everybody here is safe, and that's the important part. They are safe, they are cleaning up. The man that I spoke with told me he still feels that adrenaline, that it hasn't set in. He said it'll probably hit him in the morning. So that's the real situation on the ground, is just in seconds, your life can change. But the big thing here, thank goodness, is everyone is safe, and now the cleanup begins.
Adriana, it just does not look good there either. I was just talking to Chris Lawrence just a moment ago, and he said he talked to somebody just a little while ago, and they were at an RV park, and there were multiple RVs that had been turned over. Are you just south of Mineral Wells State Park? Do you know, are you in that area there? I'm just trying to kind of give folks a little reference if we can.
I don't think so. You know what? We can check. We know that we're just off of 180. We're just off of 180. We are east of Mineral Wells, and we are near, I'm looking at it now.
Cool.
This is live TV for you. We're near the National Vietnam War Museum. So we wanted to make our way there too, Pete, and see if they had any damage there. I'm trying to find that. Yes, we are south of Mineral Wells State Park and Trailway. We're off of Maddox Road and High Point Road.
Okay.
So as we got here, it was just completely backed up. 180 was backed up. We even saw a car wreck, 2 vehicles that were kind of turned around, right, Josh? This is my photographer. They were kind of turned around on the highway, and it looked like they had collided into each other. I don't know if that was related to the tornado, but from what I heard with some neighbors down the road, they said that it moved east, it shifted. This was the hardest hit area, they said, and then it moved east and south closer to the highway. So it could be that car wreck is a result of that. We have not confirmed that, but things are starting to move. I've been peeking over at 180. Things are moving now, but yes, we are south of that park that you mentioned, and it's our understanding that this is one of the hardest hit areas from that reported tornado. We had originally said it was in Cool. This is technically Weatherford, but I believe this is a tornado near Cool, reported tornado that we heard about, Pete.
Yeah, you're totally right, and that's Chris was talking to someone there at Eagles Nest RV Park. So you're right there, and all of that is literally just to the east of the Holiday Hills golf course where Richard is. I mean, you can't be 3 miles down the road. I mean, so it's all the same area, and that tornado, as it just moved along, it crossed the Palo Pinto Parker County line, and it was in Richard's location, then it moved over into your location. So when you guys came in, you came in from the east. Did you see any other damage like around, Weatherford proper itself, or did you start to see it when you moved west of town?
Yeah, west. So we drove through Cool, and we were looking for damage in Cool because we were told Cool is where something had happened. We didn't see anything obvious that stood out to us as we drove through Cool, so we kept driving, and then we just knew. Traffic immediately came to a stop. We saw a car wreck, just lots of chaos, and then this home is right off of 180.
Yeah.
And so if you keep traveling east of here on 180, those are the neighbors that I spoke with, and they told me we lucked out. And they're just down the road. So it kind of just shows you how this hits little pockets. And it seems like it moved quickly through here because everybody on that side was fine. But for this spot where I'm standing right off of 180, you have 3 family homes. They were all hit. But yeah, everybody here is fine.
And everybody's okay. No injuries or worse, right? Okay.
No injuries. The cats are safe. They have baby kitties that are safe. They've got horses, animals. It seems like they ran off, but they're all safe. The man, like I said, just had a scratch. And, he just said he was so thankful. He said he thanked God. And then there were some curse words because, as you can imagine, just everything happened so quickly. He's in shock. Definitely.
Well, Adriana, thank you so much for that update. We'll check in with you in a couple more minutes. We still have a tornado warning in effect. It's for Hill County, and it's moving toward you in Hillsborough. Now, Hillsborough, you're not in the warning box right now, but Hill County, you certainly are. It's on top of Itasca at this moment. It's a tornado warning until 8 o'clock. Let's put a track on that, Jason, and track that kind of right where this little notch, that little inflow is. Track it down to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. As it moves that direction at that forward speed, it's in Itasca now. Mayfield at 745, Loveless at 750, Carl's Corner 755, Hillsborough, if it holds together, and it will. At a minimum, you're going to have rain in Hillsborough just a couple minutes after 8, and in Bynum at 8:15. Let's take that track off, look at the velocity data with that, and then I want to look at the storm strength. Boy, that is really some good news. Jesse, I'm just looking at this. Boy, it's really broad, it's really weakened, hasn't it? I mean, certainly not the type of rotation that we were seeing with the one in Mineral Wells, the one in Cool, and the other ones we've seen the last week here, but still some strong winds, 50, 60 mile per hour winds. But the tornado threat with this one, just looking at this scan of the velocity data, certainly a lot less impressive than it was even 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it does look a lot better, which is so good to see after this day. But yeah, still, like you said, some stronger winds, Covington, down to Mayfield, Itasca. But the rotation, not quite as impressive as it once was. Still, though, as we always say, if you're under the tornado warning, treat it as if there is one. No reason to, we're not telling you to let your guard down or anything.
Right.
But still some gusty winds and just another bad day here in North Texas, Pete.
You're right, you're right. Let's look at the storm. Oh, Jason, go to the hail. I want to look at the hail attributes on this just to see, well, we're still seeing some pretty good hail with this. I mean, there could be, yeah. I mean, we're certainly seeing some $50, maybe some golf ball size hail. Quarter to golf ball size hail. Without a doubt, right along 35W here. Yeah. Just north of Hillsboro. So still, the storm is still packing a bit of a punch. I know there's been some reports of there's a lot of hail with this. There's certainly a lot of rain. The low level circulation with this just isn't what it once was even 15, 20 minutes ago. So I'm not concerned about it being a tornado producer right now. I'm more concerned about it being a hail producer, but I know there was a report of a rotating wall cloud just a short time ago. We can put the reflectivity back on the velocity data. I know there was a report of a rotating wall cloud just a few moments ago, but it does not appear as though a tornado is imminent with this. I'm more concerned about the damaging winds and maybe some golf ball, maybe up to baseball size hail with this storm at this moment. Let's go to Godley. Is that where our Tiffany Liu is? A hail picture. Oh, yeah, that's, I mean, I can't tell if that, I don't know how big that person's hand is, but it's at least the size of a baseball. And could it be the size of a softball? I mean, possibly, but I think you get the idea. It is, that's a big hailstone. And that was in Godley. So that's up in Johnson County. That's north of Cleburne. That's north of Cleburne. That's where Godley is. So that would be west of Joshua. That's where that is. So this is our lone thunder. Let's take a look at North Texas, Jason. Let me just, because I want folks that are out of the warned area. I mean, this is it. We have one thunderstorm right now. We have some rain in Ellis County. It's just plain rain. Nothing severe there, but we have one thunderstorm right now that's going to be out of Hill County in about 15 minutes or so. So that's our lone thunderstorm at this moment. I would like to go back and check in with Richard. Do we have Richard again? Okay, Richard is moving at this moment. Did we ever connect with Tiffany Liu? Okay. And Chris, I know you and Cynthia also, you guys have been talking to folks in, Chris, I know you were talking to someone that was in Cleburne and they didn't have any damage there. Do you and Cynthia have any updates for us on anything coming out of Johnson County? We saw that one hailstone that was at least baseball, maybe softball size. Any updates for us from that part of North Texas?
I just spoke with Cleburne Police Dispatch, Pete, just a few minutes ago, and they could confirm for us that there are no reports of injuries and no reports of damage in Cleburne. I just got off the phone with the Hill County Sheriff's Department Dispatch. She also told me there are no injuries. What they've seen there tonight is a little bit of hail and wind as I spoke with her. She said the Covington area, Pete, got some hail. I guess that's near Raya Vista, but she said no injuries or damage to report right now in Hill County.
Yeah, okay. I was talking to the folks who are huddled up at Soul Fire restaurant there on Henderson Street there in the central part of Cleburne. when I talked to them, they were huddled up because they were seeing the hail outside coming down. But then about literally 20 minutes later, I got somebody at Barrera's, which is literally right down the street from there. And at that point inside, they were just seeing rain at that point. They weren't even seeing the large hail anymore.
Yeah, from the people Chris and I spoke with, the businesses there, they all described pretty much the same thing. Peyton at McDonald's on Henderson Street said their kitchen closed for a few minutes. She saw what she felt from what she saw with her eyes. She called it softball-sized hail, strong winds. She told me she even saw 2 tornadoes trying to form at one point there in Cleburne, but she said then it didn't happen. And by the time I spoke with her, just a few minutes later, it was raining.
And just to give you an update, earlier we had been tracking some of the power outages in the area. At one point, there were little over 7,000 power outages. That is now down to about 4,700. So the crews have been out there making progress in terms of getting that down. That number never really got extremely high, to the lengths that we've seen with some of these storms. But again, looks to be coming down now, not going up anymore.
Yeah, but it looks like the bad, messy stuff we saw was in Mineral Wells there. And, all along that Highway 180 area, Ventomatic, which is a fan manufacturing company, I've been told by Mineral Wells police, the public information officer told me that building is nearly completely leveled. And she is calling the supervisor who told the second shift workers who were supposed to come in at work at 4 o'clock not to come in to work. She is calling that man a hero because there was no one in that building when the tornado touched down.
Yeah, you told me he left and within 20 minutes he made that call to tell everybody don't come in, right?
He told everyone don't come in, and within 20 minutes of him leaving the facility, that tornado touched down. And again, the public information officer for the city of Mineral Wells says it's pretty much destroyed. And I tried calling him, and his daughter told me that he just didn't want to talk to anyone right now, but that his priority was obviously making sure those employees were safe, and right now he's overwhelmed assessing the damage at the building. The public information officer for the city of Mineral Wells also said that the loudest message for residents tonight is to please stay clear of affected areas to allow the first responders to continue getting in and assessing the situation, helping anyone who might need it. As we saw from Richard Solomon, neighbors are already doing that with one another. But again, this damage was on the northeast area of town there, that Country Club Estates to Lake Mineral Wells State Park along Highway 180. They had reports of people trapped at one point, but heroic first responders were able to get all of these people out of harm's way.
When we look at the track, we were pulling up maps and looking at where you had talked to the folks at Ventomatic, and I had spoke with Sherry Patterson, who owns that Eagle's Nest RV park, where I believe that's where Adriana de Alba is. It is a line. I mean, you could just draw a line just 2 miles up the road from the Ventomatic to where that Eagle's Nest RV park was, and you could see where the storm passed, right down 180, just came almost straight down the road there and caused all that damage.
And the city of Mineral Wells says a few people were taken to the hospital, nothing critical, and they can report as of right now there have been, Pete, no fatalities.
Well, and that's the best news all night. We never want to see the damage. But more importantly, we never want to see anyone hurt, and we, of course, never want to have any fatalities like we had last Saturday night when, unfortunately, 2 people were killed with our 2 tornadoes that happened last Saturday night. Right now, we are seeing a severe thunderstorm with a tornado-warned storm in southern Hill County. Here's Itasca, right along 35W, just off to the west side of 35W, south of Fort Worth, and we're looking at hail that could be baseball size. I've seen a lot of reports right now of hail across parts of Johnson County and now across parts of Hill County that is baseball to softball size. So I don't want you to take this too lightly in Itasca. We could certainly be seeing at a minimum golf ball size hail, but golf ball to baseball, even up to softball size hail has already occurred. and it does not look like this system is in the process of weakening at all. It may not be rotating from a tornadic standpoint, but at a minimum, we are looking at a thunderstorm that's around Itasca right now that is a tornado warned storm that could have some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this. Now, off to the west, we have a severe thunderstorm warning around Blum, and then south of there, down around Whitney, we have a severe thunderstorm warning as well, but we still have Itasca and moving toward you in Hillsborough. Hillsborough, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but there is what's left of this, just this northern piece here in Hill County. Just a small part of the northern half of Hill County is under a tornado warning until 8 o'clock, so another 12 minutes. Let's look at the velocity data on this, and as we look inside that thunderstorm and we look at the winds, we still are, I mean, we're still seeing certainly some broad rotation at the mid-levels of the atmosphere, winds of 63 miles an hour or so, and none of that surprises me. I was thinking we could certainly have some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Jason, take a look at that now that we have a new scan that just came through right around Mayfield. So yeah, we're still looking at 63, that's Doppler radar estimated velocity is 63 miles per hour. So some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, that makes complete sense. And that's shifting down to the south, moving toward you in Hillsborough. We'll move this map, widen it out a little bit and put a track from the wind speeds off to the south. And this is, it's ready to exit Hill County here, I mean, in less than 15 minutes. But it'll be out of Hill County in less than 15 minutes. So we'll put a track down to the south, Hillsborough. Locations south of there. There we are. It will be in Hillsborough at 8:04, Abbott at 8:29, Cottonwood at 8:40, and there we go. Here's Malone. That's 8:33. Lovelace, it's almost there in Lovelace right now. It'll be there. It's in about the next minute or two. That is the latest on that storm. We can put the storm strength on there. Let's do I want to analyze that for just, yeah, man, this thing just won't. It's still an intense thunderstorm. Still a very strong thunderstorm that's running. I mean, it is just running right. Here's 35E, 35W. Here's the split. But it is running right down there where 35E and 35W come together, which of course just north of, just north of Hillsborough. They're going to issue a tornado warning. That'll be issued downstream of the current one. That'll head down into McLennan County as well. So McLennan County most likely will be in on that tornado warning, and that does include Waco, of course, is in McLennan County. So is West, but I would expect this to head all the way down into this northern part through the southern portion. I would believe Hillsborough is going to be under that new tornado warning. West in McLennan County is going to be under that tornado warning, and that will happen here very, very shortly. Certainly, I would think by 8 o'clock that will happen because this one tornado warning is in the process of expiring. But the biggest concern I have right now isn't a tornadic thunderstorm. That's a possibility, of course, but it's the golf ball to baseball, maybe up to the softball size hail. And we've seen a lot of reports of that south of the Metroplex the last 2 hours. A very, very large hail in within this one thunderstorm. Let's analyze that if we can, Jason, because that's what's moving toward Carl's Corner. And so 2.2, so let's say it's 2-inch hail. That's about ping pong ball size hail or so. Again, this is an estimate, a Doppler radar estimate, but it's usually pretty darn good. That, once again, is the northern half of Hill County over here around Blum. This is the west side of Hill County. Hail size is just a tad smaller, but still sizable enough to create some damage. You get hail that's bigger than a quarter, you're going to have some problems, and we certainly are seeing that with these two thunderstorms that are separated here. One's on one side of 171 and one's on the west side of 171, and between really 171 and over by 174. So that's the way it looks right now with that. So when you look down at that southern part of Hill County, very, very close there to Lake Whitney, which just kind of straddles the county line. It does straddle the county line between Bosque County and Hill County. So that's what we're looking at right there at Lake Whitney, which is south of Blum, of course, and runs right through this entire area, the Brazos. from the north all the way down to the south, just kind of snakes its way all the way down. There's the new tornado warning. Does include Hillsborough, does include Abbott. That goes until 8:15. So 8:15. I know we still have reporters out in the field, Tiffany. We have a couple minutes left here before. Oh, we do have some video. Let's take a look at some video. And as we take a look at this video, I know we've had video from all over North Texas tonight. This is where Richard Solomon was. This is just in Mineral Wells, and this is the damage that you see. When I looked at this damage earlier, it just struck me as we're certainly, and this is in the Holiday Hills Golf Course community. Some really, really nice hills, nice homes there. The east side of Mineral Wells, Holiday Hills. You just look at this kind of damage and you think, and that lady, that was her house, the lady in the pink shirt there, her house that was hit hard by a tornado. That I would think, Jesse, as we look at this, Tiffany, you put that video back up. I know we probably ran out of it, but Jesse, I'd have to think we're looking at an EF2. Do you think it could be a low-end EF3?
So just looking at this damage, and of course National Weather Service will go out, survey the damage and get an idea. Estimated based on this and some of the other video we've seen, my estimate from that is about an EF2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the early estimate here.
And I know Tiffany Johnson's our executive producer in the control room, kind of navigating a million things up there for us. I know we spoke with a number of homeowners. Tiffany, if we could play that sound bite from this homeowner, that would be great.
Is this your home right here? Or?
This is Miss Schaefer's.
Okay.
Marilyn Schaefer's home.
Okay. Is she okay or?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Antonio Maldonado.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we're with WFAA. We're doing a broadcast right now just with the damage over here.
Yes, we got a heck of that. Over here is Gary Weatherford's home.
Oh, Jesus. The home.
Yeah, I went to school with this guy right here. I mean,
wow.
we was both in the same grade. Yeah, he demolished his whole house.
Did you hear the storm move through this area?
He just came all of a sudden. I mean, we heard those sirens going off, and then just boom, it was here.
Yeah. Is your family in your home?
Everybody's safe.
Okay.
The house, you can rebuild.
Gotcha. I mean,
what did it sound like?
Yeah, what did it sound like?
I mean, it sounded just like a little, like a little whistle, like a little train, and it stops, and boom, that was it,
Wow. What's going through your head just seeing all this destruction? I mean, it probably took.
You still can't suck it in, that really happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you live in this neighborhood or?
Yes, I just live down the road here.
Just down the road. Yeah. And your home was not hit at all.
No, I was blessed. I mean, I got shingles flying out, but nothing like this.
Yeah.
My shears, I got metal shears that were just flying like cupcakes.
Yeah.
Over here, we had a car that the wind moved. He moved it all the way to the fence. Yes, sir.
Where were you hiding at?
Huh? I was in the closet.
In the closet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? I show you this car
And
right
you
here.
said this was a car that.
the car. No, it's a car right here in front of this truck. I mean, it threw it all the way to the fence over there.
Say that again for me.
It blew that car from here all the way to the fence over here on the other side. The car's still there.
Wow. Oh yeah. This is what he's talking about. This car
right
pushed by that tornado that moved through here.
It was over here and it blew it all the way over there.
Yeah. The homeowners here, are they okay?
Yeah, everybody's okay. I checked with everybody. Over here, he lost all that roof. They had to turn the power off. I mean, his young daughter was the only one here when it happened.
Yeah. But I think that is just a blessing that everybody.
Well, that is just on the east side of Mineral Wells, extensive damage. You see our Richard Solomon out there talking with one of the neighbors whose home was hit. He said he had some shingles that were knocked off of his house, but not nearly the damage that his neighbors have had to deal with tonight. So we just hate to see that. We feel very fortunate that no one has, we've had injuries tonight, but as of this moment, we're not aware of anyone that has died like we had on Saturday night when 2 people died due to the tornadoes that touched down. We still have a potential right now for a tornado. That's why Southern Hill County is under a tornado warning until 8:15. We're not seeing the type of rotation with this system that we saw even 15 to 20 minutes ago, but there is still a strong thunderstorm that could produce some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and also some golf ball to baseball size hail. And this storm surge right now, these strong winds is approaching west of Carl's Corner near 81. It should be crossing over 81 in Hillsborough and approach Hillsborough very shortly. So I do expect some strong winds in these areas. Let's put a track on there, Jason. I only have about 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. We'll put a quick track, and as that continues to slide off to the southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour, that puts it in Carl's Corner here in about 1 minute. Hillsborough 803, Bynum at 817, Abbott at 826, Malone at 835, and Penelope at 839. That's the latest on this track. The rest of North Texas is in the clear. Dallas, Fort Worth, the Metroplex, and north, there is nothing at all going on. You are going to be all quiet the rest of the night. I have a little bit of rain in my forecast tomorrow. 20 to 30% of us will see that. I have about 40% of us seeing rain as we head through the day on Thursday, and then I do have a pretty good shot of rain. I don't have any severe weather in my forecast on tomorrow. I mean, just some scattered rain showers, maybe a rumble of thunder, but no severe weather tomorrow. I don't have any severe weather in my forecast on Thursday and Friday, but I do have rain in that forecast as we head through Thursday and Friday. So you have been with us this evening since 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've had continuous weather coverage. We will keep an eye on the situation in southern Hill County. This storm is moving toward Waco. If you know anybody in McLennan County and Waco, give them a heads up. That's where this one lone thunderstorm is moving right now. We have no other severe weather in our forecast for the remainder of tonight, but I would encourage you to stay with us as we head through the evening. We'll keep you updated. We'll be here tonight for comprehensive coverage of the news on WFAA at 10, and in addition to that, I have a 14-day forecast. Get ready for some chilly weather this weekend and a pretty good shot of rain as we head through the day on Friday. Otherwise, I will see you tonight along with the rest of the WFAA news team on WFAA at 10 o'clock. We'll see you then.
7:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Carl's Corner, or 9 miles north of Hillsborough, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for Hillsborough, Carl's Corner, Denton, and surrounding areas of Hill County. Hazard: baseball-sized hail and 65 miles per hour wind gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows, extensive damage to roofs, siding, and vehicles. Locations include Hillsborough, Italy, Itasca, Denton, Carl's Corner, McClellan Lake, Milford, Rose, Abbott, Brittens, Lovelace, Brandon, Irene, Maine, Osceola, and Helen. This includes the following highways: Interstate 35 between mile markers 355 and 369. Interstate 35W between mile markers 1 and 12. Interstate 35E between mile markers 371 and 386. The tornado watch remains in effect until 30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for North Texas. The tornado watch also remains in effect until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Texas. This is a dangerous storm, producing large hail driven by severe winds. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. If you are caught outdoors, cover your head and neck. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers and thunderstorms likely this evening, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes this evening. Cooler wind blows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, and a slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s. East winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 60%. Current time is 8:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KAC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Central Hill County in Central Texas, southwestern Ellis County in north central Texas, west central Navarro County in north central Texas, until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Carl's Corner, or 9 miles north of Hillsborough, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for Hillsborough, Carl's Corner, Denton, and surrounding areas of Hill County. Hazard: baseball-sized hail at 65 miles per hour wind gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows, extensive damage to roofs, siding, and vehicles. Locations include Hillsborough, Italy, Itasca, Denton, Carl's Corner, McClellan Lake, Milford, Rose, Abbott, Brittens, Lovelace, Brandon, Irene, Mayfield, Osceola, and Helen. This includes the following highways: Interstate 35 between mile markers 355 and 369. Interstate 35W between mile markers 1 and 12. Interstate 35E between mile markers 371 and 386. The tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time for North Texas. The tornado watch also remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Texas. This is a dangerous storm, producing large hail driven by severe winds. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. If you are caught outdoors, cover your head 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, and a slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. A severe thunderstorm remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central, Southwestern Ellis, and West Central Nevada counties. 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located over Carl's Corner, or 7 miles northeast of Hillsborough, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for Carl's Corner, Hillsborough, Minot, and surrounding areas of Hill County. Hazard: baseball size hail at 70 miles per hour with gusts. Source: public. At 8:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, baseball size hail was reported in a Hillsborough storm. Intact, people and animals outdoors were severely injured. Expect shattered windows, Italy, Britasca, Covington, Bingham, Carl's Corner, Aquila Lake, Milford, Ross, Abbott, Mertens, Lovelace, Brandon, Irene, Mayfield, Osceola, and Hallam. A tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central and North Central Texas. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Texas. This is a dangerous storm, producing large hail driven by severe winds. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. If you are caught outdoors, cover your head and neck. Now let's check on your local forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers and thunderstorms likely this evening, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes this evening. Cooler wind blows in the lower 60s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Much cooler with highs in the lower 70s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. A slight chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s. East winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 60%. The current time is 8:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You're listening to NOAA All Hazards Radio, the voice of the National Weather Service, station KAC 56, serving the Dallas-Fort Worth listening area. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Hill, Southwest Dallas, and West Central Nevada counties. At 8:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Carl's Corner, or 7 miles northeast of Hillsborough, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for Carl's Corner, Hillsborough, Minot, and surrounding areas of Hill County. Hazard: baseball size hail at 70 miles per hour with gusts. Source: public. At 8:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, baseball size hail was reported in Itasca with this storm. Intact, people and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows, extensive damage to roofs, siding, and windows. Locations affected include Hillsborough, Italy, Britasca, Covington, Bingham, Carl's Corner, Aquila Lake, Milford, Frost, Abbott, Mertens, Lovelace, Brandon, Irene, Mayfield, Osceola, and Hallam. A tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central and North Central Texas. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Texas. This is a dangerous The current time is 8:17.